Okay, I know what you're thinking. The answer is yes. So in the summer of last year, 2024, I was just browsing, scrolling through my Steam library, looking for whatever the next game I was going to play was. And then I saw it. Sonic Adventure was just in my Steam library for some reason, calling out to me. I can't explain it. It was just calling to me. So I figured, screw it. I'll install Sonic Adventure. It's a tiny file size. I can just boot it up. If I don't like it, uninstall it. Problem solved. I was in a Discord call with some friends, so I figure we can just joke about it if it turns out to be terrible. Little did I know the impact that game will have on me. So, within about 15 minutes, I was booting up the game, completely oblivious to the impact it was going to have on me. I say completely oblivious. I'd gotten the gist of Sonic Adventure throughout the years through cultural osmosis, but it's actually kind of weird how long it's taken me to get round to playing Sonic Adventure because, well, now I've played Sonic games in the past. Green Hill Zone and only Green Hill Zone in Sonic 1, which I think most people have experienced. I've played some of the games on the PlayStation 2, Sonic Heroes. I was the edgy kid in school who thought that the fact they gave Shadow a gun meant I had to play Shadow the Hedgehog. And I was right, I had to play Shadow the Hedgehog. What a game. Maybe we'll get around to that one day. But after the PlayStation 2, I didn't really touch another Sonic game for around a decade. Being in high school in the mid to late 2000s meant I was either playing Call of Duty like everyone else was, or I was the weird kid. Except I was the weird kid anyway. Oh god, high school is vicious. But as time has gone on and I've matured, my tastes have matured, I've been able to appreciate a wider variety of not just games but media as a whole, and this has led to me going back to rediscover a lot of the stuff I might have missed over the years in movies, games, books, TV shows, all sorts. One of the things that's also helped with this is having a friend group with very diverse taste. And one of the friends in this group is the platformer guy. Platformers are his jam, especially Sonic games. He loves Sonic games. They're great. Well. But anyway, platformer guy. Dude just loves to go fast. If there's any game that allows him to go fast or just has any sort of weird schmovement, he loves it. And rightfully so. Schmovement is great. We love a bit of schmovement in games. So, like I said, naturally, Sonic the Hedgehog comes naturally to him. He loves Sonic the Hedgehog. However, it turns out Sonic the Hedgehog is contagious. So there I am, in a call with the gang, the squad, the gamers, and platformer guy notices that I'm playing Sonic Adventure. And he is intrigued. This leads to me throwing the game up on stream so that he can watch along with me playing it. I'm really enjoying just how campy the game is at about 15 minutes in. It's very late 90s, I think is the best way I can describe Sonic Adventure, or at least the first 15 minutes of it. I was especially drawn to, I think, the very low quality voice acting. Not the audio. The audio is fine, especially for a late 90s game, but the voice acting itself, oh my goodness, it is terrible in all of the best ways. But there are some issues with Sonic Adventure. There are quite a lot of issues with Sonic Adventure. First off, as mentioned, I was playing the game on PC. Turns out playing on PC is the worst way to play Sonic Adventure. Or at least downloading it on Steam and immediately booting it up. is the worst way to play Sonic Adventure. See, Sonic Adventure initially released in 1999 for the Sega Dreamcast, which ended up being the last console that Sega would ever produce. So when Sega stepped down from the console market, they began porting many of their more recent, at the time, Dreamcast games to other rival platforms. The most notable of which was porting Sonic Adventure 2 to the GameCube in the form of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which is the version of that game most people played. A few years later, however, they ported Sonic Adventure 1 over to the GameCube, just the GameCube, in the form of Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut, which is a bit of a mouthful of a name. Most people just shorten it to Sonic Adventure DX. However, there were issues with the DX port. For one, the game didn't look the same, and in a lot of ways it actually looked worse. The frame rate cap was moved from 30 all the way up to 60, but it very rarely actually hit 60, at least on the GameCube, so you could argue a lot of the visual changes were done to closer bring it up to 60 FPS. They didn't work though, so the game still doesn't run very well. The DX version also has a lot of bugs, glitches, broken stuff in general that just wasn't in the original Dreamcast version. They also changed a lot of things like character models, textures, effects, so that a lot of areas in the game just kind of look off and don't have quite the same vibe as they do in the original Dreamcast version. Perhaps most notably though, the game felt wrong to play, and a lot of that was because you have an analog stick on a Dreamcast controller. You move in 360 degrees. Now, Sonic Adventure locked this to only being able to move in, I believe it was 16 degrees, or 16 different directions. So, you could move quite fluidly. Maybe not as fluidly as a perfect 360 degrees, but relatively fluid movements. Now, the GameCube controller, which I have here, has these little directional notches to help guide your analog stick into one of 8 directions, so that you can still move it 360 degrees, but you're kind of led towards those initial 8. Sonic Adventure DX restricts you to those 8. And that's on every single version after the GameCube, which includes the PC version. So the PC version of Sonic Adventure DX feels terrible to move around in. Or at least it does compared to the original Dreamcast version. But all of those bugs, all of those glitches got worse and worse and worse with every subsequent release of Sonic Adventure. They added them initially in the GameCube, then they added more when they released it onto PC. Actually, I think the Xbox Live Arcade version was relatively okay. I don't think it added any new ones, it just had the original ones. But then the Steam version is just the pinnacle of broken Sonic Adventure. Which brings us back to that fateful summer night when I first played Sonic Adventure on my PC. I was running around through Emerald Coast having the time of my life. Maybe not the time of my life, but I was having fun. But then it happened. And somehow, this triggered something in me. This is how I knew that Sonic Adventure was special. In so many ways, good and bad. From here I did whatever the opposite of a doom spiral is. I was high on Sonic Adventure. I became obsessed with this over 25-year-old barely functional video game. I needed more Sonic Adventure. I needed to perfect Sonic Adventure. Everything about this stupid children's video game about a blue rodent that runs at the speed of fast just captivated me. The scenery, the soundtrack, the stupid, god-awful voice acting. All of it just came together to form this weird, grotesque mass of cohesive passion and brokenness that just enchanted me. Every single design decision, good and bad, separated Sonic Adventure from so much of the competition at the time. For better and worse, there really wasn't anything like Sonic Adventure, and to a degree there still isn't. So I set out to discover what I'd missed out on by skipping over this game 25 years ago, and my friend got to watch me discover it all, and also he got to rediscover a lot of what he liked about this game, which, yeah, that was nice, I guess. But as we were just generally running around Sonic Adventure, or I was running around Sonic Adventure and he was watching, he said something that awoke something else in me. Something dangerous.
So, I've just remembered the actual reason why you're not going to get the full experience of Sonic Adventure outside of the Dreamcast.
Go on.
Because I've just remembered the VMU.
Right.
And you can put your Chao on there.
No fucking way. And that was the second revelation that I had that evening. At that moment, I knew that I was not going to 100% Sonic Adventure on PC. I knew that I was going to 100% Sonic Adventure on the original Dreamcast. Okay, it's time for a quick history lesson. The Dreamcast first released in 1998 as the first entry in the 6th generation of consoles. What this meant is it would be going up against the PlayStation 2, the Xbox, and the GameCube. Look at the PlayStation 2 sale numbers, it did not stand a chance. For reasons I won't get into here, the Dreamcast failed. It wasn't the most monumental failure in gaming, but it sold fewer units than the Wii U. And we know how the Wii U turned out. As a result of this, Sega just dropped out of the console market. They'd gone 2 failures in a row. They had not had a successful console since the Mega Drive, or the Genesis if you live in the US. So now they still were going to make games, but they had to make them for other platforms, like the GameCube and the PlayStation 2. And I think they made some for the Xbox. I didn't have an Xbox, so I'm not sure. So we've already established I'm playing Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast. This meant I would have to go out and get a Dreamcast. Now, Dreamcasts aren't exactly expensive. There were quite a lot of Dreamcasts sold, just not enough. So, you know, I was looking at the time of me recording this, they're around 200 at most, £200. But I did not want any Sega Dreamcast. You see, there's something that you have to consider here, and that is, I really like the colour pink. If a video game console or controller is available in pink, I am buying it in pink. Wii Remote, pink. Switch Pro controller, pink. Xbox controller, Game Boy, even my PlayStation 2. If it's pink, I'm getting it in pink. I like pink. It's my fun colour. If it weren't for the fact it wouldn't go as well with my beard, my hair would be dyed pink. It's close enough. Anyway, the point is, I wanted a pink Sega Dreamcast. And we're in luck. Because the Sega Dreamcast was released in pink. I can get a pink Sega Dreamcast. There is just one problem. None of the pink versions of the Sega Dreamcast were released in the UK. Now, I could get a custom shell, just get a custom pink one, but that's... I don't know, that just feels like cheating for me. I want an official one. Maybe it's an autism thing, I don't know, but I needed an official pink Sega Dreamcast. So I looked on probably the first place that most people would look if they wanted a Sega Dreamcast, eBay. eBay has all sorts. For better and worse, this was most likely where I was going to find one. So I took a look on trusty old eBay, and sure enough, I found a pink Sega Dreamcast, thanks to our friend, Hello Kitty. And this thing was beautiful. I loved it. It was pink, it was translucent, and I miss when consoles were translucent. They just looked so cool. It had a pink controller, the VMU was pink, everything about it was pink, everything about it was perfect. There's just one problem with it. Well, there are a few problems with it. The first problem is this was Japan exclusive, so I would need a step-down transformer to be able to actually play the thing without damaging it because of how electrics are different in the US, the UK, and Japan. I'm not an electrician, so I really can't go into that sort of detail. But the voltages were different, so I needed a transformer to actually fix that. The second problem was I was going to need a cheat device to be able to actually play games on it because the Dreamcast was region locked. I was not going to be able to play European games on a Japanese Sega Dreamcast without a cheat device. Luckily, the cheat devices, you can get them for like a $5, and then the step-down transformer, that only costs about... mine cost me about £40. But then, there's the price of the console itself. I love this thing so much. I bought it on the spot. It was beautiful. It still is beautiful. I love it. So that was it. Everything I needed to play Sonic Adventure as God intended on an original pink Sega Dreamcast. All was good. Except there was one more thing I needed. See, Sonic Adventure and any Dreamcast game would look fine on my HD TV, but they weren't designed with that sort of TV in mind. HD TVs weren't really even a thing back in 1998, especially not flat screen HD TVs like the ones we have now. So it would look fine, but it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look like Sonic Adventure was supposed to look. So I needed one last little thing, by which I mean one last giant thing. I needed a CRT television. Now, loads of other people have already released hundreds, thousands of videos on why a CRT TV is better for playing retro games than a new modern HD TV. But it can be summed up as they were made for those sorts of TVs, so they work better on those sorts of TVs. If you put them into a HD TV, because it has to convert the signal, you get things like input lag, and it just feels off to play. And also it doesn't quite look as nice. But the issue with getting a CRT TV nowadays is they don't make them anymore because it's cheaper, quicker, and easier to make the new flat screen LED and OLED TVs. So why would they bother making a CRT, especially when all of the current hardware is made to be ran on a HD, LCD, OLED TV? So you can really only get CRTs secondhand. They also weigh an absurd amount. They are stupidly heavy. And I live on like the 3rd floor with no elevator. So getting it into the flat was going to be hell. Luckily, one look on some of the local marketplace sites, and I found one. And the platformer guy, he was more than happy to help me pick it up, carry it all the way up the stairs. And now it's in my living room. It's just over there. It's beautiful. I can see it. You can't. I'll put some photos up. I love my CRT. So, after about 3 weeks of prep work and £700 spent, I was now ready to play Sonic Adventure exactly as it was meant to be played. So with all that done, let's get cooking. So the first time you boot up Sonic Adventure, you're greeted with a beautiful, wonderful, for the time at least, nicely rendered FMV sequence showing a city being flooded, interspersed with different shots of all the characters, just going around doing whatever they want. living their lives, just and a few bits of gameplay, just to give you a treat as to what you're going to be in for. And the video eventually ends with a shot of a green reptilian monster eye staring back at us, and it's fine. It does a lot to really establish a sinister mood, something mysterious, something dangerous is happening, and we're on an adventure to stop it. Except it also feels very different to the game that we're about to play, as we will now see. So when we start the game, we're teased with a total of 6 playable characters, each with their own campaign, storyline, playstyle, all playing very different from each other, but for now, we can only play as Sonic. This makes sense. It is a Sonic adventure game. It's not a Tails adventure. That's a different game. This is Sonic Adventure. So we can't really do anything else right now. So let's just select Sonic and jump right in. We start off watching Sonic running through a city, an unnamed city. We don't know what city it is, but he's running through it. He's excited. He proudly proclaims that this is happening. What's happening? We don't know. But whatever it is that is happening, it's eventually interrupted when Sonic runs across a commotion happening in Station Square. A few squadrons of soldiers are all surrounding this mysterious water creature that just seems to be hanging out. He's not really doing anything. I don't see why the military had to be called in. They're literally just stood there doing nothing. Anyway, the military open fire on the mysterious creature. The bullets do nothing because it's water, they just go right through. So Sonic steps in, and this is where we get our first introduction to gameplay inside of a very small arena. Initially, this might not seem like the best introduction to gameplay. You know, Sonic is all about going fast. You've got these wide, not so much open spaces in the 2D games, but you want to feel his speed, and this tiny arena isn't really a very good showcase for that. But it is an effective showcase for the homing attack, which wasn't first introduced in Sonic Adventure, but it was first made big in Sonic Adventure. This is the game where most people were introduced to the homing attack, so they needed some way to actually introduce it to the player. Now, anyone who's played a 3D Sonic game, you know what the homing attack is, but for those of you who don't, it's Sonic jumps in the air, press the jump button again, and he will zip straight to whatever the nearest enemy is, or the nearest enemy that he's facing, and deal some damage. It's very simple, very easy to actually use, and this fight shows it off very well, even if it is a very easy. You can also use the homing attack for other things, springs, item boxes, that sort of thing, but generally you'll mostly be using it for enemies. It can also be used to traverse, give yourself a dash in the air. It's one of the main staples of Sonic's moveset throughout the entire rest of the series. So you use the homing attack to defeat the mysterious creature. Ooh, it doesn't really put up a fight though. I wouldn't even call this a fight, I'd just call this a tutorial. And also, it's never really explained why the military were here. Like, they were just vibing and the military just started shooting them, but whatever. But now that we're done, out of nowhere, Dr. Eggman just appears on the rooftop. He's just there, suddenly. How did he get there? Did he climb? Did he jump? Did he use one of his robots to fly up? It's not explained. He just starts raving about how the monster we just fought was Chaos, the god of destruction. And he is so happy that the god of destruction is back. Why are you so happy? Its entire existence is based on killing everyone and just destroying everything. Why are you happy that the god of destruction is back? Anyway, none of that matters, because we now just suddenly cut to what I assume is a few days later. Sonic is just chilling out by the pool. He's on a lounger, he's having a nice time, when suddenly he looks up and sees Tails flying his plane. Except Tails seems to be having a few issues with the plane itself, and the plane comes crashing down. Sonic shouts at Tails to watch out. I don't know what he thinks that's gonna do, but Tails crashes, and we have to go find him. And this leads us into the first bit of real gameplay, almost. all we can really do at this point is just walk around the little swimming pool area. We can't leave the swimming pool area. We can go in the swimming pool. We can drown. And we can talk to these little NPCs around us. But they don't really have anything of value to say, so we may as well just head straight to the beach and begin the first actual stage of Sonic Adventure. The first actual stage is Emerald Coast, and I love this stage. It is an absolute treat. You've got the trademark early 2000s tropical beach vibes. It's bright, it's sunny, it's vibrant. You start off in this touristy, man-made area of all these structures, buildings, docks, piers, or parasols, very much feeling like you're in a resort. But as you progress through the stage, you get further and further away from the resort, and it feels more like you're at a cliffside beach area, a more wilderness sort of area. And I really like how you transition through these stages, through these sections, getting further and further away from society to where Tails crashed his plane. The music for Emerald Coast is also a treat. You've got this tropical rock infusion that just captures the vibes perfectly. Moving throughout the stage, we're introduced to all sorts of different stage elements and hazards. You've got springs, jump pads, enemies. There are also a few on-rail sections. I think the most notable is the one that we've all seen before, where this killer whale mistakes Sonic for a billionaire, and so tries to destroy him and kill him at any means necessary, destroying the docks and the pier as Sonic runs away from it. Sadly, that killer whale cannot have been more wrong about Sonic being a billionaire. He is not. He is not even close. Overall, though, Emerald Coast is a very solid first stage. It's a good introduction to a lot of how Sonic plays, a lot of Sonic's moveset, and just generally sets the tone for the sort of gameplay you're going to be going through. This was a very new type of gameplay for Sonic at this point in time, and Emerald Coast is a fantastic introduction to that. I do think it's really weird, though, how we don't start off here. Like, we've got the fight against Chaos, then wandering around the little swimming pool area. I guess they introduce you to just how Sonic moves in a very low stakes environment, but it just feels weird that the first stage is maybe 10 minutes into the game. I think it would have felt a bit more natural maybe if we started off at Emerald Coast, met up with Tails, and then on the way back to the city is when we see the military fighting Chaos and Eggman showing up to scream about how happy he is that everyone's gonna die. But this works. It's fine. But weird pacing aside, we do eventually get to the end of the stage where we find Tails' crash site, and Tails relatively uninjured. He's fine. Once we're back home, Tails informs us why his plane crashed. It turns out he's actually been experimenting with a new engine. A literal Chaos Emerald. Why does Tails have a Chaos Emerald? Why is he using it to power his aeroplane? He just has this object of immense power. This is basically a nuclear bomb, and he is using it as a battery. Sure, Tails. Sure, why not? Anyway, we decide to take Tails home, which means we now get to actually move around the adventure fields. Now, the adventure fields are the hubs of this game, except the hubs in Sonic Adventure are very different to all the other hub worlds in gaming at the time. At least I think they do. They also give us a lot of space and time to just get a feel for Sonic's moveset. We get a nice open space at the first hub, Station Square, which is this beautiful cityscape area. So we can run around, we can jump, we can homing attack, and we can also use Sonic's signature ability, his Spin Dash, which is a pretty accurate, faithful translation of how it worked in the 2D games. Just hold the button, charge it up, and then let go to send Sonic spinning at the speed of fast. So the Spin Dash feels great in this game. I really like how it controls. It's especially fun to find a little ramp or an incline and just use it to zoom yourself right off. You will go flying with this thing. So much of this game's speedrunning tech is about finding an incline, spin dash jumping right off it, and just sending yourself into the distance. It is so much fun. So the starting area features the hotel, which is where we just were, which is where Sonic was chilling at the pool. If we leave the hotel, we can see a road, the seaside, and the cars driving past, a couple NPCs about. We can go up and talk to them. But there's not really much to discuss at the moment. This is really the only area that we can access right now. One thing that is actually quite good about the NPCs, or at least I like it, is as you talk to them throughout the story, their storyline changes just like yours does. None of them are really anything big or groundbreaking, but it goes a long way to make the world feel a lot more alive and lived in. It's a very nice touch. Anyway, Tails wants to go home to the Mystic Ruins, which means we'll have to hop on a train. So we head into the train station, jump on the train, and we get a nice little loading screen as we arrive at the Mystic Ruins. This is another adventure field, which feels very, very different to Station Square. It's a very natural, ancient, ruined area. I very much like the vibes here. There aren't as many NPCs here, and there isn't really as much going on in general, but the vibes are immaculate. You've got a couple NPCs, they're just on an archaeological expedition, and you can talk to them, but their story doesn't really change much as you progress. What else is there? There's the NPCs, there's Tails' house. Oh, and also there's a giant island that fell from the sky. See this cliff here? Not a natural formation. That is Angel Island from Sonic 3. It just fell out of the sky and somehow blends in with the scenery immaculately. Really, it blends in a little bit too much. I didn't even realise that it was Angel Island until a friend who I was playing the game with pointed it out to me. Because, I mean, look at it. It looks exactly like the rest of the cliffs around us. It's just more cliff. It has the exact same textures, so how people were meant to catch on that this was Angel Island and not just the rest of the scenery, I have no idea. Except for this one guy who just tells you this island fell out of the sky, but it doesn't look like it. When we arrive at Tails' house, we're ambushed by Dr. Eggman though. He's here for Tails' Chaos Emerald because Tails was just using it as a battery. So now we've got our first actual boss fight of the game. It's not very difficult. We just dodge Eggman's attack until he swoops down to the ground, homing attack him, do that a few times, and then we're done. But after the fight, Tails decides to just let his guard down, so Eggman uses this silly robot arm thing to just snatch the Chaos Emerald from Tails. Now that Eggman has the Chaos Emerald though, he summons Chaos, who it turns out is now working with Dr. Eggman so they can both get the Chaos Emeralds. Because it turns out Chaos... Try not to be too shocked when I tell you this. Chaos is related to the Chaos Emeralds. And Chaos needs the Chaos Emeralds to grow to full power. So Eggman gives this new Chaos Emerald to Chaos, and that turns Chaos more powerful. Eggman then reveals that his overall plan is to team up with Chaos, destroy the world, and rebuild it in his image with a land called Robotnik Land, which I could only assume is some sort of dystopian megacity similar to the United States.
I'll build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city, where I will rule it all. Come on, Chaos, let's find another emerald, shall we?
Right, I'm just going to acknowledge this here. Yes, the voice acting is terrible. No, I'm not going to keep riffing on it. If I did that, this video would be so much longer than it already is. And you can see the video bar. This video is very long. It does not need to be any longer. So, you get the gist. The voice acting is terrible. The voice acting is hilarious. I love the voice acting in Sonic Adventure. It is every single one of the best kinds of terrible. It enhances the game. I do not want the voice acting in this game to be better. It is perfect as it is. So now that Sonic and Tails know that Eggman is after the Chaos Emeralds, they decide that they should be hunting the Chaos Emeralds down to make sure Eggman doesn't get them. Honestly, it's not the worst plan. It does have the problem that Tails pretty much just handed Dr. Eggman a Chaos Emerald on a silver platter, so I don't think they're the most trustworthy people to handle the Chaos Emeralds, or at least keep them away from Eggman and Chaos, but whatever. There's also the downside of if Sonic and Tails have all the Chaos Emeralds, that means they're all going to be in one place, which means Eggman only needs to find one Chaos Emerald to find them all, or at least find where Sonic and Tails are to get them all. So, there are some problems with the plan. But flaws in a plan have never stopped Sonic before, and they won't stop him now. So him and Tails then proceed to go to the next stage, Windy Valley. But we can't get to Windy Valley just yet. See, occasionally we'll need to do something in the adventure fields to actually unlock the next stage, and this is one of those moments. It's a very simple to unlock Windy Valley. The stage itself is a little ways away from Tails' house here in Mystic Ruins. To actually unlock Windy Valley though, we have to take the keystone to the stage entrance. The keystone is just outside Tails' house. The little cutscene just shows it to us as soon as we finish talking to Eggman and Chaos. So it's not really a challenge, but it serves as an introduction to this mechanic. So we grab the keystone, head over to the entrance, and we jump up into the air to go to Windy Valley. Now the stage itself is very different to Emerald Coast, both in terms of its gameplay and its general vibe. We start off in this hilly mountain area with bottomless pits, steep drops, rickety bridges, all that sort of thing that you'd find in a not very well maintained mountain area. You've also got little secret pathways, you can homing attack across these little guys, and that'll get you an extra life as we're going across this bridge towards the end of the section fast enough. There's not a whole lot here in terms of going fast, which is really the thing you want to be doing the most as Sonic, but there's some good platforming, there's some nice secrets, it's generally a nice area. The second part of Windy Valley is very different. You're inside a tornado. You've got all the parts of the mountain that have been picked up by the tornado and you're jumping between them all. You've got to get to springs to send you right up to the next part. It's very short and it's really jank with the camera angles. I don't really like this part of the stage, but it's very, very quick, so it doesn't really hinder things too much. But then we get to the real part of the stage. This is the main chunk of Windy Valley. It is all wind, no valley. You are so high up in the sky that you cannot see the ground at all. You look down, nothing, just blue sky. You're running around this floating archipelago that seems like it would be man-made. It looks man-made, but there's not really anything here to suggest why man created it. Why did man create islands in the sky and then abandon them? This is never explained. This is never even hinted at. We just have to accept it. Ignoring the implications of this though, we get to go fast here. We get to go real fast. It's almost entirely spectacle. You've got railings on the side of the track to keep you from falling off. There's not really much in the way of obstacles or challenge, but it's nice. It's fun. It's fun to go fast as Sonic. They did a very good job at just making it fun to move fast. But the lack of obstacles and challenge doesn't mean that there's nothing here. See, I mentioned the spin dash jump earlier, which you can use to get insane velocity off a ramp. You can use that a lot here. You can just soar all the way over these bottomless pits and land on parts of the stage that are so far away from you. You can just skip whole chunks of this stage, and it is so fun and so rewarding to do so. So whilst Windy Valley might seem pretty underwhelming, there's a good amount of depth here for you to just mess around with and explore. Windy Valley is definitely one of the best stages to just goof around on. And when you're finished goofing around, we finish the stage by grabbing the Chaos Emerald. So yeah, I really like Windy Valley. It's not the best stage, it's not the worst. It has a good amount of just things to mess around with inside of it, and also the atmosphere is very nice. It actually does quite a good job at blending the three atmospheres very well. You start at the mountainy area, tornado lifts you up, there's a bit jarring, but it works, and then you're thrown up into the clear, empty sky. It doesn't blend the scenery together quite as well as Emerald Coast. There it felt like a very natural transition, whereas with Windy Valley, you just get thrown between three different sort of biomes. It does make sense in how you're transition between the three, but it is still a bit jarring. The music for Windy Valley is also really nice. It feels a bit more fantastical than Emerald Coast, which better matches the stage, but I don't think it quite fits nearly as well as Emerald Coast's music does. But still, it's a pretty good track to listen to. Really, most of the songs in this game are nice to listen to. But now that we've got the Chaos Emerald, it's time for us to head back to Station Square, where a few more areas have opened up to us. Most notably, there's this downtown area which has some buildings we can go into, there's some more NPCs we can talk to. There's not any entrances to any stages here, but we can explore around. It makes the world feel a bit more interesting, a bit more lively. But perhaps most notably, we can now access the sewers, which is where we'll find Sonic's first upgrade, the Lightspeed Dash. You might have seen this in other Sonic games. For those of you who don't know, the Lightspeed Dash allows Sonic to zip along a trail of rings. So you use this for sort of different traversal to get to hidden areas. It's actually quite important to Sonic's moveset in this game, as opposed to later games where I feel like it's de-emphasized a lot more. Now this was the first game in the series to actually feature the Lightspeed Dash, which I will not be abbreviating because I am funnier than that. And it actually controls fairly well here. I was quite surprised at how much I liked how it controls in this game. In future games, you use it by using the homing attack on the Trail of Rings. In this game, you have to charge up a spin dash and then let go in front of the Trail of Rings. It still doesn't control great either way, in my opinion, but I have less problems using it here than I have in some of the future games. We also get to practice using the Lightspeed Dash immediately because we're in the sewers. We can't get out without using the Lightspeed Dash. All we have to do is just hit this button. That spawns a Trail of Rings, and we use that to zip out into the back of one of the shops in Station Square. At this point we've been in the sewers, so we have probably stunk up the guy's shop. I am sorry. You may want to buy an air freshener because now your store smells like shit. Anyway, now that we've got the Lightspeed Dash, that means we can unlock the third stage, Casinopolis. Now we have to go to the hotel to get to the casino, but inside the hotel, we've got a little treat. Inside the hotel you'll see a staircase, and if we go up here there are two switches on the floor. Now these switches open this door at the far back and also spawn a Trail of Rings. We use the Lightspeed Dash to go along the Trail of Rings, and that gets us another upgrade, which allows us to charge the Lightspeed Dash a bit quicker. Very useful. This upgrade is entirely optional, but it's very nice to have. Now that we're about as upgraded as we can be at this point, we have to head over to the casino. Now the casino is in this big open square area. There's not really anything to do here except for go to the casino and talk to the woman outside the casino with a gambling addiction. But the casino is closed right now. We can't access it. How do we access the casino? Why, by opening the door, of course. How do you open the door? With the switch on top of the sign on the casino near the roof. How do we get to the roof? We stand on a switch, which spawns a Trail of Rings, and we Lightspeed Dash up to the switch on the roof. Who planned this architecture? I do not know who the architect is who designed this casino, but you should be fired. What's wrong with just using a key? Is that just too much effort for you? Anyway, Casinopolis is open. Let's go gambling. Casinopolis! We got neon lights, we got slot machines, we got pinball, we got a mountain of literal garbage. It is all here. It is so cool. It is executed so terribly. The idea for Casinopolis is genuinely very cool. The Chaos Emerald is in the prize room. Why the casino has a Chaos Emerald, I do not know, and I very much question why they're just giving it away as a prize, but they have one. How do we unlock it? We have to get enough rings through gambling to build up a nice big pile which we climb up to actually get to the Chaos Emerald. There is an invisible wall, so we cannot really cheat or glitch our way in. To get enough rings, we only need about 400, which, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but it's not that big of a deal. Especially when we've got God's favourite sin, gambling. And we've also got some appropriately sleazy music for it too. However, we're not gambling on slot machines because this is a children's game. No, we're gambling on pinball machines. That's right, pinball. Sounds fun, doesn't it? doesn't it? Well, no, actually. No, it's not very fun. Pinball board itself is fine. It's an okay pinball board. There's nothing that really stands out, good or bad. The big problem comes from the physics. The physics are terrible. It barely functions. There will be times when you hit the flippers with the pinball. The pinball is also Sonic, by the way. And nothing will happen. Sonic will just clip through the flippers at points. Plus, whenever you launch the ball, there is a very high chance that it will just go straight down the center and miss everything on the board, including the flippers. You will lose on pinball for no reason. All of this just adds up to make pinball in Sonic Adventure a frustrating and unsatisfying minigame. But it doesn't matter. See, when you lose 3 games of pinball, you are sent down into the garbage chute, like the garbage that you are, unless you're holding 100 rings, in which case you get to play again. But you don't want to be holding 100 rings, because getting to the garbage chute is the easiest way to get rings. The music changes to something more grimy, there are loads of enemies and trash about, and most of all, there are so many rings here. Each run through of the garbage area will get you about 200 rings, so after running through it 2 or 3 times, you've got enough rings. At the end of every run in the garbage chute, you'll exit into the casino bathroom, implying that you're climbing out of the toilet, which must be horrifying to anyone who was taking a shit. And then you just head over to the prize room, deposit your rings, go back around again. It's that simple. You do that 2 or 3 times and you've beat the stage. Casinopolis is very much a great idea executed in such a terrible way. It is probably my least favourite of all of Sonic's stages. It's not unplayably bad. It's not something that makes me roll my eyes whenever I get to it, but as soon as I get to Casinopolis on my playthroughs of Sonic Adventure, I can't wait for it to be over. And now it is over. We're done. So let's leave the casino, and we're getting attacked by Eggman again, who has stolen another Chaos Emerald from us. After drugging Sonic and Tails, he has just gone for the old drug and mug. Now at this point, Eggman has stolen a Chaos Emerald from us immediately after we've gotten it twice. You would think that Sonic and Tails would maybe change their plan, because Eggman is clearly following them and just grabbing the Chaos Emeralds as soon as they let their guard down. But they don't do that. No, we're just carrying on and grabbing more Chaos Emeralds. So, what I can assume is a couple hours later, Sonic and Tails wake up and decide to just go find another Chaos Emerald, this time going to Ice Cap. So next up we head to Mystic Ruins to get to Ice Cap. Now that a giant hole has opened up in the side of Angel Island, that means we can get to Ice Cap, which means we can also explore a lot more of Angel Island and a lot more of Mystic Ruins. But when we get to Ice Cap, the door's shut again. We need to find another keystone to actually open the door. Now the keystone is right next to where we started in Station Square. We just have to pick it up, get on the train, take it to the entrance of Ice Cap, and now we start Sonic's 4th stage. Ice Cap opens up very tame and very calm compared to all of Sonic's previous stages so far. Even the music is a lot more serene and chill, with a lot of long, calming notes. There's a nice low guitar being weaved in between it all, but it's overall very chill, which matches the quite literally chill aspects of the stage. Honestly, the majority of the opening sections to this stage feel like they wouldn't be out of place in Mario 64. It's a very slow platforming section. You've got these icicles that you hang off of and jump between. You're in a more enclosed area as opposed to all the open spaces we've been in prior stages. It's not anything brilliant or incredible. It's not 10 out of 10 level design, but as far as slow areas in a Sonic game, you could do much worse. The only problem I really have here is how awkward the camera angles can be with some of the jumps, but I mean, you're always going to get that when playing a 3D platformer from the late 90s, so I can kind of overlook it a little. So you climb through the cave, making your way through, going up and around the cave, until eventually you knock down this giant icicle, climb across it, and we get to the second half of the stage. And now we're at the top of the mountain, but before we can even... It's avalanche time! Thank God this snowboard is just randomly here. I guess now it's time for us to just speed down the mountain. There's an avalanche chasing us. We do not have time to slow down or stop or even question how and why this is happening. It is just time for us to be going fast. We've got ramps that we can jump off of. If we jump off them at the right time, we do a little trick which gives us even more speed. We've got enemies just bombarding us with missiles and explosions to weave between. We've got caverns and secret areas full of icicles that we have to dodge or just avoid or just plow through. And honestly, considering it's running on hardware from 1998, this part runs pretty well. Like, I'm not getting any major frame hiccups or frame drops or LODs. I mean, there's still some LODs, but it's the late 90s, what can you expect? But technologically, this part is actually fairly impressive for the era. The music change when you first start snowboarding as well does a great job at emphasizing the sort of attitude that Sonic was going for in the late 90s. Very in-your-face, radical sort of thing. This segment isn't perfect though. For one, the snowboard itself doesn't control very well. It's very jittery. If you try and move slightly to the left, instead Sonic will just veer straight to the left, which makes it very awkward to make precise turns. Also, as much as I love going fast in Sonic games, and most games to be fair, you can go too fast here. My first playthrough of this stage on the Dreamcast version, I gained so much speed off of the ramps that I just flew over the Chaos Emerald at the very end and died because I went out of bounds and fell under the floor. So I had to restart the entire snowboarding section all over again. It's not good, but it was funny. It added to one of the many things I liked about Sonic Adventure, in that it is broken as hell. So yeah, that's definitely one of my favourite segments of the game so far. But we got to the end, we've got our third Chaos Emerald, but when we return to Mystic Ruins, we stumble upon him. Knuckles is on an adventure of his own, and he is pissed. Noticing that Sonic and Tails also have a Chaos Emerald, Knuckles assumes that they're involved in all of the Emerald insanity that's going on of late. He's not wrong. But this means it's time for us to fight Knuckles in what is, again, an incredibly easy boss fight that it feels generous calling this a boss fight. But during all the commotion, we drop the Chaos Emerald. And you know what that means. Eggman and Chaos show up, take the Chaos Emerald, give Chaos the Emerald, Chaos powers up. Like taking candy from three very stupid babies. Knuckles somehow only just now processes that these are Chaos Emeralds and not the Master Emerald. Then Sonic calls Eggman a creep and then insults Knuckles' intelligence. This entire cutscene is just full of moments that perfectly summarize what Sonic Adventure 1's cutscenes are like, for better and worse. But now that Chaos has another two juicy, delicious Chaos Emeralds, we have another Chaos fight. This time against Chaos 4, you'll notice that every time Chaos gets another Chaos Emerald, he gets a new form, which is Chaos 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't fight every Chaos form in this game, but we do fight most of them. Now this Chaos fight takes place in this weird pond area that just spawns into existence, with Chaos spending most of the fight submerged underwater whilst we jump around on these little lily pads, which is the only bits of land that we've got. We can jump in the water, nothing happens, we just get slowed down, which makes it more difficult for us to dodge attacks, easier for Chaos to attack us, but there's really not much of a penalty for being in the water. It doesn't even look like you're underwater. It's weird as well because the water looks deep. We can see the bottom. It's very far down, but we just stand a couple of inches below the surface. What are the implications of this? The developers just not want to acknowledge that Sonic canonically cannot swim? Is there just an invisible platform below the water? I mean, gameplay-wise there is, but what are the canon implications of this? And where did this pond even come from? There isn't an area like this anywhere in Mystic Ruins. The closest match is the pond nearby, but that pond doesn't have any lily pads. And that pond also has a waterfall. It's also significantly less deep than this. Can Chaos just spawn ponds into existence? Is this the pond dimension where all the frogs used to live before being transported to ours? Is Chaos originally from the pond dimension? Did the frogs leave the pond dimension? Did Chaos chase the frogs from the pond dimension? Were the frogs running from Chaos? Was Chaos running from the frogs? Why are we fighting in the pond dimension? Regardless of what the pond dimension means for society as a whole, we fight Chaos. We just dodge the attacks until Chaos pops the head out the water. Then we homing attack onto it. Do that 3 or 4 times. Fight's over. But whilst we were all distracted by the implications of the pond dimension, Eggman just summoned his giant airship, the Egg Carrier, and then leaves in French. But we still need to stop him and Chaos, so we need to chase him. This leads us back to Tails' house, so we can get his backup plane. How does Tails have so many airplanes? And then we use Tails' second plane to chase the Egg Carrier. How it can chase an aircraft with engines that powerful, I have no clue. It is a tiny little plane, but video games. This whole section is just moving at a breakneck pace. I do not know what is happening, and that is fine by me. So we don't even really need to grab anything. We can just head straight to Tails' house and begin the next section. Not stage, just a bit in between stages where we're now playing Star Fox. We've got an entire on-rails section where we fly up to and around the Egg Carrier, getting shot at by Eggman robots. We have to shoot them down. The controls are very easy to understand, but it doesn't actually tell you about them. In short, you just press the button to fire some shots. You hold the button to lock on. You do not get told about the lock on at all. You just have to figure it out. I did not know the lock on was a thing on my first playthrough of the game. This section isn't difficult. You can dodge pretty much every attack just by moving around in a circle. But I mean, there's not really a whole lot to say here. You could remove this from the game and it wouldn't really make much of a difference. And just like the snowboard section, moving around in the plane is very twitchy and very jittery. There's no sense of flow. You just jut to the side constantly. It's fine. It only goes on for a few minutes before the Egg Carrier just shoots a giant laser at us. And somehow, instead of killing us, that just knocks the plane out of the sky. However, Sonic and Tails get separated in the crash. Sonic landing in Station Square, Tails landing... Well, we don't actually know where Tails lands. At least not yet. But now that Sonic has been rendered incapable of flight, he needs to look around for Tails again. So he just starts wandering around Station Square, seeing if he can find any clues. But instead of finding Tails, Sonic bumps into...
Sonic, wait up!
Sonic bumps...
Long time no see!
We find...
Birdie seems to be in trouble, so
We have to save Amy's bird, apparently. She never tells Sonic why. She never tells Sonic who the bird is, what the bird is. Sonic is never told a reason as to why this bird is so important. Amy just harasses him until he reluctantly agrees to do it. Soon after that, one of Eggman's robots shows up trying to chase and capture Amy, but Amy decides that her and Sonic should hide in the amusement park. Why? Well, because couples get in for free after all, and this was when Amy was weirdly obsessed with trying to become Sonic's girlfriend. And not even in like a very cutesy way. She is obsessed with him. It's actually kind of creepy. So Sonic, quite rightfully, calls for a pain, and we run off to Twinkle Park, which begins Sonic's 5th stage. Twinkle Park is a wonderful, majestic, medieval theme park. You've got fireworks, you've got roller coasters, you've got not a whole lot of going fast, but there are some nice little secrets, some alternate routes. And whilst it's not the speediest stage in the game, it is quite fun to explore. I have a soft spot for Twinkle Park, especially some of the later areas of the stage. You begin at the very bottom of the stage and progressively make your way up and around the castle, going in and out and around of the castle, onto the sides, onto the roof, dodging enemies. There's quite a nice assortment of different stage elements here at play, especially with the going inside and outside of the castle. The soundtrack for Twinkle Park also does an excellent job at really capturing that feeling of being a kid and just walking into an amusement park for the first time. There's just one thing that I'm not a fan of here though. Technically it's not actually a part of Twinkle Park, it's before you get to Twinkle Park, but I'm counting it as part of Twinkle Park. See, before you can start the stage, you've got this weird hovercraft bumper car race thing. First off, just getting onto the track is weird. You've got to knock enemies out of the bumper cars, but the enemies can damage you. And this makes just getting into a bumper car way more difficult than it should be. Because as you're trying to get into one, you're being mobbed by a horde of about 7 or 8 different enemies, and you can't dodge them. You just have to hope to God that your iframes are enough. And when you finally get through that, the track itself is fine, I guess. There's a couple of jumps, the road bends at points. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot to say on this. You can't really lose the race without falling off the track and dying as well. The other racers, if you can call them racers, move really slowly. What else is there to this? I guess you can kind of drift. You're meant to hold off the accelerator when you approach a turn so you can turn more smoothly. I don't think it's quite a drift, but it's something. There really isn't a whole lot to talk about with this, though. So yeah, Twinkle Park. It's not the most exciting stage in the game. At this point, I think that's for the best. Everything preceding this, between Ice Cap and Twinkle Park, was just a roller coaster. More so of a roller coaster than anything that happens in the actual Twinkle Park itself, which is baffling. Yeah, Twinkle Park is an okay palate cleanser, I guess. It does its job just fine. So we leave Twinkle Park with it. Wait a minute.
Oh, shoot. I've lost Amy.
Where the fuck is Amy? She's not with us, so she must be somewhere. Huh. Well, to actually find where Amy's gone, we have to talk to some of the residents of Station Square, or we can get a hint from this little orb by the train station. But kind of weird that she just disappears, considering she's meant to be with us. So, yeah, we talk to some of the NPCs. They tell us she's gone into this big building here. How did she get into this building when the door's locked? We have to find the key card to actually unlock it. It's in this little patch of grass right next to us, though, so it's not a big deal to try and find it. So I guess we grab the key card, we go to the building, find Amy again. Sure, why not? Let's begin stage 6, Speed Highway. We open up in this little room, it's night time. We've got the sounds of a siren blaring in the distance. Then we get the drums being added in. Then the guitar comes in. All of these sounds conveying to us that it is time for Sonic to go fast. This stage is not called Speed Highway for nothing. This stage is just a gauntlet of lightning fast set pieces, and I love it. Speed Highway is my favourite stage in the entire game. I'm just gonna lay that out there right now. I am very biased towards this stage. 90% of it is just going forward and going fast, and I adore it so much. Even most of the secrets in this stage are based on going fast and being silly. I think the most famous secret in this stage is these 2 buildings right at the start. If you manage to spin dash jump over to them, each one has a 1-up on top. So if you know the spin dash jump, you can get here very easily. The game is actively rewarding you for doing silly movement tech, and I love that. Why does the game not do this more? You also get rewarded with speed shoes if you move to the highest part of this building. As you're running along the side of it, it feels great to just do that, but even when you get to the top, you get a reward for dodging all the obstacles on the side. It's so good. You get to run even faster as a reward. Speed is a good reward for a Sonic game. Please do more of this. Oh, Speed Highway is just so full of little treats for going fast, and your reward is often just being able to go fast even more or faster. And it's great. Speed Highway is just fantastic. You jump onto a helicopter as the helicopter flies away, and you land on the different building from the helicopter. You fall from the sky, you run down a building, there's helicopters shooting at you and chasing you. You crash through glass at super high speed, then you get to the end and the stage is over. Wait a minute. The stage isn't over. There's an entire other section. I swear, every single time I replay Speed Highway, I just forget that this part exists. It's a much quieter street level area. I say street level, you move between like 3-4 streets. There are some cars, there are some enemies. It's not very long. You can do this part in like 15 seconds if you know what you're doing. But it feels kind of out of place. Honestly, this whole slower part of Speed Highway feels like it's from a completely different level. Maybe even a completely different game. There's a reason for that. And that's probably because it is. We'll find out more about that later. But for now, let's just get on with the plot. So we go back to Station Square with Amy. Wait just a fucking minute. Amy still isn't here. Here we are, back in Station Square. We've just left Speed Highway. Nothing in the plot has changed. Nothing has happened. You could remove Speed Highway from the plot of Sonic Adventure, and nothing would change. Speed Highway just shows up, drops the best level design, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. So, now I guess it's time for us to just run around Station Square looking for Amy again. At this point, the plot is basically a contrivance so that level design can happen, and I'm okay with that. Especially if the level design is peak level design, like in Speed Highway. More of this, please. Anyway, as we explore around Station Square, we make our way to the casino area, where we hear Amy being kidnapped. Yeah, Amy just got kidnapped off screen, I guess. Sure, why not? We see her on the robot being dragged over to Mystic Ruins, which means we have to head over to there again. So we know Amy's being taken to the egg carrier. The egg carrier's flown off towards Angel Island, so we head towards there. And there's not really anything to do here. We can go to Red Mountain, we can look at the Master Emerald, but that's about it. The issue is when we try and get to Red Mountain, we're blocked by a caged monkey. Okay. We can't homing attack the caged monkey because... So now what? Well, luckily, if we look to our left and move 20 feet, there's an item which gives Sonic the Lightspeed attack, which is, as you could guess, it's just the Lightspeed dash, but in attack form. We use this to destroy the monkey, and then we can get to Red Mountain. So it's pretty obvious that at this point the devs were really struggling to find a way to naturally gatekeep players from getting to Red Mountain early. But whatever, I guess it works. For now, let's just carry on with the game. So Red Mountain feels a lot less like a mountain and more of a volcanic canyon, which is a good thing. I like Red Mountain. You've got bottomless caverns, falling rocks, flowing lava, all separated between different hills, peaks which you zipline between to really both separate the stage and give it a very fun sense of flow. But I think most of all, Red Mountain has a great blend of everything you would want in a Sonic level. The slower areas have all these little secrets. You can do skips with the spin dash jump. There's a really fun one at the start that I like to perform whenever I try and speedrun this game. You've got diverging paths later on, which you can use to get extra one-ups or just more rings, traverse and fight different enemies. It very much feels like every single time I play through Red Mountain, I'm doing it differently. And that keeps the stage feeling fresh. And I just like Red Mountain, okay? And to top it all off, you've got the sheer spectacle of the end of the first half of the stage has Sonic just diving into the volcano, which is where we begin the interior section of the volcano, which is where all the fast stuff in this stage is. Whilst the music outside Red Mountain has a lot more pianos, brass instruments, the inside feels a lot more grungy, a bit more bombastic. Both tracks do a great job at amplifying the atmospheres that each distinct section of the stage has. I keep talking about how much I like Red Mountain. Red Mountain's just a fun stage. Inside the volcano is a lot more linear than outside. Outside has a lot more branching paths. Inside is a lot more linear, but that also means we go a lot more fast. It's a lot more direct. You start in this quite tight, cramped corridor where you've got fire and lava jutting out of the sides. You've got to dodge those obstacles. There are enemies. There's a couple power-ups if you get the right jumps. But once you finish the corridor, you're thrust into this giant open lava room. You still progress through here on a fairly linear path, having to knock down these pillars to use as bridges to get over the lava. But it all feels a lot more open. It feels like you're figuring out how to go forward instead of just going forward. It all comes together to form this really nice, cohesive flow that I think more stages in this game really could have done with. Using the homing attack to clear through enemies, to get over the lava, all feels very good. Then you get through this tunnel, you end up outside Red Mountain, and you see the egg carrier just flying away, and there's no hope of catching up. That is until motherfucking Tails shows up! And he's got a brand new airplane, so Sonic jumps on board, we chase after the egg carrier, and it's another on-rails section. It's the same minigame as before. Nothing really interesting here. I mean, there's more enemies, there's more obstacles, it's a bit longer. We actually don't get shot down this time. Well, technically. We do crash, but we crash on the egg carrier. This is also where the egg carrier transforms into its more combat mode, as opposed to its fast cruiser mode, which I don't see the point of the fast cruiser mode, because Tails' shitty little plane was still able to catch up with it. And this unlocks the third and final of the 3 adventure hubs. That's right, the egg carrier is one of the hubs. We don't really get to explore it a whole lot at this point in the game, especially considering we crash right next to the entrance for the next stage, so why would we? There's also, we can't really go anywhere at this point. So I guess all there is to do now is start the next stage. So we begin Skydeck not actually on the deck, but underneath the deck. There are all these narrow walkways, they've all got railings on them. Well, for the most part, you can slip off at points. There are these giant rotating cylinders which Sonic can shimmy around, or if you're gamer enough, you can just jump around them. It's actually pretty fun to do that. Honestly, the majority of the underlevel has a lot of shortcuts that you can do, simply because instead of having walls, it's just bottomless pits. So you can spin dash jump almost anywhere that you can see. It's really a lot of fun to just try and get silly on this level. This means that things like shortcuts, secrets are less about searching and more about seeing if you can actually get to any point that you can see, which most of the time you can if you know what you're doing. The music on Skydeck is also really good. It's just full of electric guitar. It sounds exactly like something that the US military would use as part of a recruitment campaign, which is kind of fitting. This is a warship after all. Overall, this stage really stands out from everything else we've played so far. The first section does have its problems though. Sonic's movement isn't really designed for narrow walkways. It's designed with wide open expanses, or at the very least, if you're on a straight corridor, a lot of space to maneuver around on that corridor. So you will often find yourself just running into the railings. This means you'll lose your momentum, and also just the camera as a whole is not really built for this sort of area. It's pretty tight, so the camera is constantly clipping against obstacles and the walls, and it just doesn't really enjoy it. Anyway, the first section, we run along the railings a bunch. There are so many of these until eventually we reach this giant, not so much an arena because you're still on the railings, but you're moving on the railings circling this giant turret, and once you get to the turret, you fire a rocket into it, blow the turret up, and then somehow you just magically teleport onto the top side of the ship. It's never explained. You're just here now. Somehow. And it is very windy, which I guess makes sense. The ship is moving after all, and I would assume it's moving fast, and you're also incredibly high up, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of wind around here. The top side is a lot more open, but you are still going to be following a very linear path, except now you have the wind pushing against you. The direction is always the same, but you're not always going in the same direction against the wind, so it changes the stage up a bit. There's also, for some reason, an absurd number of enemies in this section. They're all static turrets, but I don't know why there's so many turrets in this section compared to everywhere else in the game. I think there are very, very few sections in the game with this many enemies, and when they do, that's kind of the gimmick. The turrets aren't really an obstacle though, they just take pot shots at you and mostly miss unless you're standing still. And I guess the wind can make it a bit more difficult to dodge them, but you can just run straight past most of them. What is interesting in the top side though is this really long runway, which is where all of Eggman's ships fly out from. I assume they're Eggman's at least. Either way, we just run through it. We just run along the runway. Weirdly enough, that's kind of Sonic's gist. But as Sonic is making his way along the runway, different planes and ships and robots just keep appearing out of nowhere, so the runway is kind of falling apart as we're moving along it. So it's not just a straight path, you have to be paying attention to what's coming up ahead, knowing when to slow down, knowing when to jump, and it makes it a bit more interesting than a lot more of the speed sections that we've come across so far. A lot of them have just been hold forward. This one, admittedly, is still hold forward, but it's hold forward and occasionally press the jump button. It can be a little bit fiddly to learn at first, but overall I'd say it does a pretty good job at rewarding the player for actually learning the level, as opposed to Casinopolis, which just kind of told the player to go fuck themselves. But once we finish with the runway, there's another turret, and this one's just annoying. It keeps rotating, so we have to magically teleported. And this is another section where, conceptually, really cool idea. Execution, not so cool. The whole area is this giant rectangle. Not a complete flat rectangle, obviously there's different geometry all around the area to actually climb up and move around, as well as some enemies to maneuver around and defeat. But the general shape of the area is just a giant rectangle, but what gets interesting about it is the rectangle and the stage itself rotates. This means that the environment that you're maneuvering around is not constantly, but occasionally it will change and you'll have to adapt to that. You'll have to relearn the geometry and the environment around you, which gets really interesting. The problem, however, is that Sonic Adventure was not designed for this sort of thing. You can feel the game crying out in pain whenever any serious stage element has to move around and Sonic has to try and stay in place on anything that is moving. The collision and the camera angles all just really fall apart in this area, and with any area where things aren't moving on a perfectly aligned X or Y axis. But eventually we get to the far back wall, we climb it, we hit the switch, and we end the stage. Skydeck is one of those stages where I appreciate that it is just constantly throwing new ideas at you, so things never get stale or boring. But at the same time, so few of its ideas feel like they're working. A lot of the stage feels more like a nuisance to just get past rather than an obstacle to overcome. I want to like Skydeck more than I do, because it's just so creative. But all that creativity just gets wasted when none of the ideas are executed very well. So now that we've cleared Skydeck, we managed to find ourselves on top of the egg carrier, on the deck, right as Eggman is stealing another Chaos Emerald from Amy. So, guess all that stuff we did for Amy was for nothing. Thanks, Amy. Before we can actually challenge Eggman to a fight and try to get the Chaos Emerald back, though, one of Eggman's robots, known as E102 Gamma, shows up, and we have to fight him in another, not quite a boss fight, but I guess technically a boss fight. We just homing attack him 3 times. It is not difficult. Honestly, all of the fights against the other playable characters, no matter whose playthrough it is, are just so laughably easy. You could probably remove them from the game and it would make the game a little bit better, in my opinion. I guess they flesh out the story. It's cool to see the characters all interacting with each other at the very least, but the fights themselves are really just there for padding. Anyway, we defeat Gamma. Sonic's about to kill Gamma, but before Sonic can finish Gamma off, Amy steps in and tells Sonic to spare Gamma, because turns out Gamma's not so evil and is the one who actually helped Amy to escape. I say escape, she's still here. Eggman's still got the Chaos Emerald, but they're friends, so Sonic agrees to spare him and decides to track down Eggman. While Sonic does that, Tails agrees to actually help Amy get off the egg carrier, seeing as, well, Tails can fly, Amy can't, the ship's still in the air, she needs the help. But how's Sonic gonna get down? We'll get to that. For now we have to chase Eggman, and the chase, technically, isn't very far, it's just at the front end of the egg carrier. There's just one problem, we can't get to the front end of the egg carrier right now, because if you'll recall, the egg carrier transformed into the weird combat mode, so we have to turn it back into the cruiser mode. Sounds simple enough. A little bit annoying to do though. At least I think it's annoying. But this is also our first chance to truly explore the egg carrier. Remember, this is one of the adventure fields. This is classed as a hub world. It just doesn't really feel like it a lot of the time, because whenever you come here, you're kind of being rushed. For now though, we explore the egg carrier until we eventually find the cockpit, where Eggman has this absolute throne. Brilliant chair, absolutely fantastic. That's a place where you sit when you are in charge, and when we sit on it, the chair actually moves forward and it reveals a little switch, and we stand on the switch. Ship transforms back to its original shape, and now we can chase Eggman. As soon as we get to the front of the ship and meet up with Eggman again, Chaos just appears out of nowhere. Chaos's tail is back. I didn't even know Chaos had a tail, let alone that it was missing, but he's got it. Big the Cat is also here. Who is Big the Cat? He's here to save Froggy. Who is Froggy? Sonic does not know the answer to any of these questions. But he says if Big's a friend, then sure, he can hang around, I guess. So Sonic just tells Big to go hang by the side while Sonic deals with the fight, which I'll give Sonic this, that's selfless, I think. Time for Chaos 6. Sonic skipped a couple Chaos numbers, but it's fine. This is probably the best Chaos fight. There are these little ice bombs that spawn around the arena, and we got to pick them up and throw them at Chaos to freeze them, and then once they're frozen, we can attack them. Simple, straightforward, decent combat loop. Of course there's problems. It's a Sonic adventure game. See, Sonic Adventure has this weird thing where it was not designed to pick stuff up. At least not in hectic situations like this. So you have to slow down to a complete stop, then press the button, and then start moving again. Then the throwing animation is just a really long wind up, so you're having to run towards Chaos as Chaos is moving towards you for like a good second or so, and that does not sound like a long time, but when you're both moving towards each other in a very small arena, that means a lot of the time you're just going to run into Chaos and damage yourself. You can also damage yourself on the bombs, some of Chaos's attacks. They're not too difficult to avoid. Plus, whenever you get hit, you can just pick your rings back up, so it's a little bit of a nuisance, but it's fine. Again, all of the bosses in this game are generally fine. So after we've defeated Chaos for the third time, Eggman is in complete shock at how we're able to defeat a being made of water after he gave it 6 magical rocks. I'm confused as well. Whilst Eggman's doing all of his rambling, Knuckles just shows up, says hello, and then Eggman leaves, and then Sonic chases him. Knuckles doesn't do anything. Sonic just jumps off the egg carrier to his death, presumably. Like, why did Knuckles show up? This makes no sense. Knuckles is just here. Sonic has jumped off the egg carrier without a parachute. Knuckles can glide. Why did Sonic not get Knuckles' help? He's right there. Like, Eggman can leave because he's got his little floating chair thing, which I just learned is called the Eggmobile, which is a great name. Sonic can't fly, he can't glide, he's just gonna go crashing towards the floor and just splat on the ground, except he doesn't. He bounces. What is Sonic made of? He doesn't even bounce very high, he just lands in the middle of the jungle, does one bounce off the floor and just shakes it off like it's nothing. How? What is Sonic? We don't even have the time to really question the implications of any of this, because before the cutscene's even over, Sonic sees this mysterious light off in the distance and decides to follow it, as anyone would do when they're probably concussed. Doing so takes him to this huge, giant... I don't think it's a pyramid, it's an ancient structure, definitely, but I'm not sure what the correct term is. It's clearly inspired by a lot of South American civilizations, but we found some ruins, presumably the Mystic Ruins. And now we can play Lost World. That's right, Lost World, not Sonic Lost World. That's a different game. This is just Lost World in Sonic Adventure. Lost World is probably one of the most memorable stages in this game, for better and worse, but it also has what is quite easily the least memorable music track in the entire game. Like, it's fine, it does a good job at setting up the stage's atmosphere. It's not painful to listen to, it's just very forgettable. I'm saying this and I can't even remember what Lost World's music sounds like right now. It feels very much like how you describe Breath of the Wild's music. You know, none of it's terrible. You just, when you turn the game off, you can't remember what Breath of the Wild's music really sounded like for the most part. The stage though, oh, now that definitely leaves an impression. You start off running down this cylinder. There's obstacles sticking out the floor, there's fire coming out of the walls. It's a fun time. It's a nice introduction to the stage with a lot of going fast. We like going fast in Sonic games. It is fun. You jump out of the cylinder at the very end, and if you've got enough speed, you can fly over. There's some obstacles. It's easy to get a one-up. It's good. You get to go fast. You're rewarded for going fast. And then we get to the Snake Room. This is easily one of the worst sections in the whole of Sonic Adventure. It's another case of, conceptually, great idea. Problem, the game was not built for it. This does not function at all. So the idea is simple. There's a moving platform on the water. We have to raise the water level by flipping some switches in the room. The higher the water level, the higher the moving platform goes, and it just circles around, so we can just keep getting to different areas of the room. Very simple, very straightforward. Problem, the platform in the center just does not work. Like I said before, Sonic Adventure does not like platforms that are not moving in a very linear XY direction. This is moving in a circle, so whenever you're standing on the platform, it is actively trying to push you off, and when you fall off, especially in the center, it is a gamble on whether or not you're going to make it back. So when you're stood on the platform, you have to move around as little as possible, otherwise you risk being thrown off for absolutely no reason. And you have to jump on and off this at least 3 times to actually get to the switches to continuously raise the water level to get to high enough to leave the room. Again, if this section worked, it would probably be pretty fun, but it just doesn't. Every time I get to this room and different playthroughs of this game, I just sigh. Luckily, when you know what you're doing, you can get through this section in maybe a minute, but my first playthrough, it took about half an hour for me to get through this room. Half an hour is a very long time in a game where stages are meant to be beaten in less than 5 minutes. But eventually, we get out the snake pit, go through some more corridors, and then we get to the darkness. You've definitely seen this idea done in several other games by this point. Dark room, pitch black, can't see anywhere, so you need to light it up. To light the room up further, you just grab the mirror, move it around to the next mirror, so that the light is just bouncing around the room, and you can see more of it as you're going along. What's nice though is that all of the geometry is still there even when you can't see it. So if you know this part of the level well enough, you can just do it quite literally blind. And this means you can do it fast as well. I really like the darkness section. There are some obstacles, some enemies, but there's really not a whole lot to say outside of the light gimmick. I think it's fair enough that they didn't throw much else in here, otherwise it probably would get a little bit overwhelming. The only major problems I really have with this section are, on the DX version, the mirrors didn't work for me, at least on Steam. They were so needlessly fiddly. I don't know why, but you had to be absurdly precise with where you aimed the mirror, otherwise it just wouldn't work. I was very tempted to just give up and try to do it completely blind, having never done this level before. The other problem I have with it is you can get a power-up called the magnet shield here. Now what the magnet shield does is, for one, it's a shield, but it also pulls rings towards you. This is usually quite handy, but to finish the darkness section, you have to light speed dash. The issue here is that the magnet shield breaks the trail of rings if you get too close to it. You can still use it, but you have to really focus on your positioning way more than any other point in the game. You can just ignore the magnet shield, obviously, you don't have to pick it up, but your first instinct is going to be to pick it up. And again, you can do it with the magnet shield, but it is just a little bit more fiddly and a little bit more annoying. So we've got one more major area left in Lost World, but on our way to the last section, we've got one of the most interesting set pieces in the whole game. Why is it interesting? Because it's barely functional. You guys have seen Indiana Jones, right? If not, I'd highly recommend watching them, or at least the first 3. They're available on Disney+, or at least the first 15 minutes, because that's where the boulder is. You know, he lifts the treasure off the pedestal, that triggers a switch which sends a boulder rolling after him. Either way, at least watch the first 15 minutes of Indiana Jones, and then probably watch the rest of the trilogy, because there's a lot of punching Nazis, and punching Nazis is always a good thing. Anyway, boulders. Now it's Sonic's turn to run away from a boulder. Here's the thing with this boulder though. It's a little bit silly. So the way this boulder works looks pretty straightforward. Sonic's on a ramp. The boulder is on a ramp. The boulder rolls down the ramp, moving towards Sonic. Sonic runs away from the boulder, trying not to die. Very straightforward so far. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. Except for when we look at how this boulder was programmed. See, the developers wanted to make this section feel tense. You're being chased by a giant boulder that can very easily crush you. This would be tense in a normal situation. So the boulder doesn't land and then just start rolling at a set speed and momentum, because then, well, you could just outrun it very easily without any problems, especially if you're good enough at the game and you know it's coming. All the tension would just disappear. There's also the fact that trying to accurately simulate physics on hardware this old back in 1998 would have been very difficult if it would have been possible at all. So accurate physics simulation was out of the question. Having the boulder roll down the hill at a fixed speed would have required a lot of time and a lot of testing to try and find the perfect speed and the perfect balance to make sure it's not going too fast that it'll just hit the player no matter how fast they're going, but also not so slow that it doesn't feel like there's any pressure at all. So what they did is they programmed the boulder so that its speed would be tied to Sonic's speed. Now in theory, this is actually quite a good idea. If the boulder is always travelling at just the right speed to consistently be just behind Sonic, you can consistently create the illusion that the player has just barely managed to escape it, no matter what their skill level is. You get younger, inexperienced players who might not be very good at video games feel really accomplished that they managed to just about escape the boulder unscathed, and you've also got the reward of more experienced players feeling like they're very skilled, feeling like they've managed to actually surpass an obstacle. In theory, everybody wins, but the scaling on the boulder's speed isn't a one-to-one match with Sonic's. If it was, then the player could just slow down and see the boulder slowing down. They could stop in place and the boulder would stop as well. So instead, the boulder has these checkpoints where it will speed up or slow down depending on how fast the player is currently going. That way it's occasionally checking whether or not it does need to speed up, whether or not it does need to slow down. The issues, however, come in between these points. See, it's still basing its acceleration on how fast Sonic's going at that point in time. So eventually, if Sonic keeps going faster and faster and faster, so will the boulder, and eventually, no matter how fast you go, the boulder will be moving faster than you, and you will be punished for playing the game too well. You will be punished for going too fast. Needless to say, this is very antithetical to Sonic's entire design philosophy. Gotta go fast, whilst it wasn't his catchphrase at this point in time, it was still the entire point of Sonic's gameplay. So you get hit by the boulder for doing the thing the entire game is about, for going fast. But that's no problem, the boulder's gone past you now. You can just carry on. You're not gonna catch up to the boulder because it's outsped you. It's going faster than you. Therefore, you should just be able to carry on like normal. No, that is not the case. So you just spin dash, get your momentum back up, and you've just hit the boulder again. Remember, the boulder's speed is tied to Sonic's speed. So if Sonic stops moving because he was, hit by a giant boulder, the boulder's gonna slow down as well. Which means instead of just carrying on and being miles ahead of you by the time you can act again, the boulder is right in front of you, but you can't see it because of the camera being in a fixed position, looking behind you. Because why would the boulder be in front of you? This is why the boulder would be in front of you, but clearly the devs just didn't account for that. So you can very easily die on this section simply because you played the game too well. Your natural instinct when you see a boulder barreling towards you at very high speeds is to go at even very higher speeds to try and outrun the boulder, but you're being punished for outrunning the boulder, so instead you have to kind of find this weird in-between speed, which nobody wants to find an in-between precise speed in the Sonic game. The most precise speed you should be going is as fast as you possibly can. The boulder isn't a complete roadblock. It might kill you once or twice and cause you to use one or two of your extra lives, but it's just silly. It's very silly. And I love it for some reason. It's just such a glaring oversight. I don't see how they possibly missed it, but they did. I guess the devs just weren't as good at the game as some people. Maybe? That's how I'm justifying it. I mean, it can't really be justified. It's punishing the player for being good at the game. But regardless of our skill level, we do eventually surpass the boulder, and we're now in the final section of Lost World. Just like the rest of Lost World, great ideas, mixed execution. Have you ever seen Mario Galaxy? You ever played Mario Galaxy? You should. It's very good. This has some gravity bending ideas, just like that. And also, just like Sonic Lost World. It's wild how much Sonic Lost World shares of Mario Galaxy, and also how much Sonic Lost World shares of Mario Galaxy. So to get through this room, we've got these weird gravity panels on the walls, which we can walk along. We progress up as we climb the room. We walk around the walls. It's all very straightforward. You know, there are some obstacles on the path. It controls weird because you're moving around on walls in an late 90s 3D platformer. So of course it was going to control weird. What would you expect? It's generally pretty well paced. It introduces more and more obstacles as it goes along. Initially there really aren't any obstacles at all, and then it starts throwing things like little turrets, flamethrowers coming out of the wall, that sort of thing, and we can jump on and off the walls at several points throughout this section to give ourselves a little space to breathe, which is always nice. But what's great about this room is you can just skip it entirely. On one of the first panels you can see, if you just spin dash jump off of it, remember, it carries your velocity in whatever direction you're going. So if you're going straight up, you will just soar into the sky. This also means you can just soar to the very last platform, hit the switch, and light speed dash out of the room and finish the level. It's that easy. I really like Lost World for some reason. It's broken. It's bad. Half of the level doesn't work. But again, much like Skydeck, it throws so many ideas at you, and I just love it. So upon finishing the level, Sonic finds himself in this giant chamber with a huge mural on the wall, which seems to depict some giant water monster destroying a civilization. Weird. What could all of this be? What could all of this mean? Who knows? Not I. Certainly not I. But while Sonic's staring at the mural, he begins to experience this weird vision, a flashback of sorts, of an area not unlike the temple he's just been exploring, except this area is on fire. So, bit of a difference there. Upon exploring the area, Sonic finds the Master Emerald. It's just there. Cool. And it's looking a lot less ruined than it did earlier on Angel Island. It's in one piece this time. The people around it, not so much. They've seen better days. Here we can see a lot of Chao, which we'll get into the Chao, don't you worry. The Chao aren't in the best shape. They're suffering. They are in a lot of pain. And amongst all the dying, injured Chao, there stands a lone Echidna who's just staring in shock at all of the horrible stuff that is going on right now. I guess she knows what's happening, because Sonic certainly doesn't. He is very confused right now, and rightfully so. The mysterious Echidna then approaches the Master Emerald, does some weird spell, and Sonic is just transported back to the present, back to the jungle just outside Lost World. Very confused as to what just happened. We don't really linger on any of that though. When Sonic wakes up, he just sees Eggman flying past in his Eggmobile and just decides it's on sight. He does not like Eggman. He sees Eggman and just needs to kill. He has the attention span of a slice of toast and just pure hatred for this dude. Low-key, I kind of respect it. Anyway, it turns out Eggman's base is like 30 feet away from where we were, so Sonic just chases Eggman to his base, and we begin Sonic's final stage, Final Egg. Final Egg is a little bit of a mixed bag for me. The atmosphere of an Eggman base, which is, I believe, also a factory that produces all of Eggman's robots, it's a really cool idea for a stage. It's got a really cool atmosphere, but it's the execution of a lot of its ideas that really drags it down for me. This is a pattern I'm noticing with a lot of the later stages in Sonic Adventure. Luckily, all of the parts that aren't executed very well don't overstay their welcome. You can get through them in a matter of moments, but they're still there. They're still annoying. You can't avoid them, you just have to get through them. None of them really ruin the stage, but they are just a nuisance to deal with. So, Final Egg starts with a series of hallways, corridors with some obstacles, some robots, all that pretty standard stuff. There's this wall of lasers, which is weirdly difficult to get past. You just have to defeat the turrets standing at the side so you can get through, but for some reason the collision and the homing attack just doesn't seem to lock onto them properly. So I normally just spin dash the one at the very bottom and just go straight through them. Then we've got a very standard room with conveyor belts that are going against you or going towards you, so you have to adjust your speed and time your jumps at the right moments. It's standard stuff, but it's good, it's fine. There's this weird cylinder section where it's spinning, so moving around it isn't the most intuitive, but there's no obstacles here, so you can just kind of walk through it. It's easy, it's just annoying. And that's kind of a pattern with Final Egg. There's a lot of very small, very quick new ideas thrown at you in sort of a gauntlet. There are these air ducts with floating platforms for you to jump between and homing attack any enemies to get between them. Then they start throwing in hammers for you to time your jumps between. There's this really inefficient elevator that I kind of vibe with. It doesn't just use cords to pull you up. Instead, it has robot arms on each side that just grab and climb their way up. It's so silly. It's so impractical. And I love Eggman for this. This is the exact kind of stupid shit that you would make just to say you did it. Then there's this room that's just... its gimmick is it just keeps spawning enemies, so you just run past the enemies. Or you can lightspeed attack them to just leave Sonic perpetually attacking them for what feels like ages. But you just run past them. Then you've got this falling section, which is something we'd see in future Sonic games quite a bit, but it's another one where execution doesn't really live up to how good the idea is. A lot of that is because the render distance doesn't really work too well, so you just see platforms spawning in before you can react. Luckily, if you miss them, you just land at the bottom and then you can go around rather than having to restart from the last checkpoint. But it's annoying, and it just really shows off that the game could not really handle this sort of stuff. The section with the fans I just find very annoying. It feels like it wants you to just sprint through them, because otherwise you don't carry enough momentum to actually make the jumps. But then if you sprint through them, then you don't always make the jumps anyway. You've got to find that balance of speed again, which just isn't something that Sonic players are going to want to do. We want to go fast. But eventually, we get to the last room. There's not really anything significant here aside from all these creepy Tails, Knuckles, and Sonic dolls. There is a reason why they're there. We'll see that later. But for now, we just run through. And that's final stage, final egg, final over. But Final Egg doesn't really feel like much of a final egg to me. It's not really held back by the same level of issues that stages like Lost World and Casinopolis are held back by, but it's... I don't know, something about it just isn't very climactic. I think a lot of it's because of it's throwing a lot of new ideas right at you, and you don't really get new ideas very late in most video games. Instead, the last level is normally a test of everything you've learned so far, but Final Egg isn't really that. It's still throwing new ideas at you, just constantly. But what Final Egg does have is an absolute banger of a soundtrack. Just take a listen to this. This is such a good track. But Final Egg isn't the final egg. No, it's just the final stage. We still have one more boss fight before Sonic's campaign is actually over. Because the final egg that we need to beat isn't the egg the stage, it's the egg the man. I think this might be the best boss fight in the game. It still has its problems. It is a Sonic Adventure boss fight. It's pretty standard 3D platformer boss fight. You dodge the attacks, a window opens up, you take the window and you attack. He then uses a different attack pattern for the next cycle. Rinse, repeat, defeat. I think the most fiddly part of this boss fight is when he sends out his saw blades and you have to jump onto them because it creates platforms. And then when they move back in, you jump off the platforms and then you homing attack Eggman. It's another cool idea with fiddly execution. Once again, this is a very consistent theme with Sonic Adventure. For some reason the collision on them is just very awkward, and also because of how momentum works in this game, when you start a jump, it can be really annoying to actually get the timing right, to actually jump on them without hitting the saws and damaging yourself. But eventually, we defeat the Egg Dragoon, and that's it. Except that's not it. It has one more attack. Eggman decides, I'm taking you out with me, and just destroys whatever platform Sonic is standing on. So once you've got his life bar down to 0, you have to keep paying attention and move out of the way of Eggman just kamikazeing whatever platform you're standing on. If you don't, then I hope you like that boss fight, because you have to do it again.
Hey, I'll play with you some other
I had to do it again. Several times. It is very cheap, very stupid. It should not have been in the game, but it is. So, fuck you, I guess. So, that's it. That's Sonic's campaign done. We're back at Mystic Ruins of Tails. We're running around. Sonic and Tails are having the time of their lives. Why are we back here? How did we get back here? That's an excellent question. Anyway, we see Eggman and his Eggmobile just fall out of the sky. We're not going to help them. We're just going to leave Eggman to die. Okay, cool. Sonic and Tails then just run around Mystic Ruins for a bit, having the time of their lives, and then Sonic jumps off the cliff. I hope Tails catches him, because again, Sonic can't swim. I guess we'll never find out, because now the credits roll. That's it. It's over. Sonic's adventure is over, and what an adventure it was. We've had so many highs, we've had so many lows, we've had so much bad voice acting. Oh my god, there was so much bad voice acting. We've had peak level design, we've had the bottom of the barrel of level design. Truly, this has been a complete roller coaster of emotion. So what did we learn? I don't know. What did we accomplish? I do not know. But what I do know is that this is not the end of Sonic Adventure. We are not even close to the end of Sonic Adventure, because Sonic's adventure in Sonic Adventure is not the only Sonic Adventure. No, there are 5 more Sonic Adventures in Sonic Adventure, but none of them are a Sonic Adventure. They're all different adventures. Does that make sense? It should make sense. There are 5 other playable characters, each one with their own playstyle, story, and stages to go through. See, at several points throughout Sonic's story, we just bumped into different characters. If you recall, we bumped into Big and Knuckles on the egg carrier, who were just there for some reason. Well, they both have their own stories, which explains why they're just on the egg carrier at that point in time. All the stories are all happening in parallel with each other, which, for the time back in 1998, this was quite an ambitious way of telling a story, especially in a video game. Now, I am going to go through all of these campaigns, but I'm not going to do it in the same level of detail as I had with the Sonic story. There are a lot of overlapping details between them, and frankly it would just be a waste of time to cover them all in the same level of detail, because, well, we've already gone over those details. It would also take way too long, and this video is long enough as it is. In fact, this video is probably way too long. So let's just rip the band-aid off, and we'll get started with the second playable character, Tails. So Tails' story begins at the same point as Sonic's story. He's flying his plane, testing out his new Chaos Emerald engine, when he crashes and lands on Emerald Coast. Except Tails doesn't get to play on Emerald Coast, no, because, well, he's unconscious the entire time at the plane crash. It's not until Sonic comes to rescue him that we actually get to play as Tails, and we just get thrown straight into Station Square, which is where we first get to try out Tails' moveset. Tails is a good bit different to Sonic. First off, he can just fly, like whenever he wants. Flying just breaks so much of the level design in all of the best ways. I love being able to fly as Tails. It is very silly. It is quite limited. You can only fly for a few seconds, and it does replace Tails' homing attack, so he is a lot more limited in terms of being able to defend himself. But Tails also moves at a very similar speed to Sonic anyway, so you can just run through most of the stages pretty much the exact same if you really want to. Or, you know, you can just fly because you carry your momentum in the air, so you will just fly through so many of the stages. So we do all the stuff that happens in Sonic's story. We get on the train to go to Mystic Ruins, we fight Eggman, we get the Keystone outside Tails' house, we go to Windy Valley, and now we get Tails' first actual stage. But different characters and different movesets also mean different playstyles. And whilst the level design technically doesn't really change all that much, the way you actually interact with the level, especially its Tails, does change quite a lot. All of Tails' stages are not just get from point A to point B like all of Sonic's are, they're races against Sonic. So you have to get from point A to point B, but you have to do it faster than Sonic does. But thanks to Tails' moveset, you are encouraged to use that flying to break the level design wide open and take full advantage of your moveset to get leagues ahead of Sonic. And you can get so far ahead of Sonic, especially in Windy Valley. There are no walls here. If you can see somewhere, you can fly to it. And you can really, really abuse that as Tails. The thing with all of Tails stages as well, though, so Sonic's Windy Valley, we had the Valley section, we had the Tornado section, and then we had the Sky section. Tails just has the Sky section. All of Tails' stages are like this. They are significantly shorter. There are also these rings you can find throughout the air, which if you fly through them, they give you a speed boost, because Tails needed that, I guess, even though he really didn't, but they're fun. They encourage you to actually explore the areas that you couldn't as Sonic, such as, well, the sky. And the game tries to add in a bit of extra challenge by making it so that Sonic, well, he cheats. The rubber banding on Sonic is absurd. Or it would be if Tails himself wasn't absurd in just how much he can break the level design. So there's really not much challenge to these stages at all. But they're fun, they're a nice palate cleanser after having gone through all of Sonic's campaign, and they're also just a fun novelty. Plus they're short enough that they don't overstay their welcome, but I do also kind of wish they were a little bit longer. That might just be because I'm constantly breaking these and going through them faster than the devs probably expected though. So once we're done with Windy Valley and we've got the Chaos Emerald, it continues to be the exact same as Sonic's story. The only difference is the power-ups we can get. If Tails heads to the sewers in Station Square, he can get the Jet Anklet instead of the Lightspeed Dash. The Jet Anklet just lets Tails fly even faster, which he did not need, but we'll take it. Then it's back to Casinopolis, where we race Sonic through the garbage area. We go outside, we get mugged and drugged by Eggman. You know the drill. It's back to Mystic Ruins, it's back to Ice Cap. We snowboard down Ice Cap, but just snowboard. We don't do the inside section, it's just snowboarding as Tails. It's probably the most fitting race out of all of them, because it is the only one that, even in Sonic's story, is actually a race. Technically you're racing against the Avalanche and not the other mammal. But the snowboarding section is fun regardless of who you're playing as, so yeah, I like it. Then we go back to Mystic Ruins, we fight Knuckles in Mystic Ruins, again, we fight Chaos in the Pond Dimension, again, we fly the Tornado, again, we get shot down by the Egg Carrier, again. If you remember, at this point in Sonic's story, he gets distracted by Amy, whilst Tails got separated during the plane crash. So now our story actually diverges a bit from Sonic's. This is uncharted territory we're heading into now. See, while Sonic landed in Station Square, Tails somehow landed all the way in the jungle of Mystic Ruins, and he is just so fucking miserable about how uncool he is compared to Sonic. Like, Tails, you have built several aeroplanes and powered them using a magic rock. Why are you comparing yourself to a blue hedgehog that goes fast? So this is basically the crux of Tails' entire story arc in this game. He just wants to be as cool as he thinks Sonic is. But honestly, Sonic is kind of a dick in this game, but we'll get to that later. So as Tails is just wandering around the jungle, feeling sorry for himself, he stumbles upon a goddamn Chaos Emerald just lying there on the floor. The Chaos Emerald then gets eaten by a frog? What? I love frogs. The frog deserves the Chaos Emerald. I don't know why it ate the Chaos Emerald, but sure, why not? Maybe flies look like Chaos Emeralds in Sonic Land, I don't know. Whatever, the frog hops away and we follow the frog to Sand Hill. Where is Sand Hill? I don't know. But Sand Hill is another snowboarding section, except it's on sand. So I guess sandboarding. Whatever boarding it is, we get to the end. we find the frog. How did the frog get to the bottom of Sandhill before us? How fast can this frog go? Anyway, let's just ignore the implications of the amphibian acceleration for now and just carry on with the story. I'm getting too caught up on the frog. So we grab the Chaos Emerald off the frog. I'm guessing Tails just reached into its mouth and pulled it back out. I don't think a frog could digest a Chaos Emerald. And now Tails gets his flashback to the Echidna tribe, similar to the one Sonic had when he was in Lost World. Now Tails gets to explore a much larger area than Sonic. He's basically in the centre of the city with all the Echidnas running around, just going about their day. There's also an upgrade here that Tails can get, which makes it one of, if not the only upgrade in the entire game that you can just miss. Because you can't come back here at any point. This upgrade gives Tails access to the twirl attack, so he just spins around. It damages enemies. This is also, it feels like it should be more important than something that's just so easily missable. Like, it feels as though the twirl attack would be a pretty integral part of Tails' moveset, but Sonic Adventure. This is Sonic Adventure, why am I expecting it to make sense? Anyway, to get through this section, we have to go to the front of the big pyramid structure where we first started and talk to this Echidna named Tikal, whom you may recognise as the Echidna who was standing in front of the Master Emerald during Sonic's playthrough. Now, Tikal tells Tails that the Chaos Emeralds and the Chao are linked, and that whoever brings the 7 Chaos Emeralds to Chaos will control Chaos. Oh yeah, Chaos. Before he can continue his conversation with Tikal, Tails gets snapped back to the present. And Tikal, who probably had no idea what was going on, just thought Tails bailed on her, so she's probably pissed at that dude. Before Tails can even process any of what's just happened though, Big the cat shows up, just screaming over Frog, which is called Froggy. I love Froggy. But this causes Froggy to run away. I would also run away if a very large man started screaming my name and sprinting towards me. So Froggy leaves, with Big in pursuit, and Tails is just stood there wondering what the fuck is going on. And to be fair, so am I, but Tails doesn't really have time to be confused because I guess it's time for him to use his Chaos Emerald to repair his plane. Actually, not bad storytelling there, setting up that Tails has been using Chaos Emeralds to power his planes, and now he's got another one so he can repair his plane. It's a bit forced, but it works. So we go back to Tails' house, Tails repairs his plane, we fly off on the runway, and we fly over Rad Mountain, where we just so happen to see Sonic, pick Sonic up, and it continues again the same as Sonic's story from here for a bit. How Tails even knew that Sonic was at Red Mountain, again, I have no idea. Maybe he just got lucky, maybe he just saw him with eyes like a fucking hawk, locked in, and just flew down. Genuinely, the only possibility that makes sense is it was a huge, very lucky coincidence. Anyway, we're doing the on-rails flight section again. We land on the egg carrier again. We do Skydeck again. This time we're racing just on the underneath the first section of Sonic stage. Then we're back on top. We fight Gamma. We leave the egg carrier with Amy. And Amy just runs away with Birdie. She's got her own shit going on, I guess. Tails, however, still in Station Square, spots Eggman falling out the sky and crashing his Eggmobile into the train station. I guess Eggman landed relatively safely though, because he then decides his best course of action is to launch a missile into Station Square, the place where he is currently at. If Eggman is going to lose, he is going to take everybody else out with him. Or at least, that was the plan. The missile ended up being a dud. It lands in Speed Highway, but it doesn't actually explode, which means he has to fly over to it in his little Eggmobile and trigger it manually, which just brings him even closer to the explosion. He is prepared to die. Why is this man so prepared to die? So, seeing all this go down, Tails simps for Sonic a little bit more and then follows Eggman in a very lukewarm pursuit. This leads up to Tails' final stage. Yes, this is his final stage, where he's racing against Eggman instead of Sonic, which is a neat little twist, I guess. Eggman, unlike Sonic, and much like Tails, can fly because he's in his Eggmobile, but really the differences are just cosmetic. Instead of seeing Sonic on the stage, you will see Eggman, and that's really it. The race is still easy. Instead of getting to a Chaos Emerald, like when all the times you're racing with Sonic, you're racing to get to the missile so that Tails can deactivate it and Eggman can not activate it, because then everyone will die. Because of Tails' flight, you actually go through this stage in a completely different way than Sonic's. Honestly, I think the stages are actually different stages. They're just using the same assets. But Tails' Speed Highway feels the most distinct out of all of his stages, at least when you compare them to Sonic's. Which is actually quite refreshing considering all of Tails' stages so far, unless you count Sand Hill, have all just been a small portion of Sonic's stages, but you can fly now. Tails gets to the missile, deactivates the missile, and then suddenly we're just in the courtyard outside Casinopolis, which is not where the entrance or the exit to Speed Highway are. In fact, that is the one part of Station Square that does not connect to Speed Highway at all. Eggman doesn't take us deactivating his missile the best. No, he summons a giant robot called the Egg Walker to crush and kill everyone, including Tails. This leads us into Tails' final boss fight, which it's more fiddly than it is difficult. This is really the only part in the game that we would have wanted Tails' spin attack for. You just have to hit the glowing parts of the legs when they start to glow. In the later phases, you have to hit multiple of the legs quickly enough, otherwise they'll send out an attack. You have to dodge the attack, and then if you miss, you just have to hit them again. Honestly, this fight is kind of a disappointment. I want a Tails exclusive boss fight to make use of the fact that Tails can fly, and this doesn't really do that. Instead, Tails' best option is to stay on the ground and occasionally jump over shockwaves. So Tails destroys the Egg Walker, the crowd cheers for Tails. He did save them, I guess, but Tails is still kind of simping for Sonic, so I don't know, I feel like it would have been nice to see Tails realise that he doesn't need to compare himself to Sonic all the time. Instead, he just continues to act like a simp. Like, it is not normal or healthy for Tails to constantly be comparing himself to his best friend who insults him a lot. But with all that over, Tails goes back to Mystic Ruins of Sonic, we see the two of them hanging out again, and that's Tails' story over. So yeah, that was a lot shorter than Sonic's story. We had only 5 stages instead of Sonic's 10, and those stages themselves were also significantly shorter than any of Sonic's, because they were just cut down versions of Sonic stages. But now that we've had a glimpse at how all the different intertwining stories in Sonic Adventure play out, let's take a look at the Sonic Adventure timeline, shall we? So right now, Tails and Sonic are both just doing the same thing until Tails splits off for about 20 minutes and then comes back to meet up with Sonic again. There's really not much variety here, but trust me, things do get a lot more interesting and also kind of confusing with the timeline when we look at our third playable character, Knuckles. So, unlike Tails, Knuckles actually gets his own story, not just an abridged version of Sonic's with a tiny little offshoot halfway through. In fact, this applies to the rest of the characters we'll be playing as, thankfully. Knuckles' story does overlap with Sonic's at a few points, hence why they meet up at several points in Sonic's story. But again, he has a completely different playstyle to Sonic, and also a completely different objective as a whole. He does not care about Eggman in the slightest. So Knuckles' story begins with him just chilling on Angel Island. He's fulfilling his destiny as he guards the Master Emerald. This was all established in Sonic 3. Knuckles and his tribe exist to guard the Master Emerald, protect the Master Emerald from anyone who wants to use it for evil. Knuckles is, however, the last of his kind, so it falls solely on him to protect it. Anyway, dude just sucks at his job because one day Chaos just appears on Angel Island out of nowhere, shatters the Master Emerald into several pieces, attacks Knuckles, and he just leaves. However, because the Master Emerald was shattered, Angel Island, which up until now was floating in the sky, comes crashing down to Earth, and that's how it ended up at Mystic Ruins. Anyway, because it's Knuckles' job to protect the Master Emerald, This also means that it's his job to restore the Master Emerald. So Knuckles' quest is all about searching for the pieces of the Master Emerald so that he can repair it and return Angel Island back into the sky. Like most playable characters, we first gain control of Knuckles in Station Square, and his first stage is Speed Highway. Now as Sonic, we got to Speed Highway by opening this door with the keycard. We can't get there as Knuckles because at this point in the story, Sonic hasn't opened that door, so it's locked. So to get to Speed Highway, Knuckles has to go to the back entrance in the downtown area and access Speed Highway that way. But if you remember, when we left Speed Highway as Sonic, we were not in Speed Highway, we were in low way. The slow section of Speed Highway. So because Knuckles gets into Speed Highway where Sonic left, his stage is the slow area, and there is a very, very good gameplay reason for this. So as mentioned, all the characters play very differently from each other. We didn't really see a whole lot of that between Sonic and Tails, but Knuckles has one of the most unique gameplay styles in the entire game. Not the most unique, we'll get to that, but Knuckles does stand out a lot from the rest of the playable cast. For one, Sonic and Tails are all about getting from point A to point B. Knuckles is not about that at all. No, Knuckles stages are a treasure hunt where you have to find the scattered pieces of the Master Emerald within a smaller confined area. So Knuckles stages are more just single rooms or small areas within a stage, and throughout the stage there'll be 3 pieces of the Master Emerald scattered about, and their spawns are actually randomized every time you play through each stage. You aren't just thrown into the stage and left to figure out where the emerald pieces are though. You have this little radar at the bottom of your screen that beeps and flashes with different colours depending on how close to any of the emerald shards you might be, changing from blue to green to red to gold as you get closer to whichever emerald shard it's flashing for at that time. The shards can also be hidden inside boxes and enemies, so you will have to dig around a little if you can't see the emerald shard, but I quite like this. It encourages you to actually pay attention to your surroundings and not just the radar itself. And the shards, whilst they can be basically anywhere in the stage, they do have set spawn points, and the potential spawn points for any of the shards are all scattered pretty well throughout most of the stages, I'd say. But this means that Knuckles needs to be able to get to basically anywhere in the stage with relative ease. So how does he do this? What abilities do we have as Knuckles? Well, he's Knuckles, so he has a punch, but I don't really think I'd use the punch all that much. Knuckles' 2 biggest abilities, though, are straight out of the 2D games. He's got his glide, and he's got his wall climb. These abilities are fantastic. I love them. They do a great job at making Knuckles feel way more distinct than Tails did from Sonic, and making Knuckles feel distinct from every other character in the game. They just make moving around as Knuckles so much fun. It is great to just jump off anywhere and start gliding. And the glide is fast as well, and it controls surprisingly well for how fast it goes. All of his abilities combined with the level design come together to make Knuckles feel like such a breath of fresh air after playing as Sonic and Tails immediately before this. And what I especially like about Knuckles stages is how efficiently they use the smaller spaces, as opposed to with Sonic and Tails just being go forward and do it fast. So this is why Speed Highway for Knuckles is actually in slow low way, and probably why this entire area even exists in the first place. You could remove it from the Sonic stage and it would not make a difference, let's be realistic. But here in Knuckles' story, I can't imagine Knuckles' story without Speed Highway. This is a really fun interpretation of the stage. It's amazing how this goes from being one of the most forgettable parts of Sonic's campaign to being one of the best parts of Knuckles' campaign. The only thing I think is kind of a nuisance on this stage is similar to with Sonic's stage, and that's the cars on the ground. But again, if you're playing as Knuckles, odds are you're not going to be on the ground very often. You're going to be gliding around the rooftops and the walls. There might be an emerald shard inside of one of the enemies on the floor, but that's really about it. And that doesn't really happen very often, so we grab all the emerald shards and then we're back in Station Square. And next stop is Casinopolis. Oh my god, this just keeps getting better. Casinopolis is wild as Knuckles. This stage goes from easily being Sonic's worst stage to being one of Knuckles' best. I know I just said Speed Highway was one of Knuckles' best, but this is one of Knuckles' best. Honestly, all of Knuckles' stages are one of Knuckles' best. And how did they make Knuckles' version of Casinopolis so much better than Sonic's? Verticality. The whole stage takes place inside the main casino area of Casinopolis. The garbage chute isn't here at all. We do not engage with that as Knuckles. Knuckles is above the filth. Because seeing as Knuckles can climb walls and glide, he can just scale the inside area. And this reveals so much to us that we just did not even realise was there in Sonic's stage. It turns Casinopolis from a circle with a pinball table and a corridor underneath it to a sprawling jungle gym. You've got this statue as a centerpiece, which you can destroy, and there might be an emerald shard in there. There are these pirate ships that are here for some reason. These little side rooms that look like prison cells. Why does a casino need a prison? I don't know. These support beams along the top that you can use to get a vantage point of the entire area, or find a one-up. There's even a giant fire-breathing statue. This place is a safety hazard. And moving up and around all of these stage elements feels so much fun because of Knuckles' glide and his wall climb and just everything he can do. This stage is perfectly built around Knuckles' playstyle. And once Knuckles gets all the emerald pieces, we leave and Knuckles is treated to his turn for a flashback. Knuckles begins his flashback by watching Tikal and her father Pachacamac having an argument, with Tikal being upset that Pachacamac wants to use the Chaos Emerald to commit war crimes. I'm kind of going to side with Tikal on this one. We don't see a whole lot in this one. The gist of it is, though, that Pachacamac wants to use the Chaos Emeralds to defend his tribe, and Tikal thinks that is evil. Once we're back in Station Square, though, it turns out Knuckles left the casino at around the same time that Sonic and Tails did, because Sonic and Tails are just on the floor, still unconscious after Dr. Eggman drugged them. Knuckles does nothing about this. He doesn't even check if they're okay. He doesn't think to call an ambulance. He just leaves them. So, continuing his quest, Knuckles decides to leave the casino via the hotel. But upon entering the hotel, he sees Dr. Eggman walking into one of the elevators, which is very suspicious. Why is it suspicious? Basically anything Eggman does is suspicious. So Knuckles chases Eggman up to the penthouse suite of the hotel, only to discover that Eggman was just holding a crummy little Chaos Emerald. Boring. We don't want a Chaos Emerald, we want the Master Emerald. That is all Knuckles cares about. For better and worse, he just cares about the Master Emerald. Knuckles was probably going to leave Eggman alone at this point, but Eggman just decides to summon Chaos to attack him for no reason. But this does lead us into fighting Chaos 2, which is a Knuckles exclusive boss fight. This also means that the fight can be specifically tailored to Knuckles' moveset. It isn't, though. Not really. You just kind of run around, and occasionally you can glide into Chaos to damage it, but there's not really a whole lot to this fight. So Knuckles defeats Chaos 2, and Eggman isn't really that bothered. Neither is Knuckles. But because he's a mischievous scoundrel, Eggman tells Knuckles that Sonic is also after the Master Emerald. Just trying to sow some dissent in there, I guess. And Knuckles, for some reason, believes him. Did he just forget the entirety of Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Did he just forget that Eggman cannot be trusted? I guess so, because Knuckles now goes searching for Sonic, and the place he chooses to search is Red Mountain, because sure. But if you remember from Sonic's story, there's a bit of a roadblock to get into Red Mountain. This fucking monkey in a cage. Why can't we just go round the caged monkey? Why is a monkey in a cage your security system? And why does it work? Now, Knuckles doesn't have the light speed attack, so he can't get through the high-tech security system in the same way that Sonic did. So how does he do it? Well, there's a cave just by Tails' house, and in that cave, Knuckles can find his upgrade, the Shovel Claws, which gives him the ability to dig, which opens up so much more potential in terms of where the emerald pieces can now be hidden. So do we dig the monkey out of the way? No, that would be stupid. No, instead, if Knuckles goes digging on this little mound by the side, he will find the monkey destruction switch. Why is there a monkey destruction switch? So you bring the switch to the monkey, you press the switch, monkey destroyed. Red Mountain time, I guess. Knuckles' turn on Red Mountain. He explores the outside area. It is, again, one of Knuckles' best stages. All of his stages are one of his best stages. I love Red Mountain as Knuckles. I loved playing this game as Knuckles. The outside area really has so much verticality for Knuckles to take advantage of. What with there being giant pillars of earth just towering out of the ground. You can climb on them. You can glide between them. You can dig into the walls to find rings, emerald shards. That's it. But one of the best parts of this stage is just getting to climb up as high as you can and then go gliding. A lot of the shards are also going to be pretty far down, so there are times where you just have to fall and then glide out of your fall, and it feels really satisfying to do that. And you're also given just so much unbroken space to fly and glide around. This stage feels like it was perfectly designed to take advantage of the glide. The devs genuinely did such a fantastic job at making the most of this seemingly large environment that you realise isn't as large as you thought it was. But sadly, we do eventually have to leave Red Mountain. I know. And then we head back to the cliffside area of the Mystic Ruins, where we encounter Tails and Sonic. We do the Knuckles fight, but we're the ones playing as Knuckles this time. We do the Chaos 4 fight, but as Knuckles this time. Eggman happens. The egg carrier is here. The egg carrier is no longer here. But Knuckles doesn't give a shit about the egg carrier. He has a green rock to fix. So it's off to the jungle Knuckles goes. How does he know to go there? How does he know to go anywhere so far? Shut the fuck up. This doesn't matter. Okay? Knuckles has to open the temple to Lost World again. But it took me ages to find the keys. Again. It's time for Knuckles' Lost World. He's in the weird gravity room that Sonic was in. You guys know the drill by now. Knuckles climbs walls, he glides, he finds the emerald shards. There's really not much else to say here. It's the same as all the prior Knuckles stages. He glides, he dig, he punch, he climb. It's all good. It's all fun. There's no need to change any of it. I really don't need to break any of this down. It's the same as before, but in a different area, but it's an area that we've already gone through as Sonic, so there's no point in me describing it in any further detail. It's just Knuckles' goodness. So yeah, you guys might have realised that I really like playing as Knuckles. Like, a lot. His stages just have a really fun and engaging gameplay loop. And it's one that encourages you and rewards you every time you replay the stage, because you learn a little bit more about the stage when you do, because all of the emerald shards spawn in different locations every time. And his moveset pairs so well with the level design. I still think that Sonic stages have higher highs than the best Knuckles stages, but the worst Knuckles stages are not even close to being as bad as the worst Sonic stages. But we still have one more Knuckles stage to go after this, but we actually have to get there first. Before we get to Knuckles' final stage though, it's time for him to have another flashback, this time appearing in front of the Master Emerald Shrine, but in the past. This time Knuckles actually speaks to Tikal rather than just overhearing her having an argument with her father. Tikal is praying to an unknown being or force or entity in the hopes that her tribe will be saved before her father does something drastic, like using the Chaos Emeralds in an act of war. But she vows that no matter what happens, she will do everything she can to protect the Chaos. And look at them. They're adorable. Who wouldn't want to protect these little guys? Waking up from his flashback with his mind thoroughly blown, Knuckles finds himself back at Angel Island. How did he get back to Angel Island? Anyway, Knuckles is starting to piece together what's been happening, and at this point, it's around the time that we start piecing together what's happened as well. But we're already at the Master Emerald, so we may as well put whatever shards we've gathered back together, maybe we've got enough to fix it. We may as well give it a shot whilst we're here. So Knuckles does just that, but he's a few pieces short. If only there was some way for Knuckles to know exactly where the final shards of the Master Emerald were waiting for him.
Hey! Look! It's Eggman's flying fortress! That's where the rest of the pieces must be!
Sure, I guess. So the egg carrier is currently docked in the jungle, so Knuckles heads back there, boards the egg carrier, and it takes off again. When we get control of Knuckles on the egg carrier is already transformed into its combat laser mode, because whilst all of this is going on, the egg carrier is being assaulted by Sonic and Tails in their airplane. But that's none of Knuckles' concern. He is just here for green rocks, so he goes to Skydeck to find them. Skydeck is the worst Knuckles stage. It's still a Knuckles stage, so I do still like it, but it's the only one that really has a significant issue. So Knuckles' version of Skydeck takes place in the final part of Skydeck for Sonic, which was the part where the stage is constantly rotating, and Knuckles' playthrough of this stage actually gives context as to why that was happening. See, Knuckles starts at the opposite side of the stage to where Sonic did, which means that Knuckles is at the very top of the stage, and right at the very top there's this joystick which, if you move it, it will rotate the stage depending on the direction you move it in. This is another case of conceptually, this is a very cool idea. Execution-wise, doesn't really work out all too well. Moving the joystick itself is just way more fiddly than it needs to be. It's so imprecise trying to move it into the 4 directions you can actually move it. I think a lot of that is because of where the camera is positioned. There's also the problem of every now and then you may have to come back to the joystick to rotate the stage in a different direction to actually pick up one of the emerald pieces. And the joystick is right at the top of the stage, and the geometry of the stage isn't always the most intuitive when it comes to climbing or gaining height. So it just ends up kind of breaking the flow that you get into in all of the other stages. It still doesn't take very long, and it's definitely not a bad stage, but it is easily the weakest of all of Knuckles' stages. Once we're done with Skydeck, we find ourselves on top of the egg carrier again. Knuckles almost immediately notices Sonic and Eggman having their little tiff at the front, which leads Knuckles over. We do the Chaos 6 fight again. It's exactly the same as when we did it as Sonic. I don't know what else I can really add here. And once that's done, he glides back to Angel Island, repairs the Master Emerald, and Angel Island rises back into the sky. We now get a very quiet and somber scene where Knuckles realizes that he's alone. His fate is to guard the Master Emerald for all eternity. He, and only he, can do this job. He is confined to Angel Island by a vow of honor, but also for the sake of the world. And he does this alone, without any friends, family, any sort of companionship. And he makes peace with this cold, brutal truth of reality. And with his journey over, he rests so that he may continue his thankless work for as long as he lives on this earth. The screen fades to black. The credits begin to roll. Anyway, here's Knuckles' theme. I love this song. Everyone loves this song. It is so silly, it is so stupid, and the sheer tonal whiplash of Knuckles' final scene, just cutting directly to this track, is hilarious. Also, fun fact, before I actually played this game, I'd heard this song before. I thought it was a fan parody. I did not know this was an actual official song in an official Sonic game, which just made it even more funny. But that's Knuckles' story. Definitely a lot more interesting than Tails, from both gameplay and plot perspectives. All of Knuckles' abilities combine so well with the level design. Even Skydeck, Knuckles' weakest stage, adds a whole new layer to experiment with. And while sure, I don't think the experiment works, I'm at least glad that it was a little bit more interesting than all the other stages. It tried something new. That's just the fact of trying something new. Sometimes it doesn't work, and that's fine. Especially when, like the entirety of Knuckles' campaign, it really doesn't overstay its welcome. You can still beat Skydeck in less than 5 minutes very easily. In terms of the plot, it's actually kind of interesting to look at how much Knuckles' character has changed since the early Sonic games. In Sonic Adventure, he is a complete meathead. He has one brain cell, and it is just laser focused on fixing the Master Emerald. He does not give a shit about anything else. In more recent games, they bring his character a lot more in line with the rest of the cast. I think this began probably around the time of Heroes, when Team Sonic was officially a team. They probably did this because they realised that Knuckles was popular, Sonic was popular, so they wanted to make him a lot closer to Sonic in terms of his personality. But I actually quite like seeing a more classic Knuckles. I appreciate that this game acknowledged that Knuckles is part of an indigenous tribe. And honestly, it's something I kind of wish that the modern games would do more of. Honestly, it's kind of something that I find really refreshing about the version of Knuckles seen in the Sonic movies. We're not getting into the Sonic movies. That's an entirely different beast. So if we look at Knuckles' timeline, we'll see it is very different to Sonic's, especially when compared to Tails. There's still a few points of overlap, but overall Knuckles' storyline stands out a lot more than Tails does. So if we look at Knuckles' timeline, we'll see it is very different to Sonic's, especially when compared to Tails. There's still a few points of overlap, but overall Knuckles' storyline stands out a lot more than Tails does. So, safe to say that I really like Knuckles' story. His story is very good. How do they improve going forward? How do you make a campaign better than Knuckles immediately after playing as Knuckles? They don't. Amy's story begins like any good story does, by talking about Sonic CD. She's just wandering around town, reminiscing about how Sonic saved her and how dreamy she thinks Sonic is and how weirdly obsessed she is with him. But her creepy fantasizing is interrupted by the egg carrier hovering above Station Square. As Amy looks up to see the egg carrier, a bird just falls out of the sky and lands square on her face. Initially, she's angry at the bird, who will be henceforth known as Birdie. Bit of an unoriginal name. But eventually she realises that it wasn't the bird's fault it fell out of the sky. Birds don't just willingly do that. And then the Eggman robot that we saw earlier in Sonic's story shows up to chase her, to try and kidnap Birdie. So she helps Birdie escape, because, well, it's one of Eggman's robots. It's not gonna be doing something good. If it wants the bird, it wants it for evil. Also, to be fair to Amy, Birdie is a bird, and I like birds. Birds are cool, they fly, they tweet, some of them quack. I love the birds that quack. I fucking love ducks. And Eggman's robots, like we said, are just, they're never good. So yeah, best to not give them what they want. So now we get control of Amy, and initially things seem fine. She moves a bit slower than all of the other characters we've played as so far, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. She also has a big hammer, which if she swings it in the middle of a run, it'll just stop her momentum. However, if she swings it when she's at her top speed, she'll hit the floor with it and do a big hammer flip, which will keep her momentum as she goes forward and will also let her jump even higher. This is a very fun move to perform. I really like using the hammer flip. It is definitely the best part of playing as Amy. But there really aren't a lot of good parts when playing as Amy. So the first place Amy heads to is Twinkle Park, which is where she meets up with Sonic, which is what happens in Sonic's story. This is where Sonic meets Amy. Except now we're viewing it from Amy's perspective. We have a little bit more context as to how Amy met Birdie and why she's trying to help Birdie. It's not much more context. Again, with Sonic, we still knew that the robot was after Amy and the bird. We knew that it's an Eggman robot, so it's just not wanting anything good. But we've gone over all of this before, so let's just jump into Twinkle Park. Now, the gimmick with Amy's stages are that we're returning to going from point A to point B. It's just, again, another straight path, like everyone except for Knuckles so far. However, for all of Amy's stages, she's being chased by the Eggman robot that's trying to capture her and Birdie, who it turns out is named Zero. So whilst manoeuvring around the stages, there are several points where you have to outrun Zero, you have to dodge its attacks, it launches a giant claw at you to try and grab you and pull you in. It can make moments feel pretty tense, but that's less because the robot itself is threatening, and more because Amy controls like dog shit. See, Sonic Adventure's movement is momentum based. This means that when you go uphill, you move slower, and when you go downhill, you move faster. Sounds relatively simple. It's how things typically work in real life, and it also makes moving downhill feel really fun, and it adds an extra bit of challenge to moving uphill. The problem with this, though, is Twinkle Park has so many upwards ramps because so much of the stage is about moving up towards the top of the castle. And Amy moves so slowly and has such terrible momentum that just moving around the stages, Amy feels physically painful for most of it. And these ramps are everywhere throughout the stage. There are very few moments when you are moving down, and so many when you're moving up. And the way Amy controls makes this feel terrible. I do not like playing as Amy. If you ask anyone what their least favourite part of Sonic Adventure is, odds are it's gonna be playing as Amy. And the way she moves is the main reason why. But it's not just her momentum when moving along ramps that's the problem. It's also things like her turning circle. She turns so wide that makes it so that just trying to turn around as Amy is so much more cumbersome than it has any need to be. And this makes it especially awkward with how many just tight corridors there are on this stage. There are quite a few, especially inside the castle and around these mirror rooms. Again, Amy controls so poorly that these rooms are not difficult because your perspective is weirded out by the mirrors, and there's obstacles that you can only see by looking in the reflections. No, this section of the stage is difficult because Amy controls like shit. So you see the obstacles, you try and move around them, but you can't because you're playing as Amy. And to top it off, the stage ends with this really frustratingly long ramp that for any other character, this would not be a challenge. It would take maybe 5 seconds to get up it, but because you're playing as Amy, it takes so long to just move forward. There are only like 3 obstacles on this ramp, but it takes so long to get through them compared to any other character getting past 3 obstacles. You're not doing anything during that time, you're just holding forward. If you jump, you go faster, but that you shouldn't have to do that. Twinkle Park with Amy is without a doubt the worst stage in the game, but eventually we do clear the stage. But it was all for nothing because Amy is kidnapped anyway. That entire stage was pointless. We didn't gain anything, we still lost. We just earned the right to lose, I guess. So we now cut to Amy and Birdie being held captive on the egg carrier. Apparently Eggman has a jail cell in there, or a brig, mind you, because it is a ship. And he's assigned E-102 Gamma, the robot that we fight after we finish Skydeck and all the other playthroughs, to stand guard. So at this point, Gamma decides to interrogate Amy to try and get her to hand over the bird. But Amy uses her signature sass to demand to know why Eggman even wants the bird, which, I mean, it's a good question. I like birds, I really like birds, but I wouldn't send a killer robot to try and kidnap one. Admittedly, that's because I don't own a killer robot. Anyway, they converse for a bit. It's a pretty long and drawn out conversation, at least by this game standards, but the gist of it is we learn that Gamma can feel love. In fact, Gamma is so capable of love that he uses his love to free Amy and Birdie and just tells them to leave before he changes his mind. Pretty based of Gamma, I won't lie. So now Amy and Birdie are free to explore the egg carrier. Kind of. They can explore the brig. That's it. To get anywhere else, if you leave the brig, we play whack-a-mole, and we have to get a high enough score on whack-a-mole to escape. Why do people in this game have the most obtuse and silly security systems? Can you imagine if you could just escape jail by winning a game of whack-a-mole? At that point, a prison sentence isn't a punishment, it's a skill issue. Anyway, we win whack-a-mole. If we get a high enough score on whack-a-mole, we also get a spin attack for our hammer, which I don't think I used once in the entire game. I guess it's neat, but it doesn't make playing as Amy any more fun. But at least now we can escape, but we do so by playing Amy's next stage. Amy's second stage is Hot Shelter, which we've not been here before. Hot Shelter is the only area in the game that you do not go to as Sonic, Knuckles, or Tails. Team Sonic were just banned from Hot Shelter, I guess. It definitely plays a lot better than Twinkle Park does, at least when you're playing as Amy, but it's still not great. It isn't physically painful to get through, so it's a significant improvement, but again, you're playing as Amy, so it's still not very fun. It's pretty standard point A to point B again. You're still occasionally being chased by Zero throughout the stage. There are a few points where you have to turn a crank to open a door while Zero's chasing you. I like that conceptually. It does a lot to add to the sense of tension and urgency that Amy's meant to be experiencing. There's these little air ducts on top of some of the doors that you have to get through, and they're just positioned awkwardly. For any other character, it would feel fine to get through them, but again, you're playing as Amy. Her entire gimmick is that she controls like shit. So getting through those is more annoying than it is difficult. We also get introduced to these little puzzles, if you can even call them puzzles. You just pick up the coloured box, bring it to the coloured hole, do that 3-4 times, door opens, carry on. It's pretty basic, but it at least suits Amy's playstyle a bit more than a lot of the stuff that we've encountered so far. What else is there with Hot Shelter? I like the music in Hot Shelter. The futuristic vibe of the music does kind of clash with the very industrial vibes of the environment, but at least the music's nice. Music's fun. All the music in Sonic Adventure is good. But once we're done with Hot Shelter, it's now time for Amy's flashback to the Echidna tribe. Just like everything else with Amy, it has its own brand of stupidity. You start off in this main city area, so your instinct is going to be to explore the city area. This makes sense. You would start in the area where the things are, right? Wrong. No, instead you have to just immediately turn around, and right in front of you is the door that takes you to the Master Emerald Shrine. So why didn't it just spawn you in the Master Emerald Shrine? Why am I questioning design decisions of Sonic Adventure? I should be doing better things in my life. So we ignore the silly oversight and we go and progress the plot. All that really happens here is we see Takal playing with the Chaos. We get a glimpse at Chaos, who at this point is taking the form of the water surrounding the Emerald Shrine, which is a nice little bit of foreshadowing. I actually quite like that. But nobody really says or does anything important. Once we're back on the egg carrier, we start in the swimming pool for some reason. But before we can actually complete our escape, Amy is ambushed by Eggman, who snatches Birdie's amulet away, revealing that it was a Chaos Emerald this entire time. How do people keep getting these things? Do they just give Chaos Emeralds to anyone? Anyway, it's the escape sequence again. Amy stops Sonic from killing Gamma, Amy tells Gamma to be more independent and leave Eggman, and then Tails helps Amy to escape. After Tails drops Amy off at Station Square, she actually gets a bit of character development, which is something I did not expect. Amy now decides she wants to be a lot more independent and rely a lot less on getting help from Sonic, which, I mean, fair enough. I like seeing character development like this. I'm glad that Amy is deciding to no longer be as creepy and obsessed about Sonic the Hedgehog. I say as I'm making a several hour long video about him. Maybe I'm not in a position to judge Amy. So, noticing the amulet on Birdie's neck, I don't know how she has only just noticed this thing. She opens it up to discover a photo of Birdie's family. Who took this photo? How can birds operate a camera? Questions aside, Amy now has a new goal. She wants to reunite Birdie with his family. How does she plan to do this, though? We don't know anything about Birdie's family other than what they look like. We don't know where they are, what they're currently doing, if they're even alive. So, she decides that the best place to look is probably Eggman's base in the jungle, which I guess that makes sense. It's possible that Eggman captured Birdie's family, so yeah, let's go look there. From here we can begin Amy's final stage. Thank God this is only 3 stages. Amy's final stage is Final Egg. And Final Egg is easily Amy's best stage. I don't think there's a single point here where she has to move uphill, which immediately removes most of the problems I have with Twinkle Park. But it's also just kind of a series of box rooms with some enemies in. There's one point where, at least it feels like you have to do a big hammer flip to actually jump high enough to get to the next room. I guess that's cool. There's this one room with 6 different doorways. You just have to go into the right doorway to progress. If you go in the wrong one, there's just an enemy in there. It's just padding. There's not really anything else here though. Thankfully, Final Egg is mercilessly short. But there was nothing here. No birds to be found of any kind, which I love birds, so that is a bit of a disappointment. But there is still one more of Eggman's bases we haven't checked. Well, technically we've already been there before, but we just weren't searching for any birds, so we gotta head back to the egg carrier. If you remember though, when we were just on the egg carrier, it kind of crashed. So to get there, we have to go to Mystic Ruins, and underneath the train station, we can access the dock. And there's a little boat there. It's not even really a boat, it's more of a raft. But we jump on the little raft, and that takes us to the egg carrier, which crashed just off the shore. From here, all we need to do is head to the same place where Sonic and Knuckles both fought Chaos 6, and we finally do actually get to see Birdie being reunited with their family. But before they can enjoy their happy reunion, Zero shows up again and catches Birdie. So I guess it's time for us to actually fight Zero, and surprisingly, this is one of the better boss fights in the game. Like, despite my hatred for playing as Amy, I do actually quite enjoy this boss fight. It's nothing groundbreaking. All you have to do is use the hammer to knock Zero into the electric walls that surround the arena. Just hitting it with the hammer won't do any damage. You know, it's not very original, it's not especially exciting, but it actually works for Amy's playstyle. It feels like it was designed with Amy in mind, unlike everything else we've done with Amy so far. So we free Birdie from Zero's clutches, watch him and his family fly away, and then Amy leaves to carry on with her life, determined to girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep Sonic into submission. And that's the end of Amy's story. It is mercilessly short, only being 3 stages long. It's still the worst campaign in the entire game, but it feels more like a speed bump rather than a roadblock. Like, I don't get to Amy's campaign and then roll my eyes, turn the game off, and never touch it again. I get to Amy's campaign, roll my eyes, and just push through and get it over and done with. And then I can get back to having fun with the next character. Amy's campaign also looks a little bit weird on the timeline, especially because of just how late it starts, it being around the halfway point of Sonic's story. It also doesn't really add anything aside from explaining where one of the Chaos Emeralds shows up. Except it also kind of doesn't, because how did the bird get the Chaos Emerald? But yeah, you could remove so much of this from the game and it would probably make the game better. At its best, Amy's campaign is fine, but at its worst, it's just painful. Its only redeeming quality is the boss fight with Zero and the fact that we really don't spend much time on it. You can beat it very easily in maybe about 30 minutes, if that. But at least things don't get any worse. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The game does not get any worse from there. Things get significantly better. There is a catch. We're no longer playing Sonic Adventure. We're playing Sega Bass Fishing. Women want him. Fish fear him. I love him. It is time to play as Big the Cat. Big's story begins with him and Froggy just enjoying a nice, quiet night's sleep at their little hut in the jungle. Very cute, very nice, very calm. At least it was, until Chaos just shows up, starts a fight with Froggy, loses somehow, and Froggy just steals Chaos's tail as a prize for defeating them in battle. Not only does Froggy steal his opponent's limbs and wear them as a prize, he just eats a Chaos Emerald that was just on the floor. What? What? Anyway, absolutely high on all of this adrenaline, Froggy runs away to pursue what I can only assume is one of the greatest benders in human history. Big the Cat woke up and saw all this happen, and sensing that there just maybe, there could be something up with Froggy, chases him all the way to Station Square. And this is where we first get to control Big, and surprisingly, despite his size, he controls and feels a lot better to move around with than Amy does. God, I hate playing as Amy. There's not really a lot to say in terms of his movement. He can run, he can jump, that's about it. Big's levels aren't about platforming, it's still there, but that's not the focus. See, like I mentioned, we're no longer playing Sonic Adventure, we're playing Sega Bass Fishing. All of Big's stages are about fishing, hence his fishing rod. Pressing the action button will cause Big to hold his fishing rod and get ready to cast it. This doesn't do anything in any of the adventure fields though. We actually get to see it when we're in the stage, but we can aim the rod, throw the rod. It's fishing. You've seen fishing before. But before we begin actually fishing as Big, we can already get a power-up. Big has the most power-ups of any playable character. Most of them you don't actually need to beat big stages, but they will come in very handy when doing 100% later on in the game. And we will be doing that. So making our way to the downtown area of Station Square, Big sees Froggy jumping down a manhole underneath a car. Big does not care about public safety, so he just lifts the car. I hope that person has insurance, and that insurance protects against giant humanoid cats. But we chase Froggy down the manhole, and that somehow takes us to Twinkle Park, which is Big's first stage. So Big begins his Twinkle Park adventure in the same place as all the other Twinkle Park adventures, except Big can only explore this tiny little area by the pool. That's his entire stage. There is nothing else here for Big. But there doesn't need to be anything else here for Big, because Big isn't about exploring, he's about fishing. And this pool is full of fish. I hope it is not a swimming pool, because those things have chlorine in them, and I don't think that would be good for the fish. But despite the term fishing, it's not actually fish that we're even after. We're trying to fish Froggy, because, well, that's the entire reason that Big is on his quest. He's trying to bring Froggy back home. So we take our position at the side of the pool, cast our line, and we just relax. Let's just sit back and enjoy some nice, calming fishing. Okay, relaxing might not be the best word to describe it. It's still good though. I do, for the most part, enjoy fishing in Sonic Adventure. It's not the most in-depth fishing mechanic in any game ever made. It's definitely not as complex as something like Sega Bass Fishing or most dedicated fishing games. This is still a 3D platformer for babies after all. But there's just enough depth here for it to remain interesting to the type of people who play Sonic Adventure. We can yank our rod left and right to move the lure, or we can also reel it in. We've got a fast reel and a slow reel. For the most part, you'll be using the slow reel to lure in some fish to try and get them to bite, and if we start reeling as soon as a fish nibbles, that's when things get real. Reel with 2 E's. Reeling is, as you'd expect in most fishing games, if you reel in too much, the meter at the side will fill up. If it reaches the max, your line will break. That's a game over. For big, that means you'll lose an extra life. The fish will either swim left or right. You move the rod in the opposite direction to tie the fish out. When the fish is exhausted, that's when you want to start using your fast reel. Otherwise, you just want to be using the slow reel to try and keep it in place. For the most part, though, this isn't an issue. We are just making a beeline for Froggy at this point, and Froggy does not pose much of a challenge in terms of trying to fish him. Froggy acts basically the same as any other fish. He's a very light fish, or amphibian in his case, so there isn't really a lot of challenge in trying to actually reel him in. Most of the depth for big stages comes from trying to do the 100% challenges. It's not even like in the Knuckles stages where all of the emerald shards spawn in a different place every time. Now, Froggy is in the exact same spot every time you replay these stages. So, on your second playthrough, you can just speed through all of big stages if you really want to. And you really should. Again, there's not really anything here unless we're going for 100%. And Twinkle Park itself is also ridiculously simplistic. I guess it works as an introduction to how Big plays, and I get why the devs would want to keep that simple, what with Big playing so ridiculously differently from every other character in the game. So yeah, you could argue that Twinkle Park for Big is a bit too simple, but it works for what it is, which is an introduction to how Big the cat plays. Anyway, we catch Froggy. We return to Station Square. We did not catch Froggy, apparently. Actually fishing Froggy up in the stages, that means nothing, because as soon as we leave the stage, Froggy just escapes off screen. It's not explained. He's just gone. How? It doesn't matter how. All we know is our Poliwag pal has just disappeared somewhere. And now we have to go searching again. How Big knows where to go isn't always explained. Sometimes we will see a clip of Froggy hopping off somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. We just know that now he's in Ice Cap, so let's head to Ice Cap. Just like every other character going to Ice Cap, Big needs to get the keystone to open the door. For Big, the keystone is just outside Twinkle Park, because God forbid someone just leave the door unlocked. So we carry the key onto the train, go all the way to Mystic Ruin, open up Ice Cap, and we actually get a new power-up here. See, there's this little pool outside Ice Cap, which for everyone else means nothing. Normally you just jump over it. But for Big, this is where we test out his new upgrade, the floater, which is just a rubber ring that we can inflate and deflate to rise and sink through the water. This opens up so many exploration possibilities for Big, as we'll now see in Ice Cap itself. So straight away, this stage feels very different to how it feels for Sonic and Tails, because, well, again, we're not going from point A to point B, we're just fishing. There are also several bodies of water to fish in this time, instead of just the one that was in Twinkle Park. And some bodies of water, including the one that Froggy is in, are frozen over, so we have to find a boulder and then throw it out the weak spot on the ice to actually open up the hole for us to fish in. But we're not just limited to fishing in this water now, we can actually go swimming underwater. The stage honestly has quite a lot of verticality, especially when compared to all of Big's other stages. We start off at the very bottom of the cave, but like I said, if we break the ice, we can go swimming underneath that. In the water, there's also these ruins, these giant skeletons. It all feels very appropriately atmospheric. There are similar sights and scenery as we progress throughout the cave, as we keep climbing higher and higher and higher. And if we get to the very top, we're treated to another lure upgrade, which makes it so Big can fish even heavier fish. Again, that's not something we need if we're just doing a casual playthrough, but when we come back to 100%, that will be very useful. Luckily, if you are doing a casual playthrough, Froggy is in one of the first little pools of water that you'll encounter. So, again, you can just run straight through this stage. So we fish Froggy. Once again, he escapes off screen somehow. It is not explained. Why would it be explained? That would just be silly, okay? You need to stop expecting Sonic Adventure to explain things. Anyway, when we return to Mystic Ruins, Big explores some more until he finds Tails, who is holding Froggy and zoned out because this is Tails' flashback right now. So Big, quite rightfully, assaults Tails for handling his frog, and well, Froggy just runs away at this point. So now we're searching for Froggy again, this time heading back to Station Square again. When we get off the train, we can also bump into Sonic here, who's looking for Amy at this point in the story. So that gives us a nice little idea of whereabouts in the timeline all of this is happening. There are quite a few of these events throughout the story where we'll occasionally just see characters standing around, and if we talk to them, they'll say something about what's happening at their point in the story, which I quite like these moments. It's another one of those little things in Sonic Adventure that goes a long way towards making the world feel alive. All of these characters have lives. Everyone is doing something. There are very few NPCs in this game that exist to just do nothing. Anyway, search is back on. We're looking for Froggy. We see him hopping in the patch of grass in the centre of Station Square, and he's going towards the hotel. What stage is by the hotel? Why, it's Emerald Coast, of course. So Froggy hops to Emerald Coast. Big follows him. So my first question here is, how can Froggy survive in saltwater? I don't think there are any frogs in nature that can survive in saltwater. So I could be wrong. I am happy to be proven wrong here. Please, God, let me be wrong. I would love saltwater frogs to be real. But as far as I can tell, they're not. So I guess Froggy is just immortal. He did win a fight against a god of destruction. So yeah, he might be. I'm not sure if I'd call Emerald Coast Big's best stage, but it is my favourite of Big stages. A lot of that is down to the atmosphere, the visuals, the music. A lot of the stuff that I liked when playing this stage as Sonic, it feels very appropriate when fishing as Big. I just really like the whole tropical beach vibe, and this wide open area to explore really goes a long way to enhancing that vibe. Especially when you stare out into the sprawling seascape, all of the sun shining off the waves, it all feels immaculate. And the flow of the path of the beach has this curvature to it, which feels like it's guiding you to the objective, right to where Froggy is. Froggy's at like the end of where the water flows in. So it really feels like the flow of the waves and the currents is guiding you towards the objective without actively telling you to just go here. But when you spawn, instead of going forwards towards where all the beaches are and where Froggy is, you can go behind the spawn, and just a little bit in the distance you'll see a giant rock just towering out of the ocean, and you can go here and you can swim around it, and sure, you might not notice anything, but if you go underwater and start swimming around it, eventually you'll find a little tunnel which leads inside of the rock, and here you'll find this hidden cave that's full of rare, large tropical fish. There are sharks here. There's this little island in the center with a single tree sticking out of it and a single beam of sunlight filtering down. It feels so nice just to exist here. Again, this area and all of these fancy fish don't mean anything if you're just doing a casual playthrough. They're really only here for if you want to do the 100% challenges. But it just feels so nice to be here. It feels so rewarding to actually discover this area on your first playthrough. Where outside on the beach feels all wonderful and exciting, in here feels serene, disconnected. I can't explain it, but this one circular room is one of my favourite areas in the whole of Sonic Adventure. Anyway, we go back to the beach, we catch Froggy, Froggy doesn't escape off screen this time. We still have to go searching for him, not because he escaped. No. In fact, he was kidnapped this time. See, whilst Big is celebrating beating the stage, Gamma just swoops in and kidnaps Froggy. So now Big has to try and follow Gamma to try and find and rescue Froggy. So we follow Gamma all the way back to the egg carrier, which at this point in the timeline is currently docked at the jungle in Mystic Ruins. We board the egg carrier, and the egg carrier flies away like it does seemingly every time we board it. The egg carrier doesn't really have anything noteworthy for Big. I guess there's another lure upgrade that can be found if you go to the brig and open one of the jail cells where Amy was being held captive, but that's about it really. So we may as well just jump straight into Big's next and final stage, Hot Shelter. So starting off, there's a brief platforming section. This is really the only bit of platforming for Big that's mandatory. One thing I quite like about this area is if we look at the sides on the walls are actually fish tanks, which I just think does a lot for the atmosphere in this stage. But that's not the only reason they're here. Eventually we end up in this large circular room. At first the water is pretty much ankle deep, but if we jump onto this pillar in the centre, there's a switch on there, we stand on the switch and the water level rises, and that's when we can catch Froggy. But the higher water level doesn't just allow us access to Froggy, no, it allows us access to a whole new area. There's this little tunnel which we can now access by swimming up to it, and if we swim up, that takes us to a higher room with more water in it. There's not really anything else in here except for the water and the plug holding all the water in place. Now what's fun about this is we can actually use our fishing rod to hook the plug, pull it out, and that will flood the bottom room even more. We can then use that even higher water level to get to an even higher tunnel, which will then take us to this new secret area, which allows us to fish all of the fish that were in the little fish tanks as we approach the main room. This is such a fun, quirky little detail that I really enjoy. I don't like fishing in these rooms. For some reason, the fish just constantly escape on the walls, and the tanks themselves are too small to really feel like you're getting any good positions when trying to catch the fish. And again, none of this matters if you're just doing a casual playthrough. It's only relevant if you're going for 100%, but still discovering this area feels really cool and really neat. There's a lot of this when playing as Big, and it's honestly one of the main reasons I enjoy playing as him so much. I get why a lot of people don't like playing as Big, but for me, that's where so much of the most rewarding exploration is in this game. So once we've rescued Froggy, it's now time for Big to have his flashback. He hasn't got one yet, so long overdue, I think. Big appears at the Master Emerald Shrine where he meets up with Tikal, much like everyone else has done. Tikal is mostly here just asking herself questions about the future. She's wondering if Chaos trusts her. She's wondering if she can even be here right now. She's just generally very concerned about what's about to happen. It feels like we're meeting her the day before shit goes down. And once Big's flashback is over, we're back on the egg carrier without a single amphibian in sight. Anyway, we don't really get to process any of what just happened. The ship is exploding, I guess. Cool. So Big decides the ship's exploding, we should probably escape. Very reasonable decision making on his part. So we go to the upper deck, which is where we see Sonic, Eggman and Chaos all having their big confrontation. If you remember from Sonic's story, Big was just kind of there, and well, now we get to see why. So Chaos grabs Froggy to try and get a hold of the Chaos Emerald that Froggy ate. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Chaos wants the Chaos Emeralds to get more powerful. All fine. Chaos then absorbs his tail back from Froggy, which makes a little bit less sense, but okay, cool. It is Chaos's tail, sure. Sure, it was stolen from them. They want it back, I guess. All fairly reasonable, I assume. God, imagine trying to explain this game to Winston Churchill. But Froggy is still inside Chaos, and Big wants his friend back, which means now it's time for Big's only boss fight against Chaos 6 of all characters. But how does Big the Cat A dude who likes fishing defeats a water god of destruction in combat. Well, by fishing. Big doesn't fight chaos per se. Big does not give a shit about anything that's going on. He only gives a shit about Froggy. So to defeat chaos, we have to fish Froggy out of chaos, and then Big just leaves. It's not a difficult fight. It does normally take a couple of casts just to get the lure in the right position, but give it a minute or two. You'll catch Froggy, and then Big and Froggy can leave. But how do they leave? Big can't fly, he's a cat. Froggy can't fly, he's a frog. They can't even glide, they have no way to cushion their fall. How are they going to escape the egg carrier? Quite easily, it turns out, through a little bit of crime. See, if you remember from Sonic and Tails' story, they got onto the egg carrier by flying Tails' plane. They didn't leave the egg carrier on Tails' plane, though. It's still there. It's still on the egg carrier. Or at least it was, until Big and Froggy just found it. I guess Tails left the keys in the ignition because they just turn it on and Big can somehow operate an aircraft and they fly away back home to Mystic Ruins. How Big ever learned to operate an aircraft is never explained. In any future Sonic games, it is never even acknowledged, as far as I'm aware. They just fly back to the jungle, start fishing and dancing, and that's it. Their story's over now. So Big's story kind of takes place around the middle of everything else that's going on. I think the fight between Froggy and Chaos happens maybe on the first night around the time of Sonic's third stage? Well, that's really just a guess. But overall, I really like Big's story. It feels like a very nice palate cleanser, especially after the slog that was Amy's story. It makes pretty interesting creative use out of most of the stages you visit. Sure, most of it is superfluous and you can just ignore it all, but if anything, that makes it even better. You're not having to be bogged down by all of the stuff that you might not care about. You can just blitz straight through it if you don't like playing as Big. And I can understand why a lot of people wouldn't like playing as Big. You know, it is very different to every other character. When you play a 3D platformer, you want to do 3D platforming. Most people don't want to go fishing. But I do. And I'm so glad it's here. Now then, we've only got one more character to play as. We've encountered them a few times throughout the story so far. And they're definitely the most unconventional character that we play as. So I guess now it's time for us to look at Gamma. Gamma's story begins the same way most of our stories begin. At birth. However, unlike us people and anything alive, Gamma is not birthed out of an egg or a womb or seeds. Gamma is birthed just by Eggman building him out of parts and then turning the button on. Unfortunately though, instead of holding his child and caring for it, Eggman just sends Gamma to an obstacle course immediately, which begins Gamma's first stage straight away, Final Egg. It's kind of weird that Gamma's first stage is Final Egg, but whatever, it makes sense given the context of how he exists. This stage is barely even a minute long. It's really just here to introduce us to Gamma's playstyle, which puts an interesting twist on Sonic and Tails' point A to point B formula. See, you might have noticed by now that every character has this little timer up here in the top left corner. Gamma still has that timer, however, for every other character it's just there. It can be used if you want to try and beat a personal time, and it's also useful for some of the 100% challenges. However, for Gamma, instead of ticking up, that clock is ticking down, and when that clock hits 0, it's game over. However, there is a way for you to increase the remaining time you have. Gamma primarily attacks by holding the attack button down and this will cause him to lock onto any enemies in front of him. When you let go of the attack button, he'll send out a barrage of missiles that will all attack the enemies that he's locked onto. The more enemies you defeat with a single barrage, the more your timer goes up by. It makes for a really interesting gameplay loop where you're both trying to race through the stage as fast as you can, whilst also trying to figure out when you should be slowing down to attack as many enemies as you can to give yourself more time. There'll be plenty of times where you could save yourself 5 seconds, but if you stop for those 5 seconds, you'll get 30 more seconds. So you've gained a net total of an extra 25 seconds, whereas if you just ran past, you'd be at a disadvantage. So the first stage has Gamma running through a very short section of Final Egg. It's just the very last part of Sonic's version of the stage. And this is meant to be a training simulation, so his objective is to destroy all the Tails and Knuckles dolls, because Eggman wants his robots to identify and kill Tails and Knuckles, and the level ends when we defeat the Sonic doll at the end. I say defeat, it doesn't put up a fight, we just lock onto it and blow it up, but you know what I mean. As an introduction to Gamma's playstyle, this works relatively well. I do wish there was a little bit more to the stage, I wish it was a bit longer. It feels like whilst we get the gist of Gamma's playstyle, we don't really get fully to grips with how he plays and how he moves. I feel like if this stage was maybe a minute or so longer, it would have helped a lot, but it's fine as it is, it works, it serves its purpose. I just think the stage needed a little bit more stage. Once our little training course is over, Gamma heads downstairs where he meets, I guess, his brother, E101 Beta. I don't know how siblings work when it comes to robots. The meeting doesn't last very long though, as Eggman orders the two of them to fight each other, with the winner being rewarded with the privilege of serving him. The fight is incredibly easy, you just hold the lock-on button 3 times, and then you win. It's not really any challenge to fighting Beta. However, Eggman, in his benevolent glory, awards us both the privilege of serving him. However, Beta will need to undergo some upgrades before he can do so. He did lose the fight after all. So I guess it's time for us to continue on with the mission. So Gamma takes his place in Eggman's army, and the egg carrier flies off, whilst Eggman gives Gamma and the other E100 robots their mission, which is to find and capture Froggy, because Froggy has Chaos's tail. It's all coming together. Gamma starts his mission in Station Square. This is the only time a character does not technically start out in Station Square. We did get to move around the Eggman base earlier, but we can only move in like a single room, so I'm not sure that really counts. The only other character that faces a similar situation is Sonic, but that single square room is still in Station Square. But anyway, there's not really anything to do here in Station Square as Gamma, so we just start Gamma's first actual stage, Emerald Coast. We start off in the same place that Sonic did, doing most of the same things that Sonic did, albeit slower because we're not Sonic. There are a few more enemies about the stage. This helps to accommodate for Gamma's very different playstyle and gives us a lot of opportunities to build up higher combos. Then we just progress through the stage like we did when we were playing as Sonic. But the stage does differ at some point because if you remember, there was an incident when Sonic played through Emerald Coast. Because of this, we can't just use a lot of the same pathways we did as Sonic. We have to go a separate route, which I quite like this little detail. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's another one of those little things that make Sonic Adventure's world feel so alive. So we take the scenic route. There's still Eggman robots on the scenic route. Why the Eggman robots are attacking us when we're still on Eggman's side, I have no idea. But it makes for fun level design. But eventually our path aligns back closer to Sonic's path, and we find Froggy just sitting on top of this hill. Big is nowhere to be seen. I guess I don't know how this happens. I guess this was in an alternate timeline where Big didn't grab Froggy. I'm not sure. But as soon as Gamma does collect Froggy, he gets his own flashback to the Echidna tribe, which I'm not sure of the implications of a robot being able to have a flashback. I don't want to get into that right now. That is too heavy of a topic. So we'll just go back to Gamma exploring the Emerald Shrine. He bumps into some Chows. The Chows are just vibing, having the time of their life. Good for them. Good for the Chows. Tikal then shows up and mistakes Gamma for an enemy, which, I mean, he kind of is at this point in the story. Tikal tells Gamma to stay away from the Chows and Chaos, telling him how gentle and caring and nurturing they are, which, I mean, with the Chow that makes sense. Chaos, not so much. We've only seen Chaos being just angry. She also mentions that Pachacamac is trying to take the Chow's homes away from them, which she's right there. Pachacamac is kind of wrong for that. We don't really get to process any of this though, because Gamma is thrust back into the future. I'm noticing a pattern with these flashbacks. They're just kind of thrown in and we don't get much time to digest them. Sometimes I think that works for the better, sometimes I don't. And none of the characters ever acknowledge these flashbacks to each other. Like, they all experience flashbacks. You think at some point they'd have realised they're all having similar flashbacks and that something is connected here, but no. No, they don't. They never even acknowledge them. They just have them and then move on. When Gamma finally snaps back to reality, he finds himself already back at the egg carrier with all the other E100s, each one of them holding a different frog. And I love these frogs. Look at them. Look at them. Look how happy, look how silly they are. I just love frogs. They're so cool. But as much as I love all of these frogs with all of my heart, only one of them is the one true frog. And that's, luckily, the one Gamma found. And as a reward for finding the one true frog, Eggman lets Gamma have prison duty. Clearly, you know, we're dependable, but I feel like going on a manhunt for a frog and guarding a prisoner are two very different tasks with very different qualifications, but I mean, sure, if Eggman trusts Gamma, why not? Who am I to judge him? So we head over to the brig to guard Amy. However, we get spun around by this random disc on the floor, which, why is this even here? But that causes Gamma to go into the wrong room where he witnesses man-made horrors beyond his comprehension. At this point, Gamma is completely traumatized as he sees the broken, disheveled carcass of his brother, E101 Beta, being rebuilt as some sort of war machine. He is terrified. He is traumatized. And he does what we would all do in this situation.
This is the wrong room.
Repress it. And then we just cut to the clip of him and Amy in the jail. Amy discusses love as a concept. He tries to get Amy to surrender the bird. He frees Amy. We've seen this all before. Once all that's done, we can leave the brig again, at which point Eggman will get on the intercom and tell Gamma to go and get himself an upgrade from the ammunition room. This upgrade being the jet booster, which allows Gamma to glide and hover in the air whilst he aims his shots. You can use it for movement as well, but it's very slow. It's nothing like Knuckles glide. It's very clearly designed with the intent of being something you would use to aim rather than something you would use to move. Still though, this is useful because we want to be aiming a lot on Gamma's stages. So with his new upgrade, it's time for the Gamma fight on the egg carrier again, but this time with us actually playing as Gamma. It's very easy. All of the character fights are very easy, especially as Gamma. But we don't actually see Gamma escape the egg carrier in any of the other stories, so what happens with Gamma? Well, once Amy saves his life, she tells him he should ditch Eggman and just do what he wants because, well, he's clearly capable of independent thought. He's clearly capable of emotion. So, by that definition, he's capable of living his own life. So he decides to do just that. As he flies away from the egg carrier towards Mystic Ruins, he's still traumatized by the carcass of E101 Beta being completely rebuilt into a war machine, so he decides his best course of action should be to save the other E100s. How does he save them? Murder. The first of the E100s is in the cliffside portion of Windy Valley. It's just the cliffside portion. We're only doing one section this time. Gamma's moveset works really well here. He's got some walls that he needs to blow up to actually progress through the level. He's got all the different robots scattered about to destroy to build his timer up a lot more. If you spam the game too much, what you'll end up doing is you'll actually end up locking onto the bridges that you need to cross over to progress. And this can just kill your progression, so that encourages you to not just spam the aim button constantly. It's also a little bit annoying because this is the only time in the whole of Gamma's campaign where this sort of thing is the case. Like, I appreciate this extra bit of challenge, but at the same time it also feels very out of place when this is the only time it happens. But eventually we get to the end of the stage where we meet up with E103, and this immediately triggers a boss fight. It's the same as the beta boss fight from earlier. It is very easy. You just lock him in, hit stun with your lock-on attacks, and he goes down after about 3 or 4 hits. And when I say go down, I mean, yeah, he just explodes. It dies. Kinda. See, our objective is to save the E100s, but that's a bit of a misleading description. See, back in the early Sonic games, the way Eggman's robots worked were he just crammed the little animals inside of them, and that's what powered the robots. The animals were basically being mind controlled inside of the robots, and that's what was powering them, and that's what's powering the E100s. That's what's happening with Gamma. Inside Gamma is a little animal. This explains why he's capable of feeling love. This explains why he was connected to Birdie and Amy, and this also explains why we get animals when we blow up all the other Eggman robots, regardless of who we're playing as. I also completely forgot that this was even a thing up until I got to this point in my playthrough whilst my friend was watching on Discord, and I was just very confused. It's not really touched upon in any of the more recent ones. I think they just kind of accept that Eggman is evil and knows how to build robots, and they just kind of leave it there. These animals do also serve a gameplay purpose, but we will get to that. That's a whole chapter in and of itself, and oh my god, we're not ready for that. But it is kind of neat to see this aspect of the early Sonic games implemented in not just a story aspect, but also a gameplay element too. Anyway, moving on. Back at the Mystic Ruins now, our next stage is Red Mountain, but before that, we can go to the downed egg carrier just off Mystic Ruins, if we take the little dock. Whilst we're here, we can get a new upgrade. It's one that we could actually see when we were exploring the egg carrier earlier, but we couldn't access it at the time. Whereas now, we can pick up the laser blaster. It's not really a blaster though, it's more of a sight. All it does is give Gamma a wider radius for his lock-on, which is very helpful, especially in some of the late stages where we really need to kill as many enemies as we can. It's not necessary, but it's a very welcome addition to our arsenal. Anyway, Red Mountain time. Gamma's version of Red Mountain takes place inside of the volcano. It's very similar to Sonic's segment inside of the volcano. The only real differences are some of the pathways you take and most of the enemy placements. By that I mean there's a lot more enemies because Gamma's all about combat. We get to the end, we fight E104, it's the exact same as all the other E100s. There's not really much else to say here about Red Mountain at this point. Again, I like playing this stage as Gamma, I like playing as Gamma in general, but we've really covered everything there is to be said about playing as Gamma and playing on Red Mountain. There's no point in going over everything we've already covered. So that's 2 E100s down. Where to go for the rest? Gamma isn't really sure at this point. Well, it's at this point that Gamma has another trauma flashback to the site of E101 Beta. So he knows there's at least one other E100 still on the egg carrier, so that's where he goes. And it's here we begin Gamma's final stage Hot Shelter. And Hot Shelter definitely feels like a final stage for Gamma. It's considerably more difficult than his other stages. It's considerably longer than his other stages. There are quite a few sections with few to no enemies at all, so you really have to be keeping an eye on the timer whenever you can. This was the only one of Gamma's stages that I actually timed out on. The reason for that is there's this one room where the claw, you have to stand on a switch, get to where the claw picks you up from, and hope to God that the claw drops you off in time. I failed at this quite a few times. I kept getting knocked out of the way by constantly spawning enemies. I just kept missing it because of annoying camera angles, and eventually I did end up dying. Waiting for the claw itself is also a very slow process, so if you miss it once, it pushes you back by like 20-30 seconds, which when your time limit is only 2.5 minutes at the start, that's a lot of time. Also, just a side note, why does Eggman have so many bathrooms on his airship? He's the only human here. Like, I get maybe the animals inside of his robots will need to eat and therefore shit, but they wouldn't be using human toilets. Why are there so many human toilets in Hot Shelter? Does Eggman just piss into a different bowl for every day of the week? Eggman's pissing habits aside, we make our way to the end and we begin the fight with E105. Now this fight is very different from all the other E100 fights. For one, this is the giant war engine, and instead of fighting it face to face, it's the entire room, so we just kind of have to run around in circles, just locking onto all of the turrets, and when we've locked all the turrets, we finish the fight. It's still pretty easy. It gets easier and easier and easier as the fight goes on, because as you're destroying the turrets, you're destroying things attacking you. The best option is to just keep running around in circles and holding the aim button until you've locked onto as many things as you can. So now we're back on the egg carrier. There are only 2 E100s left, Gamma and Beta. Luckily we don't have to search for Beta for very long, because Gamma sees him immediately as soon as they're on deck, and then they walk over to the arena where all of the Chaos 6 fights took place. From here we've got Gamma's final boss, and this is probably the most interesting boss fight in the game. Arguably the best. It's up there. This is a very good fight. It starts off with Beta just flying around the arena, and every now and then he'll do a charge attack. If you dodge out the way of the charge attack though, he'll leave his back vulnerable, and that's where you attack him from. You can't attack him from the front, he'll just block all of the attacks. And you just rinse and repeat this a few times, but at one point in the fight, when it gets towards the end, Beta will fly up into the sky, and then the camera will change to Beta's view whilst he charges a giant laser. It is very cool, and then when he fires the laser, it explodes on impact, covering about half of the stage. Luckily, you can see where he's going to fire it, so it's pretty easy to avoid, but it does make for one of the most dynamic elements of any boss fight in this game. Once we do eventually take Beta down though, we do kill him. But by killing him, we also free the bird that was trapped inside, which I think is one of Birdie's family members. I'm not too sure, I don't think it is. That would explain why Birdie struck such a chord with Gamma earlier, but I'm not sure, it's left kind of vague. So now there's only one E100 left. Gamma. How does Gamma save himself? The same way he saved all the others. We get a weirdly cheerful and happy suicide as Gamma dies and is reborn as the bird he originally was. Now he gets to fly off with his family, no longer being a robot, no longer being bound to serve Eggman, even though we've established that he never truly was. This was just an unfortunate chapter of his life, but thankfully, it's now come to an end. Gamma's story definitely stands out a lot from all of the other characters in Sonic Adventure. Even if we ignore how unique the gameplay is, the story itself is very self-contained. As soon as we leave the egg carrier, he has nothing to do with anything else going on in the game. Gamma also controls very unique to all the other characters. He has a frustratingly wide turning circle at times, but it's nowhere near as bad as when playing as Amy, just because you move significantly faster. Also at top speed, Gamma gets down on his little treads and just starts moving around like a tank. And like I mentioned earlier, when you go over water, instead of swimming, you hover above it, which all of it feels really cool. Not necessarily fluid, but it just feels neat. It's very distinct, especially in this game. There's honestly a lot to like about Gamma and how he plays, so I can see why Gamma's playstyle was brought back for Sonic Adventure 2. So with the 6 main characters all completed, we've beaten all 6 stories. There's still some unanswered questions though. What was happening with Chaos? Where did Chaos go? Where did Chaos come from? We've gotten some hints and we know the gist based on seeing all the flashback and seeing how Chaos is tied to the Master Emerald, but we don't really know for certain what their deal is. But we're about to find out, because once Gamma's story is over, we get back to the main menu, and we're now informed that we've unlocked one final story. We have now unlocked Super Sonic. We begin the final story with an establishing shot in the jungle of Tails' plane. Obviously, it's in a wreck because Big flew it into the jungle, but the camera zooms in on the Chaos Emerald powering the engine before we see Angel Island once again falling out of the sky, crashing back down at Mystic Ruins. We then cut to Eggman just strolling through the jungle on his Eggmobile, just muttering to himself about how much he hates Sonic. These two have a very unhealthy relationship. But whilst he's just strolling around, minding his own business, he bumps into Chaos, whose name he screams with... I don't even know what emotion this is.
Chaos!
Anyway, we cut back to Angel Island, and Knuckles is quite understandably baffled at why Angel Island has fallen back out of the sky. As far as he can tell, the Master Emerald is fixed again, so... what's up with that? Suspecting that it might be something to do with all the Chaos Emeralds he brought back, which I guess his job's to guard the Master Emerald, may as well guard the Chaos Emeralds as well whilst he's at it, makes somewhat sense, I guess. So he decides he should probably take them to Sonic and Tails. They know more about this sort of stuff, he is just the bouncer here. But before he can do any of that, he turns around and sees Eggman lying unconscious at the other side of Angel Island. Naturally, he finds this very suspicious, so he sprints over to investigate before getting ambushed by Chaos. We now cut to Sonic just hanging out underneath a tree at Mystic Ruins. He's just having a nice time, relaxing. He's considering going on vacation, seeing as Eggman is pissed off again, so he doesn't really have any responsibilities at the moment. But whilst he's just muttering to himself, wondering about the future, Tails shows up and informs Sonic that Angel Island has once again fallen out of the sky. This is Angel Island, by the way. How has Sonic not noticed this? If Sonic's been lying here this entire time, then there is no way that he would not have been caught by the shockwave when Angel Island crashed back down. And even if that wasn't the case, he has to have noticed the giant fucking cliff behind him. Oh, I love this game's writing so much. Anyway, Sonic and Tails head back to Angel Island, where they find Knuckles unconscious. They wake him up, and Knuckles tells them that Chaos is still alive. Not only is he still alive, he has most of the Chaos Emeralds. Eggman is also still here, but he gets up, vows revenge on Chaos, and then just leaves. He just runs off to go and do whatever. I guess he's got his own plan, which, fair enough. Sonic's plan barely worked last time. If you remember Sonic's story, he just kept handing Chaos Emeralds over to Eggman, so I trust Eggman with a plan more than I trust Sonic with one. Before we can go hunting for the final emerald though, Sonic gets one more flashback to the Echidna tribe. Sonic is surrounded by flame, screams, and just people generally suffering. The Echidna tribe and Pachacamac have finally attacked the Emerald Shrine, trying to get the Chaos Emeralds and the power of the Master Emerald for themselves, harming the Chao and Tikal in the process. In an effort to defend himself, quite rightfully so. Chaos lashes out, emerging from the Master Emerald and using their power to fight back. But at this point, Chaos is on a rampage. They're not gonna stop. They are angry. They are a being of destruction. Their instinct has taken over. They're now only going to destroy, and at this point, who can blame them? As Tikal wakes up and she herself finds herself surrounded by all the torture, all the suffering, the destruction, there's only one thing she can do now. So with the power of the Chaos Emeralds, she traps herself and Chaos inside of the Master Emerald, where she hopes that they're never going to escape from, and will just have to remain here, angry for all eternity. Because as she sees it, this is the only way to prevent Chaos from doing any more harm. I really like how this paints Chaos as more of a sympathetic force of nature than just some evil villain who exists only to destroy. Again, it's not anything groundbreaking, it's not the most well-written plot in the world. They're not some deep, complex villain with all these ridiculously complex backstories, emotions. There's no deep, twisted web of reasoning as to why Chaos is doing everything they're doing. But it makes for far more of an interesting villain than anything Eggman has done. So Sonic wakes up from his snooze cruise to find that Knuckles has left Angel Island and gone searching for the 7th Chaos Emerald, and Tails informs Sonic that they should probably go do the same as well. But we know where it is. We saw it outside Big's hut in the establishing shots. We know it's in Tails' plane. So we head over to the jungle, and we get there, we see the plane, we see the Chaos Emerald, but we're just too late. Chaos swoops in, grabs the final Chaos Emerald, and that's it. Chaos is at full power. Chaos has all of the Chaos Emeralds. What now? We now get shown a pre-rendered video of Station Square. Everyone's enjoying their day, everyone's just moving around. It's a very normal, calm day in the city. Or at least as calm as a city life can be. It's relatively bustling, everyone's living their lives, going to work, going to school, seeing their friends, their family. A normal day, by any means. But everyone here is unaware of what's about to happen. Unaware of the horrors they're about to be taken through. Out of nowhere, water begins erupting out of the sewer, sending manholes skyrocketing into the air, only to come crashing back down, killing anybody who's unfortunate to be directly under it when it lands. The roads, pavements, buildings all begin to crumble and crack as the foundations that were holding them up get swept away by tides of rushing water all flowing beneath them. Water just pulverizing the very foundations this place exists upon. The water rising up through the plumbing, through the sewage system, erupting out of buildings, causing the citizens to drown from above and below. The streets becoming flooded as the clouds turn a dark, menacing grey. The sun being completely blocked out by these clouds. A tsunami lurking ominously over the city, just hovering, waiting until eventually it comes crashing down, destroying and ending hundreds, thousands, if not millions of lives. Amidst the wreckage of what was just a few minutes ago a city, a skyscraper explodes with a flood of water that somehow collapses back in on itself, forming a new shape, a towering, monstrous entity that releases a blood-curdling screech that can be no doubt heard for miles. Perfect chaos is here. Sonic stares up at the threat. There's not a whole lot he can really do anymore. Eggman arrives with a backup egg carrier, just unleashing a barrage of attacks into perfect chaos, but They don't do anything. Chaos fires back and downs the egg carrier in a single hit. The egg carrier, a giant warship, was useless against this thing. And it's at this point that Tikal shows up, explaining to Sonic that her and Chaos were both trapped inside of the Master Emerald. But all this really did was cause Chaos's anger to fester and build as the years, decades, centuries continued. And now that they have all the Chaos Emeralds, there's not really anything that can stop them. Chaos drains the Chaos Emeralds of the last of their remaining power and then scatters them across the city. It would take ages to collect all of these Chaos Emeralds, assuming you could even do so with this giant monster attacking. Tikal says they have to trap Chaos again, but Sonic argues that that isn't going to solve the problem. That's just going to delay it even further and possibly make it even worse. But then, somehow, all of Sonic's friends show up, holding all the Chaos Emeralds. Where were they? How did they survive? How did they get all the Chaos Emeralds, and how did they get them back here so quickly? This does not make sense. Now, Tails is talking about how the power of friendship will restore the Chaos Emeralds, and they used the power of friendship, and now Sonic is Super Sonic. Open Your Heart is playing. What? This game has some stupid tonal whiplash, and I am loving it. A crowd is cheering. Why are they cheering? Their loved ones are dead. Their homes are destroyed. But Sonic is here. Yay! Now it's time to fight Perfect Chaos, I guess. Open Your Heart is still playing, keeping up the hype. The fight is pretty straightforward, but it's still very climactic. I enjoy this fight as a set piece, not so much as a fight though. All you have to do is build up speed as you approach Chaos as Super Sonic. Chaos is firing lasers, tornadoes and stuff at you. You just have to dodge obstacles, land on speed boosts, pick up rings. And if you reach Perfect Chaos whilst at top speed, you'll swirl around inside of him, then shoot out, deal some damage, and then you do the loop again. Much like in the 2D games, using Super Sonic uses up some of your rings, so you need to keep picking up rings to keep Super Sonic active. If you do run out of rings, you have to restart the fight. This did not happen to me in any of my playthroughs. It's really easy to just not run out. So we attack Chaos 3 times, then Open Your Heart stops playing. We get a more generic music track playing that is not as climactic. And then we just do the exact same thing 3 more times. I don't know why the fight is split up like this. It feels very tonally confusing. This entire ending, this whole climax feels very tonally confusing. It's appropriately climactic, but it just feels very jarring. In 20 minutes, we've gone from relaxing to being ambushed to seeing a cataclysmic event. And then immediately after that cataclysmic event, we're cheering, we're happy, we're fighting a water dragon monster god. Everything here is just happening so fast. And whilst the fight with Perfect Chaos is climactic and suitably so at this point in the story, getting here felt weird, and the fight itself, there just isn't really a whole lot to talk about. It's a fun climax, but gameplay wise, there's not really anything to it. But it does do an excellent job at showing us why Chaos is meant to be feared. They're basically a living water nuke, and they can go wherever they want. They can destroy whatever they want. The fact that they can destroy indiscriminately, but do also have targets, that's scary. Low-key, that's kind of terrifying. And this does a very good job at showing us why Chaos is meant to be feared, rather than just telling us. We have already been told at several points that Chaos is a god of destruction, but we've not really seen anything to really justify that. We've just been told that Chaos gets all the Chaos Emeralds, they unleash their full power. we've not been told what that full power is. We've seen glimpses of it, especially in Lost World of the big mural, but now we're actually seeing it firsthand, and it lives up to the myth. It lives up to the legend. The fact that Open Your Heart only plays for the first half of the fight, though, is weird. I feel like it should have been playing for the second half and not the first half, but whatever, it's still fun. Although I do think Open Your Heart is probably one of the weakest main themes of a Sonic game, at least since they started getting Crush 40 to do them all. I don't know, something about it just doesn't hit, especially when it's immediately followed by Live and Learn. But I mean, I don't want to compare it to Live and Learn, I just want it to stand on its own for now, but it really doesn't stand all that great. I just think something about it feels kind of flat. It works, it serves its purpose just fine, but it's definitely one of the weaker main themes of a Sonic game. And whilst I like the climax as a whole, the execution just feels kind of jarring, mostly because of the tonal whiplash and how disconnected all the events feel, including in the fight itself. But after we defeat Perfect Chaos, Chaos themselves go back to their original form, just the little dude who's made of water, he's just vibing. But they've clearly run out of steam. They don't have the will or the energy to fight anymore. And it's at this point when they see a group of Chao, and the Chao will just walk over to him. They're making little baby noises. They're all happy to see Chaos. I'm happy to see Chaos. I'm happy to see the Chaos, honestly. So Sonic and the gang watch all this happen. They just assume that all of the positive energy from Super Sonic must have cancelled out all of the negative energy from Perfect Chaos. And now Chaos is just kind of neutral. I guess it doesn't really make sense. I think it makes more sense that Chaos is just exhausted and sees that the Chao are still alive and living with the humans, having moved on from the disaster that happened all those years ago. Tikal now shows up, reunites with Chaos, explains to Chaos that, yeah, the Chao are still alive. The Chao are living well together with humans, with the animals. Well, I say the animals, with the Sonic animals. Everyone is at peace. Everyone has moved on from the dark deeds of the past. And seeing this, Chaos now moves on as well. Chaos can finally rest. Chaos and Tikal finally ascend to heaven. Their rage, their fear, no longer binding them to the earth. They can finally rest. They can finally die. But at what cost? Look at everything that's happened. All of the destruction. Thousands, if not millions of people are dead. And no doubt, hundreds more will die in the days and weeks to come. Those who don't die immediately, they're still going to be traumatized by what's happened. Their homes are gone. Their lives are gone. Their families, friends, pets, lovers, gone. They can't just carry on with their lives after this. What lives are even left to carry on? Their homes are destroyed. Their work, their jobs, their hobbies, their possessions. It's all gone. Even Eggman, floating in the Eggmobile, looks down at what's happened and flies away. Enough has happened. These people, this world, does not need to suffer anymore. Enough damage has been done this day. Let the people find their families, their loved ones, their friends. Let them recover. Let them try and build something of a life after this sheer cataclysm, this apocalyptic event has happened to them. But it doesn't matter how much they try and recover, they will always be haunted by the horrors of what have happened here today. Their only comfort being that The creature that caused all of this to happen has been laid to rest.
All's well that ends well, right?
Tails, thousands if not millions of people are dead. Lives have been ruined to a point that most of them will never recover from, and the lives that do recover, they will still have to live with the trauma of what has happened. People have lost their lives, their homes, probably limbs. You are standing at the centre of a cataclysmic event, staring at the immediate societal decay that has happened. It hasn't even been enough time for the people to stop screaming in terror, fear and confusion as to what's going on, Tails. Nothing is well. Nothing has ended well here at all, Tails. Nobody here has won, Tails. This is a net loss. No. Don't start playing the electric guitar. What the fuck do you mean that's game over? That's credits? We're finished? Just like that? The city is in ruin, thousands of people are dead, the survivors' lives have been ruined forever, but everything is apparently fine because Sonic got to act cool for like 5 minutes. Everything's just hunky-dory, I guess, because Sonic killed the water monster after it caused 3 apocalyptic events in the span of an hour. We're all just thrilled at the prospect of a highly populated area being flattened. What the fuck? Okay, I've calmed down a bit. That climax is a roller coaster, though. I will give it this. Throughout the entire time, I was engaged and I was entertained. But the complete tonal whiplash that gets thrown around as soon as Perfect Chaos shows up is just wild to me. I do appreciate, though, that Chaos does have an arc between learning to hate and then learning to love again. It's not anything huge or groundbreaking, but it's enough to humanize them and make them just a little bit more interesting than any other Sonic villain we'd had at this point. At this point in time, Sonic hadn't really fought a villain that wasn't evil just for the sake of being evil. You can kind of count Knuckles, I guess, but he wasn't so much as a villain, more so Eggman was the villain, and Knuckles was just being manipulated by him. So that's the story of Sonic Adventure, and what an adventure it was. There were wild twists, the storytelling was unique, it was interesting. I will give it this, it was definitely a lot different to everything else that was coming out at the time, especially with the 6 interconnecting plots that all vary from each other. It stumbles and fumbles at quite a few parts throughout the story, and it does start to feel like it's overstaying its welcome, especially by the time you get to your 4th or 5th playable character. And even when it's stumbling, all of the negative elements aren't so negative in a way that they're boring and you lose interest. They're just kind of silly and fun to laugh at. But at that point, are you laughing at what's happening, or are you laughing with it? You're laughing at it, but it's still fun. It's still enjoyable, and it's not the story itself that's bad. It's not anything amazing, but it's competent, and it keeps you engaged throughout the whole plot. But nothing adds to the story more than the voice acting. It has to be said, the voice acting throughout this whole game is just abysmal in all of the best ways. It at no point does it stop being entertaining. It's kind of in that weird vein of being terrible, like watching your 8-year-old cousins put on a play for the family at Christmas. All of your cousins there, they care about the play. They're terrible actors. They're terrible at telling the story, but they're having fun. They're enjoying themselves, and it feels like a lot of the voice actors are also trying to enjoy themselves with so many of their line deliveries, especially Eggman. Again, it's not good, but everyone here clearly cares. Everyone here is trying, and that extends to the gameplay as well. And we're not done with the gameplay just yet. No, we have a lot more to cover. Way more than you might think, unless you're looking at how much of the video is still left. I went somewhat in depth with most of the stages in Sonic Adventure. I didn't look at them in too much detail because I need this video to end at some point, but we got an overall idea of what each stage is about. But I didn't really cover the adventure fields all that much. I just kind of said where we go between each one and where we found the occasional upgrade. But I didn't really go into much detail. I just kind of explained where we went in between stages and any upgrades we might have picked up. So after that absolute roller coaster of a climax, how about we take a nice, relaxing look at the adventure fields? I don't know why I'm asking you that. This is my video. I can do whatever I want. The adventure fields in Sonic Adventure are probably the main thing that separates it from all the other early 3D Sonic games, and to a degree a lot of the more modern ones as well, but that depends what you class as modern. For the sake of simplicity, let's just say modern is anything from the Boost era onwards. We'll just stick with any 3D Sonic that isn't a Boost game or a Frontiers game. Or Boom. This is definitely not Sonic Boom. Wait, Sonic Boom also has hub worlds. Oh my god. Let's just try and forget about Sonic Boom for now. Let's go back to hub worlds. So hub worlds, they were all the rage back in the late 90s. You had Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Spyro the Dragon. All of those games had hub worlds, and they were all some of the most beloved 3D platformers at the time. And still to this day. And one of the biggest reasons that hub worlds became so popular is because of Sonic's biggest rival at the time, Mario. We all know about Peach's Castle in Mario 64. We're not going to get into the details of Peach's Castle in Mario 64, but Mario is Sonic's biggest rival. No matter what, Sonic Adventure was always going to be compared to Mario 64, even when it's not really that fair of a comparison. They're both very different games. But the Sonic team actually had a pretty good answer to this inevitable comparison. See, rather than just simply trying to outdo Peach's Castle, which they were never going to do, Sonic team decided to just do something completely different. A lot of the differences can be found with how the games are structured. Whilst Mario 64 only has a single hub world, Sonic Adventure has 3. And whilst Peach's Castle in Mario 64 continues to grow as you explore it more and more, with every area feeling distinct from each other, they all still tend to tie into that same theme of a castle. Whereas all of the adventure fields in Sonic Adventure, they all feel significantly different from each other. Some of the hubs even have their own ongoing storylines. As mentioned earlier with Station Square, all of the NPCs and the characters that you can just walk around and talk to, their lives are changing over the couple of days that Sonic Adventure takes place in. Every time you return to Station Square and talk to so many of these NPCs, they have different lines of dialogue. Their lives have changed in the couple hours since we last saw them. And we can really see time flowing whenever we're exploring the adventure fields. The changes from day to night in between the stages, and we get these beautiful varying skyboxes depending on whereabouts in the story we are. And the time of day itself normally lines up pretty well with the time of day in the stage that you're playing at that point in time. It doesn't quite line up when doing replays of earlier stages, but I mean, that's fine. I think they get a pass on that one. You also unlock more areas and more hubs as you progress throughout the game, and at some point different hubs and different areas will be locked off. Most notably, about midway through Sonic's story, the train station, all the workers go on strike for a couple days, so you can't get to Mystic Ruins, which means you are funneled directly into Station Square where all of your stages are going to be at that time, which helps prevent the player from getting overwhelmed too much. This can also be a bit of a downside, say if you just really want to go around and explore Mystic Ruins, but you can just do that later. There's nothing pushing you later on in the game. But admittedly, I did find it a little bit annoying on my first playthrough because I really like Mystic Ruins. One of the most consistent aspects of the adventure fields, though, is that your first real bit of exploration is always in Station Square. I emphasize real exploration because when playing as a Gamma, You do technically start in Eggman's base, but you're only there for 5 minutes. You explore 2 rooms. That's it. You don't actually get to really explore until you start going to Station Square and searching for Froggy. Sonic also has a similar issue where his first venture into the hub worlds is in Station Square again, but he's just confined to the area, the swimming pool in the hotel. You know, I keep bringing up Station Square, so let's just begin our deep dives here, starting with that one. Station Square, the first of the adventure fields, does a really good job at capturing the feel of a bustling seaside metropolis. This is in large part due to how many NPCs are about, the cars that are constantly driving by even if they're not really going anywhere, how tall all of the buildings around you are, and the field is split into 3 main areas. You start off at the seaside area where you can access Twinkle Park and Speed Highway. If you go towards the back of that area, you've got the shops, which is where you exit Speed Highway. There's not really any stages here to access, but you can go to the sewers. There are some more NPCs you can talk to. There's some little secrets in this area. I like this area, but it doesn't really add much to the game as a whole. And then finally you've got, just outside the hotel, there's the casino area, which also connects directly into the train station. The soundscape for Station Square is also very fitting. The music more so fits in the daytime than it does the nighttime. I do wish they had nighttime variations of the music, but I do still like how it sounds. I think we can all agree that a vibrant, bustling city in the nighttime feels very different to a vibrant, bustling city in the daytime. The atmosphere very much changes when everyone is very loud, very drunk, and also very sleepy. I think most of all the music does a great job though at capturing how it feels to be in a brand new city for the very first time, and just being in awe and in wonder at every single thing that you can see, whilst everyone around you who lives in that city is just kind of numb to everything at that point. I remember my first visit to New York. I remember it was Pride weekend actually, so the whole city was so much more excited, so much more vibrant than it usually is. I am very glad I went at that point in time, because I just know from hearing about people who live in New York, so much of that city loses its luster when you've lived there for 6 years. And it's the same with any other city. I constantly get told that by people that they love visiting where I live, but I'm just there like, why? My city doesn't even have a seaside, which is very unlike Station Square. And the seaside is easily my favourite part of Station Square. Just walking over to the beach, standing in this one spot and just gazing out into the sunset is so satisfying in this game. I especially love how the sunset looks, the way it blends the oranges and the blues and the purples. It all just looks so beautiful. It's such a stunning, gorgeous backdrop that I just can't help but get lost in it whenever I see it. I do wish there was a way to change the time of day once you'd beaten the game, or if there is a way to change the time of day once you've beaten the game, I wish I knew about it, but for now this only happens when I get to a certain point in my playthrough, and that kind of makes me a little bit sad, I won't lie. This beach is kind of ruined a little bit, because if you go about 20 feet to the left, just behind Twinkle Park, there's, I think it's a sewer or an aqueduct, I'm not really sure on the specifics. There are YouTubers who are better qualified than I to talk about what this actually is, but just seeing water coming out from underground and flowing directly into the sea, and that being right next to a public beach, doesn't fill me with the most confidence in terms of hygiene. I do hope it's not a sewer, because I feel like if it is, then this whole area is illegal, but people who know more about this can figure that one out. As mentioned earlier, you've also got cars driving around. They just go in a loop. They don't really stop unless you stand in front of them. Some of them will go into this little area underneath the hotel, which I'm going to assume is the hotel's car park, but that's just a guess. For all I know, they could be driving to their doom. They could be driving to a strip club. They could be driving to Ohio. But just seeing those cars driving around, going about their day, does go a long way towards making the city feel a lot more alive and lived in and vibrant. And they do a nice job. I like the cars. And towards the back of the seaside area, you can find this little newsstand. It's only available during the day because, well, I've never seen a newsstand open during the night. But the attendant there, if you talk to them, they'll tell you some of the stuff that's been happening in the story so far, which can be quite handy when trying to figure out whereabouts in the Sonic Adventure timeline you're currently at. So I like this. It's quite an interesting in-world way of figuring out whereabouts in the story you are. I like this. It's way more interesting than just having a mission description in the pause menu, although that is something that is also quite nice to have sometimes. Moving into the rear downtown area, we've still got cars continuing their loop as they just drive around doing nothing but waste fuel. But there's also some buildings for us to go into. There are only 2 buildings. One of them is a burger shop, which has an ongoing story with some of the NPCs there. There's a customer standing outside it who is madly in love with the guy serving the burgers inside of the burger store. If you return to the burger shop and talk to the characters at different points in the story, the woman outside it will get closer and closer to actually going in, talking to her crush and asking him out. But then it just sort of ends with her walking in, buying a burger, and awkwardly leaving, which, if I had a nickel for every time there was a side story in a Sega published and developed game in which someone who had a crush on a worker of a burger store in a seaside town went to ask them out but instead just bought a burger, I would have 2 nickels, which is not a lot. But it is weird that it happened twice. Outside the burger joint, there's also this hyper-realistic, by Sonic Adventure standards, statue of a man. Now, if we try and talk to him, we'll just lift him up, which I think everyone had the same reaction when they saw this happen. They just found it weird and funny and a little bit kooky. I still like it to this day. For some reason, it's just hilarious to see Sonic holding a man by the feet. But directly across the square from the burger shop is, I think it's meant to be like an antique store or something. There's nothing really in here except for a Chao egg, but we will get to the Chao eggs, don't worry. Other than that though, the only thing left to mention in the downtown area is the sewers, which you can only go into the sewers here at certain points in certain character stories. There's not really anything of note in them aside from the occasional power-up, upgrade. This is how big accesses Twinkle Park, I guess. The final part of Station Square is the hotel and casino area, which I'm just going to call the leisure district. It rolls off the tongue easier, it's much easier and much nicer to say. And it's a very suitable name, what with the hotel and casino. We'll start off where Sonic starts, at the pool, and then we'll just make our way through to the casino. So the pool it's a swimming pool. There's not really anything else to note here. I think it's one of the only places in the adventure fields where you can die, which you do by drowning, because, as mentioned, Sonic canonically cannot swim. One thing that I do find kind of funny is, at one point in the story, after Sonic's left Emerald Coast, because, well, a killer whale destroyed so much of the public area, that they just board this off and you can't access it until later on in the story when Gamma blows up the entrance. Which, again, this is one of those things where it kind of annoyed me at first because I wanted to play Emerald Coast again, but at the same time, it's some cool attention to detail. This is what normally happens when a big disaster happens. City officials will shut the place down so they can focus on rebuilding or rescuing anyone. This spot also has a great view of the sea. I don't like it as much as the view in the seaside area, but it's fine. It does the job quite nice. Moving into the hotel, this is where we find the first entrance to the Chao Gardens. I'm getting to the Chao Gardens. You're going to hear me mention the Chao Garden a few times whilst talking about the adventure fields. The other elevator doesn't actually work unless we're at the exact point in Knuckles' story where he goes up to the penthouse to fight Chaos. And that's basically all that's inside the hotel. There's also the power-up that we get for Sonic to make it so we can charge a Lightspeed Dash quicker, but we've already gone over that. Moving on to the casino area, there's the casino. There's this alleyway. occasionally there's a keystone to ice cap in there. Tails fights the Egg Walker here. There's a staircase that leads into the train station. There's nothing here. There's really nothing here. It's just the casino, the train station, and the lift to the ice cap. Actually, there is one thing here. There's an NPC with her child, except the NPC has a gambling addiction and the child is constantly begging her mom to stop gambling. This is weirdly tragic to be in a Sonic game. Naturally, Sonic being a hero, he does nothing. None of the characters do anything about any of this. The child is just kind of left to hope to God her mum is freed from the clutches of the gambling demon. I think my favourite of all the NPC stories, though, has to be the couple outside of Twinkle Park. As Amy mentioned earlier, couples get into Twinkle Park for free. So, this fucker, absolute genius, also bit of a dick, but a genius. See, this dude just loves amusement parks. He just loves going to Twinkle Park, but his girlfriend, not as much as he does. So, he doesn't get to go every day because couples can get in for free. So he gets another girlfriend, and then he alternates girlfriends depending on what day it is, so that he can just keep getting into Twinkle Park for free. How does he even have the time for this? Like, we don't need to worry about how he has the money for it, because, well, he's getting in for free, but how does he have the time? Well, that's actually also explained, because if you'll recall what I mentioned earlier, the train station goes on strike, which means he can't get to work, because he gets to work via train. So that means he can't do his job. So instead he goes to Twinkle Park for 3 days. Honestly, kind of goated mentality. Eventually his girlfriends do catch on. Naturally, like a true fuckboy, he cannot understand what he did wrong, which just makes this even funnier. Both of these women deserve better. He deserves significantly worse. But I guess that storyline's over, and that's about everything that I can think of to cover in Station Square. Overall, Station Square is a very good introduction to the adventure fields, and it's probably got the most going on out of all of them. I can definitely see why Station Square is considered to be so iconic for the Sonic fanbase, but there are still 2 more adventure hubs, so let's look at Mystic Ruins next. Now, Mystic Ruins is also split into 3 areas. You've got the cliffside area where we start, you've got the jungle area, and you've got Angel Island. And while Station Square has a very vibrant and energetic vibe, Mystic Ruins doesn't try to capture anything like that. Mystic Ruins goes for something completely different, with a feeling of serenity. There's so much calm and quiet here. You're really out in nature at a quiet, desolate ruin. It feels so somber and mystical just to be here, which really fits with the name, Mystic Ruins. And the music complements this brilliantly. The first few seconds of music just have beads being swished around to set the stage. Then the drums come in with a nice upbeat tempo. They start adding in even more instruments, getting a nice flow going. Everything feels great so far. The strings coming in, letting you know that you can go fast if you want to, but you don't really have to in this area. This is a place where you can just calm down if you want. But then the vocals get introduced, and they're here just to remind you that this place is ancient. Civilization has been here before. They may not be here now, but their presence, the fact that they were here at some point, can still be felt. Their impact on this area is still here. This just fantastically contrasts against Station Square's atmosphere. These 2 hubs feel so distinct from each other. Already it immediately feels like there is a purpose to both of them being here just by how different it is to stand still in each one. Now, let's see what the ruins have outside of just their general vibe. Now, as much as I could just talk for ages about how much I like the vibe of Mystic Ruins, there is content here. So let's go have a look at that. We'll begin with the cliffside area because that's typically how you get to Mystic Ruins. You start off on the train platform, which is made of wood and does not feel like it is suitable for the type of train that rides into Mystic Ruins, but okay, I guess. I'm not an architect, maybe it's fine. People know this better than I do. Let's trust the experts on this one. Underneath the train station we can find the entrance to the docks, which is how we access the egg carrier later on. We will get there eventually, but if we jump off the train platform, we're just immediately thrown into this vast, wide, open space for us to run around, explore, jump, get a feel for our character's moveset. It all feels great to be here, and again, it's very distinct to anywhere in Station Square. There are also plenty of inclines and hills here, which allow us to get a good feel for how momentum works in this game. You can really get a good feel for how you will move faster or slower depending on whether or not you're going uphill or downhill. This whole area by the cliffside is probably one of the best areas in the game for you to practice your simple movement tech. Obviously you can't do anything level specific here, but it's nice for if you do just want to practice doing things like spin dash jumps and the sort. Towards the edge of the cliff you can find Tails' house, which again Sonic does not live in. He is canonically homeless. I don't know if Tails just doesn't want to let him in his house or if Sonic just likes being homeless. You can go inside the house, but there isn't anything here. Tails, I guess, just sleeps on the floor. Maybe he sees Sonic as some kind of Sigma male, so he's going for that sort of vibe. I don't know, I'm not going to question it. I do really like how Tails' house looks though. It's very humble and very much fits Tails as a character. When someone says to me, what sort of house do you think Tails would live in? I'd say, who the fuck are you? But then I would think it's probably this sort of house. Tails' house also has a runway jutting off the cliff, which I guess it makes sense. He has several airplanes and he does actually fly them, which is weird because Tails can fly. I don't know why he needs the airplanes. I guess they have come in handy twice during this game. So, sure, I guess he's just kind of proved me wrong there. But if we run to the end of the runway, this is probably where we get the best view of Angel Island. This is really the only spot in the game, I think, where you can really tell that Angel Island isn't naturally a part of the cliffside. And even then, it's still kind of difficult to notice. It looks a bit better on the original Dreamcast version, but even still, it still just blends in a bit too well. Down the hill from Tails' house though, there's also this little cave in the mountainside. That's where we access the Chao Garden for Mystic Ruin. It's also where we find the Shovel Claws as Knuckles. That's about it. There's not really anything else in this cave aside from the Chao Garden and one or two upgrades. And towards the back of the cliffside area, we've got this nice little pond, which is also how we access another secret Chao egg, but we'll get to those later. There's also a minecart near the pond, which if we jump in will take us to the jungle area, but let's hold off on the jungle for now. Let's take a quick detour to Angel Island first. Before we actually get into Angel Island though, standing just beside it is this archaeologist who's here on an expedition, and we actually see quite a few of these guys peppered throughout Mystic Ruins. They don't really have much to say and their story doesn't really change throughout the story. But it's nice, it makes sense that these guys would be here. It's a ruin. Archaeologists live in ruins, I am told. He's also standing near this little hut, which we can't get into. I assume it's the archaeologist's base of operations. I am told that archaeologists need to sleep, so this would make sense. It's also never really explained what the archaeologists are looking for. I theorise that they might be looking for a way to access the pond dimension, but really, that's just a guess. They just know that there's ruins here. Let's explore them. That's our job after all. So we're standing right next to Angel Island. We may as well go into Angel Island. We access it via this little hole in the cliff that just opens at some point in the story, which takes us to Ice Cap. And then we move past Ice Cap and we get to this wide open expanse where we find the Master Emerald Shrine, where we find the doorway to Red Mountain. That's it. There's nothing here, like at all. There's nothing at Angel Island. There's pretty much nothing to do here except just gawk at the Master Emerald, which, I mean, yeah, it's the Master Emerald, it's cool, it's big, it's green, what's not to love? But I was just kind of hoping for a little bit more, considering Angel Island has such a significance in the Sonic lore. But yeah, that's it. So let's go have a look at the jungle. Jungle's a lot more interesting. Like mentioned earlier, we access the jungle through this minecart towards the back of the cliffside, and immediately upon arriving here, we're standing atop a ledge with a big ladder going down it. And as soon as we arrive at the jungle, we're standing directly above it. We can see a wide open expanse. We can see the whole area before us. This immediately gives us a great indication as to what this area is about. We can see the giant structure to our left, which houses Lost World. If we look to the right, we can see Big's hut with a big tree jutting out of it, which very clearly signifies that these are two very important areas. And if we look off in the distance, we can see some spotlights shining, which indicates to us that there is something important here. That something important being Eggman's base. Sadly though, playing Sonic Adventure on modern hardware kind of muddies the illusion of this being a jungle. As you can see here, it makes the pathways very blatant, very obvious, and very ugly. And these problems are made even worse when you play it in HD, but when played in low resolution on a CRT, it masks these problems really well. You can still kind of make out the different pathways in the jungle, but they're hidden so much better. It makes it more like something you have to be searching for, rather than something you will just instantly see because the corners are so sharp they'll cut your skin. So yeah, this one shot, already justifying the £700 I spent to play this game for a second time when I could already play it for free. Now then, let's jump down into the jungle, and just like that we are immediately lost. We have no idea where we are. But thankfully, we're not the only ones. See, there's another member of the archaeology team here, and he's just wandering around in a circle trying to find his way out. And he's stuck here for the entire game. He's trapped. We don't rescue him. We just leave him to stroll around the labyrinthian pathways of the jungle for all eternity. Well, he's doing fine, I guess. And to be fair to this dude, as much as I love the vibes and the feelings of the jungle itself, navigating around it can be a pain. Not because you get lost. There are actually a lot of ways you can prevent yourself from getting lost. Now, one of the biggest problems is the pathways are a lot more narrow than they look. You see, you can't just walk through the bushes at the sides. They are pushing you into the center, and you don't just run along them, just rubbing against it. No, you run into one and you stop in your tracks. So you have to start running again, but then you'll hit another wall and you'll have to start moving again. And this is a pattern that continues throughout every single time you're exploring the jungle. And this is also made worse when you start running into the water. There are a few parts in the jungle where there's a stream running through, and this makes you move slower in a game all about going fast. But that stream itself actually brings us to how we navigate the jungle and how we figure out where we are. See, if you're just looking at the ground and looking at the walls around you, the jungle can feel like, well, I've used the word labyrinth already, but it is very much that. It's a maze. There's not a whole lot of distinction between a lot of the areas, but we do have quite a few landmarks that we can use to figure out where we are by figuring out where we're not. So if we look at the map from a top-down view, we can see that the whole upper left portion of the map is just this wide open area. We've got the big centerpiece structure where we access Lost Ruin, and the whole square around that is very open, and immediately behind it is the cliffside. So already, if we can see the cliff, we know exactly where we are in relation to everything else. This has already eliminated about a quarter of the map. As long as we're in this quarter of the map, which is a significant portion, we're gonna know exactly where we are. But if we move along the cliffside all the way towards Eggman's base, you're gonna notice the stream What do they always say about streams when you're lost? Follow the water and you'll find civilization. And this kind of holds true here, I guess, to a degree. It's not quite civilization, but if we follow the stream upriver, we will eventually find Big's hut, which, if we remember where we were looking at the start when we first enter the jungle, that eliminates about a third of the map already, as well as all the places that the river goes to. If we know we're at the river, if we see the stream, we can just use that to go to Big's house, which means we immediately know where we are. So if we factor in the rest of the stream, we've kind of figured out how to find out exactly where we are when we're in at least half of the jungle. Sadly, the other half of the jungle isn't as distinct as all this. I think the only way you can really truly determine where you are in this area is by seeing if the ground is going uphill or not. As you get closer to the ledge where we entered, the ground will incline upwards, which it's subtle in some areas, and sometimes it goes down before it goes back up, but it works. But I do wish there was just a little bit more in these areas to just let you know where you are, even if that is just one more landmark to identify. But what's here is really good. I like how these landmarks are here and you can use them to navigate and figure out where you are in the jungle without actually having to use a map. I think it's very cool that Sonic Adventure does this. And whilst I'm glad the game doesn't really do this anymore because it makes the jungle stand out even more, it is something I do wish we could see in a lot more games. I really like when a game gives you all the tools you need to figure something out without just giving you the answer, and you're never given the answer. You're never given a map to the jungle, except for in DX. We don't need a map to navigate the jungle. The archaeologist doesn't need a map to navigate the jungle. But he probably should have brought one because now he's in this predicament. But we're not trapped in the jungle. We can leave whenever we want. Which means we're gonna leave now because we've got one more adventure field to look at. So let's make our way over to the egg carrier. So as soon as we arrive on the egg carrier, we're treated to a really, really good music track. It's upbeat and energetic whilst also having that futuristic vibe that tells us that we should be ready to fight at any moment because, well, this is the lair of an evil scientist. This is where Eggman lives. This is where Eggman houses and builds his army. It should feel threatening to be here. And most of the times you come here in the story, it is because something bad has happened. You've either been kidnapped, you're trying to rescue someone who's been kidnapped. And even if you're not here for someone, whenever you come to the egg carrier in the story, there is a boss fight. There is always a fight happening on the egg carrier. Eggman should move. And the colours and the lighting here really emphasise that this is not a place where good things happen. You've got all the industrial reds and the greys of Eggman's colour scheme. Then the lighting is typically green and grimy and disgusting and makes it all feel grungy. It does a great job at fulfilling those evil scientist vibes. However, that's where most of my compliments towards the egg carrier end. I do not really like the egg carrier very much. It's fine, I guess. It has some really cool stuff in it, but I think the biggest downfall to me is actually navigating the area. The main reason for this is, as you saw during the story, the egg carrier has two modes. It has its cruiser mode, which is the default way we see it, and it also has its battle combat mode. I don't know what you want to call it. I'm just going to call it combat mode for now. As we saw in Sonic's story, we can change the mode it's currently in by standing on the switch in the captain's room, but sometimes it can be a pain to actually get there depending on what formation it's currently in. When the ship's in cruiser mode, very easy. There's just a door on the deck. We walk in, press the button, everything's fine. When it's in combat mode, I always get lost trying to get here because we have to go inside the ship. Then there's some corridors, there's all these different rooms, there's these buttons we gotta press to lift the floors up. They're on a lift for some reason. And then we hit a button, and then we light speed dash, and we use a light speed dash to get into the captain's room. Does this mean Eggman can also do the Lightspeed Dash? Why does he not just have a door? Oh, I hate having to do all this. I always get lost. I can never find my way around the egg carrier when it's in combat mode. It is needlessly obtuse in how to get here. But really, that's my only major gripe with the egg carrier itself. Everything else here is, at worst, fine. Having to switch between the two modes is only something we need to do at one point in the story, and when we're going for 100%. I think it also just doesn't leave that much of an impact on me, because we only really visit the egg carrier so late in the story, and it's always at a point where we're being rushed to get out, grab our things and go. You're never really given time to explore. You're just here with a job to do and then leave, whereas with Mystic Ruins and Station Square, they feel a lot more calm. There's not a sense of urgency there, but there is whenever we visit the egg carrier. And when you do get to explore, there's not really a lot of open space to run around in. It's more about all these tiny little treats in these smaller rooms. Most notably in Eggman's area, he's got his bedroom, his kitchen, his casino. We get a nice little glimpse into what Eggman does to wind down. It turns out he has a gambling problem. And I find it really funny how Eggman's living areas have such a different vibe to the rest of the ship. Whilst everywhere else feels grungy, grimy and evil, his living quarters are so vibrant and bright. He's got pinks, yellows, blues, and that also applies to his swimming pool. Why does Eggman have a swimming pool? I guess he likes swimming, you know, fair enough. And the last area to explore with the egg carrier is this hallway, chamber, main hall sort of room. I don't really know what I'd describe it as, but the way we get here actually changes depending on what mode the egg carrier is in. We can either get the monorail down the bottom, or we can use the Eggmobile to rise to the top via the little chair. It doesn't really matter. We do come out at a different spot depending on which one we take, but again, most of the difference are just cosmetic. This is probably the room where we'll spend the most time when playing through the story. I don't know why. I think a lot of it is just because we always go through here. There's never anything here to go to. It's always we have to go through this room. I think the only thing here to go to would be the Chao Garden just behind where the Eggmobile sits. Everything else that we do here is walk through to get an upgrade or walk through to get onto the top deck. But that's really all I have to say about the egg carrier. There are boss fights here, there are upgrades here, there's a Chao Garden here, but there's not really anything of note here though. It feels like it's a last minute addition to the story, and for most characters it is a last minute addition to the story. And so that's really everything I have to say about the egg carrier. It's definitely my least favourite of the adventure fields. There's just not a whole lot to it. I want there to be more. I want to like it more than I do, but there just isn't enough here to justify liking it more than I do. And that, combined with just how much of a pain it can be to navigate at times, really holds the egg carrier down for me. So that's the adventure fields. How do I feel about the adventure fields as a whole then? You may figure this out from me talking about Station Square and Mystic Ruins, but I really like how the adventure fields work. I really like their inclusion in the game, and really I can't imagine a Sonic adventure without them. Can't imagine a Sonic adventure without them. They add so much life and so much character to the world. They go such a long way in making the world feel not just alive but lived in. This world isn't just existing now, it's existed for years before we were even here. There are interesting characters that all have their own lives. They go about their days, they have jobs, families, and we get to see that, and we see it change as they're constantly doing new things throughout the story. And they don't just talk about their lives, they talk about how the events in the story that you're embarking on are affecting their lives. Especially with the newsstand, there's also these little hint orbs by the train stations and the entrance to each of the hubs, which will give you a hint on where to go. So there's that. I didn't really mention that because I didn't really use them a whole lot, but they are there, they're very useful. I really like that they're here. You can just ignore them if you don't even need them. Everything about the adventure field just coalesces to create a vibrant, unified world. And also the egg carrier. And what's also great about the adventure fields is that they're just really fun to move around in. They give you so much space to just run around, get a feel for your character's moveset in a number of different environments. And as Knuckles, it's really fun to get somewhere high up and glide over them to get a feel for the scenery beneath. It's really fun, especially to just glide over the jungle. And when you've got 6 different playable characters, all of whom control at least somewhat differently, it's good. You want those spaces to be able to run around and explore, and the adventure fields give you that. And also the egg carrier. All of these hubs are just full of tiny little details that, on their own, don't really mean anything. But together they all form a mass of passion, of creativity, of life being breathed into this world. And again, the egg carrier is here. I know I'm shitting on the egg carrier a lot, and rightfully so, but all of the other stuff in the egg carrier, all of the little details just aren't anywhere near as rewarding as they are in Station Square and Mystic Ruins. It still fits within the game, it doesn't feel like it doesn't belong. A lot of that is because of its story impact, but it just doesn't feel like it got the same love and care as Mystic Ruins and Station Square did, and that's honestly a shame. So, overall, whilst they do stumble a little bit towards the end, I would say that the adventure fields were mostly a success. They very much put their own spin on hub worlds with Sonic Adventure, and there's not really anything else quite like the adventure fields, at least not in any other 3D platformers that I've played. And honestly, it makes me a little bit sad that they don't really do as much with hub worlds in later Sonic games. Sure, they're there, but they're not the same as the adventure fields. And sadly, I don't think we're ever gonna see the return of the adventure fields, which is a shame. I think they're such a breath of life to this game, and they could be that for so many other games as well. But I think the adventure formula's time is over now. I don't see Sonic Team ever returning to it, which means we're probably not going to see adventure fields in the future, which, it's sad, but it's fine. I get it. They want to do new things with Sonic. Some of those things have worked out, some of those haven't. And I think it's fair to want to change. I think it's fair to not want to be stuck in the past. But we're still stuck in the adventure fields for now. Because whilst I've beaten Sonic Adventure, I haven't finished Sonic Adventure. Remember, I was determined to 100% Sonic Adventure on my Dreamcast, and I was going to do it by any means necessary. Now, I have heard horror stories about how difficult it is to 100% Sonic Adventure 2, so I was expecting Sonic Adventure 1 to be probably around the same level of difficulty, maybe a bit more difficult, maybe a little bit less difficult, but around that same area. But I was not prepared for how grueling this game was going to be. I was not prepared for all of what this game was about to push me through. So let's see how it went. Now, in order to get 100% completion in Sonic Adventure, what you have to do is you have to collect these Sonic Medallions. There are 3 for each stage. You get 1 for beating the stage, and another 2 in each stage for beating extra completion criteria once you've beaten the stage initially. There are also an extra 2 medallions in each of the mini games, so Sand Hill, Amy's hammer whack-a-mole thing. There's 1 for beating the minigame, and another 1 for getting a certain high score on each minigame or a certain time. Then there are an extra 12 medallions in the adventure fields, 4 for each one, and a further 5 medallions which you get for completing the Chao Garden. We've just finished covering the adventure fields, so we may as well start with the medallions that you can find there. I think these ones are just another great addition to the adventure fields. They reward and encourage exploration, so I really like that they're here. Starting off with Station Square, there's one in the train station just above the entrance. We can't normally see it because of camera angle magic and whatnot, but most characters can jump up there pretty easily. I normally just pick Sonic when I'm medallion hunting. You can just charge up a spin dash, jump over, and you'll get the medal. The second one is in the alleyway by the casino. You can't actually get this one as Sonic. You need to be playing as either Knuckles or Tails because it's all the way up in the sky. It's right at the invisible ceiling, so you just fly up or wall climb up, pick it up and run along. The next two are in the downtown area. There's one just sitting at the side of the burger shop. You can just walk in and grab it whenever you like. And the final medallion here in Station Square is just outside the town hall area. If you spin around in the grass, you'll end up destroying some of the blades of grass, and underneath one of them another medallion will pop out, and that's all of the ones here in Station Square. I do feel like they got a little bit lazy with some of them. I think the best medallion here is probably the one hidden in the train station. It's just out of sight of the camera where you might notice it's there on a casual playthrough, but it's not so hidden away that you're never going to see it. Overall though, they're all pretty easy to grab. It's just a matter of knowing where to look, and you'll probably stumble upon them all just by messing around within the adventure field, so overall they're fine. Hopping off the train at Mystic Ruins, our first medallion is just outside Tails' house. Well, technically it's behind it. You can see it on this little ledge just behind where Tails lives. It's pretty easy to get to. You can just spin dash jump or fly and glide over to it. Then we head over to the jungle, and there's one just lying in the middle of the pathway on the way to Big Shack, which is quite convenient because Big Shack is where we find the next medallion. Well, technically not in Big Shack itself. You just see the big tree that his entire hut is kind of built around. If we pick Knuckles or Tails, then we can actually get on top of it, where we find that the top is partially hollowed out, and if we jump in there, we'll find our third Sonic medallion. And the final medallion is all the way at Angel Island, and this is probably my favourite of all the Sonic medallions, at least the ones in the adventure fields. It's not technically on Angel Island so much as it is at Angel Island. See, there's this big bottomless canyon between the Master Emerald Shrine and the mainland. The medallion is in that chasm, and the only way we can get to it without falling to our deaths is by choosing Knuckles, wall climbing along the edge of the cliff, and just gliding back and forth until we get the right height to actually pick up the medallion and then leave. You can probably pick it up as well with a few other characters just by risking your life. I don't know if you do hold on to the medallion after you die, but either way, it's fun to pick Knuckles and just go for it. I really like going for this medallion. And so that's all of the medals here in Mystic Ruins. Again, my favourite one is definitely the one at Angel Island. My least favourite is probably the one that's just lying in the middle of the jungle. It's not challenging, it's not interesting, it's just kind of plopped there like they didn't have anywhere else to put it, when in reality they could have put it in so many other places. They could have just put it on top of the big pyramid structure. They could have put it somewhere else on Angel Island. Please give Angel Island some love. They could have hid it anywhere in the cliffside, maybe in the caves at the pond, but no, they just stuck it here. Again, it's not bad, it's just uninteresting. And speaking of uninteresting, back to the egg carrier. Beginning inside the egg carrier, there's one in the same room as Eggman's swimming pool. If we just fly up to the top, we'll see these platforms. I don't think they're quite diving boards, they're more just, I don't know what they are, support pillars I guess, but there's a medallion on top of one of those. For the next medallion, we make our way over to Eggman's living quarters, more specifically his sleeping quarters, more specifically his bed, because apparently he sleeps with one. He just has it lying there. Why he has a Sonic medallion, I do not know, and I do not want to know why he sleeps with it. The final two medallions can be found outside, one whilst the ship is in combat mode, and the other whilst the ship is in cruiser mode. In combat mode, he has these spinning discs that are also here in cruiser mode, but they're a bit higher up. I think you can actually still access this one in cruiser mode, but the area defaulted to combat mode when I went for it, so I guess it's still here. It's just right on top of the spinning disc, so pick Tails, fly up. You can probably get up there as Knuckles and Sonic, but I just went straight to Tails. It was very easy to do this. Then the final one, which you definitely need to be in cruiser mode for, and you definitely need to be playing as Sonic for, because I spent 20 minutes trying to get this one as Tails and was very confused why it was not working. There were these little cannons at the front of the ship. Sonic can jump inside one of them, and then that'll fire him out, and he'll land next to where the final medallion is. It's, again, none of these are very interesting. I think my favourite one is the one on top of the spinning disc, because I like going vertically. I guess the cannon one is probably the most interesting one though, but I find that one mostly to be annoying because you can really only grab it when you're playing as Sonic, and there's not really a reason for that. Tails and Knuckles can both easily fit within the cannon. I don't see why Sonic's the only one that can be shot out of it, but that's all the medallions for the adventure fields. Again, they're another great addition to the adventure fields. I do wish some of them were a bit more interesting though, but at their worst, they're just kind of boring, and at their best, they're great. They're really good at encouraging you to explore the adventure fields more. Now it's time for the medallions in all the stages. I was fully prepared for this to be the majority of the video. I was very prepared for it to be the majority of the script, but that is really not the case. Don't get me wrong, it takes a good amount of time to actually 100% the game. It's not exactly quick, but it's also not really all that difficult either. See, after you've beaten a stage for the first time, the next time you go to replay it, there'll be a new objective for you to complete, and this is how you get the next medallion. And once you've gotten that medallion, you'll be given another objective to beat. And this is the case for every stage in the game. There are 3 medallions per stage. You get one on your first playthrough of every stage. So really you only have to beat every stage at most 3 times. The challenges also don't really change between each stage. They change for each character, but not by much. Every character will have the same general objectives for all of their stages. Let's begin with Sonic's. So the first of Sonic's challenges for every single one of Sonic's stages is to clear the stage whilst holding 50 rings. This is generally pretty easy, just don't get hit towards the end of the stage. You don't even have to complete the stage without getting hit. As long as you have 50 rings by the time you finish the stage, you're fine. And many of the stages will have a whole bundle of rings right towards the end, so for a lot of them you really don't have to try all that hard. Sonic's third medals get a bit more interesting though. You have to beat every stage within a certain time limit. The time limit itself varies from stage to stage, but it's generally around the 90-second mark or so. I'll have the times listed on here for you to be able to actually see what I'm talking about, but they're not really all that difficult for the most part. I do appreciate though that they encourage you to break the level design. Speed Highway was great for this, as I've established earlier. Speed Highway is such a fun speedrunning level. Lost World, you pretty much have to be able to use the gravity room skip, which was really fun to figure out. Red Mountain as well is also really good for making sure you actively use those skips, but for the majority of the stages, you can kind of just run through like normal as long as you're doing it nice. Really, as long as you know how to spin dash jump, and as long as you're willing to take some risks with the spin dash jump, you'll get through all of Sonic's stages, 100%ing them fairly easily. The only Sonic stage that really gave me much trouble was Casinopolis, and that's mostly because at this point I hadn't figured out that the quickest way was to just immediately lose at pinball and go running straight through the underground. Once you've figured that out, you beat the stage in like 5 minutes, and the timer it gives you for Casinopolis is very generous. Let's move on to Tails now. His medallion challenges may as well be the exact same as Sonic's. His second medallion is just for clearing the stage whilst holding 50 rings, literally the exact same as Sonic's. And for the third medallion for each stage, you just have to finish the stage whilst beating an even faster version of Sonic or Eggman in the race. So basically beat the stage within a certain time limit. It's just dressed up differently. Again, as long as you know the level, as long as you're willing to get weird with breaking the level and doing random speed tech, just trying stuff out, you're going to get through these very easily. And with Tails' ability to just break level design, this is still very easy with Tails. These races, whilst we're told they're more difficult, really aren't. Much like when we're playing through the main story, things get a little bit more interesting with Knuckles. His second medallion is for beating each stage without using any hint orbs. You don't have to use any hint orbs though, at all. The main challenge here is just not accidentally activating one when you move past it. And really, that's not difficult at all. You don't need to use the hint orbs because you've got your radar flashing and beeping at you whenever you're near any of the emerald shards. So this isn't even really a challenge, this is just go do the Knuckles stage again. But Knuckles' third medallions are all for beating each stage within a certain time limit, which is 1 minute for every stage except for Skydeck, which is 2 minutes, which makes sense. Skydeck has a lot more going on, it's huge, you've got to go back and rotate the stage, it makes more sense you'd get more time on Skydeck. Now, clearing all of these stages as Knuckles within a minute isn't exactly difficult, but it normally takes you a fair few tries. A lot of the reason for that, though, is because you're spending a lot of those attempts learning the route. You're learning where the emerald shards can spawn, and from there, you then know where you should be looking, where it's likely to be, and from there, you can figure out what your route's gonna be. It's very much about optimization as Knuckles. And I really like that. It's a very fun reward for learning the stages, learning the spawns, learning the best ways to maneuver around the level as fast as you can. It's not about having good movement and being nice with it. Whilst all of that is helpful, these medals are all about rewarding your knowledge of the stage, and I really like that. It stands out a lot compared to a lot of the other medallions. And this makes it feel really rewarding when you do finally get that third medallion on each stage. I say finally, it doesn't take very long to get these, but again, you're learning as you go through. It's rewarding to get all of these. Unlike Amy's. Amy's medallions are the exact same as Sonic's. You collect 50 rings, beat the stage holding 50 rings. Then you've got time challenges. They feel very different to Sonic's because you're playing as Amy, so your movement is automatically hindered, which makes them feel a lot more hectic, even though they're not. You get given a good amount more time than you do for all of Sonic's stages. In fact, Hot Shelter as Amy gives you 6.5 minutes, when I think I beat it in like 4. But Amy doesn't really have any good momentum or speed tech, at least not that I'm aware of. It's just get through the stages without making mistakes, don't get hit by the robots, don't get captured by Zero, and if you do, you probably do still have quite a bit of time. It's pretty generous, but you're playing as Amy. There's no fun to be had here. But you know what is fun? Fucking fishing! I love fishing. I love fish, the way they go. It's the greatest fucking thing ever. And big stages are all about fishing. So what do we have to do to get 100% in big stages? There's no time limits. There's no ring limits. We don't have to get as many rings as we can. We don't have to finish stages with 50 rings. We don't have to finish stages in a set amount of time. So what do we have to do? Well, this time we're not just fishing for Froggy. We fish for Froggy at the very end. This time we're fishing for fish. That's right. Actual fish. Do you remember all these lure upgrades we got for Big? Just in case you don't, we can get one lure upgrade in Station Square, another in Ice Cap, a third one just lying around in the jungle near where Big Shack is located, and another one in the egg carrier. And every one of these will allow Big to fish for bigger and bigger fish. And all of Big's extra medallions come from fishing bigger fish. His second medallion on every stage is for catching a fish that weighs over 1,000 grams. At least I assume that's what the G stands for. Once you've got a fish that big, you just head on over to Froggy, fish Froggy up, beat the stage, and then you'll get the medallion. This is relatively easy and straightforward. There are quite a few 1,000 gram or 1 kilogram fish just scattered about the area. They're not very difficult to find. You can normally just see one that's pretty large and take an educated guess. This gets so much more difficult for the third medallion though. You have to get a fish that weighs over 2 kilograms. Now this sounds just as straightforward, but what you have to account for is that they aren't always spawning, and a lot of 2 kilogram fish will not look like 2 kilogram fish. A lot of fish that look like they'll be 2 kilograms will only be like 1,700 grams. So you're going to be going through so many fish. You're going to be in these stages for so long. I think Hot Shelter took me over an hour of just fishing, trying to find a 2 kilogram fish. There were so many that looked like they were 2 kilograms, but they just weren't. And you also have to factor in that heavier fish are even harder to reel in. So you're having so many battles with so many fish that you are just losing. And even the battles you win, you could spend 10-15 minutes just trying to reel in one fish after you've hooked it, and then find out it's only like 1,800 grams. I think the only thing about this that I really appreciate is in Ice Cap and Emerald Coast, most of the bigger fish can be found within the more hidden, tucked away areas. Whereas in Hot Shelter and Twinkle Park, well, Twinkle Park only has the one pool. That's it. Hot Shelter, you can find them in the secret areas that you unlock by raising the water level to the highest, but you can also just find them in the main area, so there's not really any need to go that far. It's just a bit of added flavour to the stage. So yeah, Biggs definitely took the longest to get all the medallions for, just through sheer bad luck, but I guess there's always going to be that element of luck in any fishing, especially real fishing, and especially Sonic Adventure fishing. But now all we've got left to cover is Gammas, and Gamma stages are, again, pretty similar to what we've seen so far. Gamma has the standard beat the stage whilst holding 50 rings. I don't think anyone's surprised by that. But because of how differently Gamma's timer works to every other character, it puts a bit of a twist on his time challenges. See, instead of trying to beat every stage within a certain time limit, Gamma has to beat every stage with a set amount of time remaining. This makes Gamma's levels not just about speed, but also about efficiency. Again, it's about knowing when to stop, when to shoot, when to lock on. Is it best to just run past this group of enemies, or would it be faster to stop, kill them all, get the extra time bonus, and carry on? I didn't really have much difficulty with any of these. They're just a bit more interesting than the standard time challenges. I think the only one that gave me much trouble was Gamma's final stage. So that's all the medallions for every individual character. We've also got another one for beating each character's story, which adds up to another 7. There are 130 in total, so let's look at the ones we've got for the mini-games. Again, the mini-games are all things that you kind of do in between stages, stuff like the on-rail segments, chasing down the egg carrier, Amy's whack-a-mole thing, the bumper car segment outside Twinkle Park, Tails' Sandhill section. Chasing down the egg carrier, each time you get a medallion for beating it the first time, and then it's just a matter of getting a high enough score on each one. Getting the high score in each of these though is pretty easy, especially when you remember that the lock-on move exists for Tails' biplane. Why the game does not tell you you can do that, I don't know, but I'm very glad my friend told me about it. For the bumper car section outside Twinkle Park, it's not even remotely difficult. You get given like 10 minutes to beat it. Really, the only challenge comes from not getting cocky and just flying off the stage. Amy's whack-a-mole didn't even feel like one. I think you just only have to get like 2,000 points, which I'm pretty sure I got that on my first try, so we just skip right over that one. For Sandhill, it's more of a slalom as opposed to the race that was on Ice Cap. You have to try and go through these little gates along the hill. If you go through them consecutively, you get more points, so you want to build up a streak and get as high of a streak as you can. This one actually took me quite a few attempts. It took me time to learn a good route and then to execute that route, which goes back to what I was saying before when 100%ing the game with Knuckles. It's very rewarding to actually figure out, build, refine, and eventually perfect that route. It didn't take me very long to figure out an optimal route, but I can imagine it taking some time for some people, just because, like I mentioned earlier, actually controlling the snowboard or the sandboard is very jittery. But that's really where most of the challenge comes from, not in actually figuring out the route, but actually controlling your character. And I'm pretty sure that's all of the minigames. All of the adventure fields, beating every character's story, doing all the stages, getting them all in all of the stages, and all of the minigames. That adds up to 125 medallions. There are 130 in the game. Where are the other 5 medallions? I've alluded to it a few times. I didn't want to just gloss over where the final 5 medallions are found, because the Chao Garden is worthy of its own video in its own right, as evidenced by all of the people who have made several hours worth of content on just the Chao Garden. I also wanted this video to kind of reflect how I experienced Sonic Adventure, and the way I experienced Sonic Adventure was by doing all of the other 100% stuff, and then doing all of the Chao Garden at the end. So now that we're at the end, we've done everything else to do in Sonic Adventure. Let's go gardening. Right, now, let's just get this out of the way. I took a very, very wrong approach to playing through the Chao Garden. Like I just said, I did the Chao Garden right at the end of everything else. I barely even acknowledged its existence before getting every other medal. I just kind of left it and decided I'd do it all at the end. That was a mistake. See, the Chao Garden kind of wants you to wait. Therefore, you're encouraged to just kind of do some stuff in the Chao Garden between stages, go do some stages, and then come back to the Chao Garden. It all makes sense. It's meant to be a respite, a cooldown in between all of the high-octane action of the stages. I did not realise that. No, the Chao Garden wants you to appreciate it. It wants you to take your time and give your Chaos time to grow. But I didn't really do that, which meant that I ended up kind of rushing through the Chao Garden, and I kind of wish I didn't, because there's actually quite a lot to it. For starters, there isn't just one Chao Garden, there are 3. Like I mentioned earlier with the adventure fields, there's 1 for each adventure field. Now the objective for the Chao Garden is to, as you might have figured out, raise Chaos, and once those Chaos are old enough, you put them into races where they will compete and hopefully win. There are 5 different courses. You get a Sonic Medallion for beating each of the 5 courses for the first time. It's a pretty straightforward objective, but there's a fair amount of complexity and variation in how you can choose to approach it. Most of this is determined by how you choose to focus on your Chao stats and what sort of build you want your Chao to have. But before we get into the Chaos, let's take a quick look at the gardens themselves. So the first garden is this clean, pristine rooftop area that we find by going into one of the elevators in the hotel of Station Square. To me, this garden feels like your super rich friend has invited you round to just chill out at their home for a couple hours. This is your first time being here, and they're acting like their 76-inch 8K TV is just a perfectly normal thing to have in the bathroom. There's a big skylight instead of a ceiling, which you can feel the sun just pouring down and lighting up the area. There's a big pool that takes up about 1/3 of the entire room for some reason. And you've got these palm trees on the other side with a little terminal right in the corner. The layout is pretty basic. The room is just a square, but it also has a very luxurious marble feeling because of the textures and the walls and the floor with a nice, the sort of pattern that I feel like the super rich think is really cool just because it looks like something that the ancient Greeks would think of. This is definitely the most basic of all the Chao Gardens and definitely the least interesting as well, but that can also be a bit of a blessing when you're actually trying to find a specific Chao. The second Chao Garden at Mystic Ruins can be accessed by hopping into the minecart in the cave just outside of Tails' house. The vibes here are very different. The Chao Garden for Mystic Ruins feels like one of those hidden, undiscovered beaches that you'll occasionally see inspiration influencers posting about. The kind that's mostly in a cave, but there's a single beam of sunlight pouring through that just gives the atmosphere a nice warmth. For a place in Mystic Ruins, this feels appropriately mystical. There's also just a lot more space and variety here compared to the Chao Garden over at Station Square. The trees are a lot more scattered about, the water is wider and deeper, you've got bits of ruins from the Mystic Ruins jutting out, as well as just natural rock formations also appearing out of the water, like this tiny island in the centre. I think out of the 3 Chao Gardens, Mystic Ruins is the one that I would most want to physically exist in. Much like the rest of Mystic Ruins themselves, I just love the vibes of being here. But we've still got one more Chao Garden. It's the Chao Garden of the Egg Carrier, the adventure field that I consider to be the most underwhelming, the most disappointing, the least interesting out of all 3 adventure fields. So how does the Chao Garden for the Egg Carrier stand out? Well, to access it, we go into the main hall for the Egg Carrier, and right at the very back, we'll see a door with some switches on the floor. The switches all have little letters on them. They spell out Eggman. Just stand on the buttons in an order that spells out Eggman, and the door will unlock, and we can get into the Chao Garden. Now, what's interesting about the Egg Carrier's Chao Garden is that unlike everything else to do with the Egg Carrier, it isn't a massive disappointment. It's actually really nice. I quite like the Egg Carrier's Chao Garden. Keeping with the summer getaway theme that all the other Chao Gardens seem to have, the Egg Carrier's Chao Garden is this tiny deserted island with a beautiful beach and a sprawling ocean just all the way around it as far as the eye can see. It's not a huge island, but I'm pretty sure it's the biggest of all the Chao Gardens, at least in terms of its general surface area. I don't know if that's for certain. I didn't exactly go around the island with a measuring stick trying to figure out how big it is, but it feels large, it feels open, it feels vast, and that's really nice, especially when contrasted against the other 2 Chao Gardens, which both feel either closed off or kind of packed and crammed. You've also got these little docks just jutting out of the side, which is where we make our entrance. There's also these little warp panels which will take you between the 3 Chao Gardens. You can't actually teleport to any Chao Garden that you haven't visited at that point in the story, which I appreciate. I understand why it's there. It can be a little bit annoying if you've left a Chao in one of the Chao Gardens that your character just does not have access to yet and you really want to raise that Chao. But we'll get into all of that later. At the very centre of the island is a little hill with what appears to be Eggman's base in the centre of it. I don't think you can get into here. I certainly couldn't get inside. Dotted around the island there's also these little lounge chairs, little parasols, that just make it feel a lot more like a summer getaway. Oh, this, oh yeah, I forgot about the missile, didn't I? Yeah, there's also a just colossal undetonated missile just jutting out of the earth. It's pretty big, so I guess we just hope it doesn't, detonate. That wouldn't be very good for the Chao. Speaking of the Chao, our Chaos themselves are shared between our save file, so it doesn't matter what character we're playing as at that point in time, we can go visit all of our Chao, regardless of which character we're playing as long as we're on the right save file. Which is nice, it means you're not constrained to having to be in any specific Chao Gardens at any one time, except for when your character hasn't unlocked a specific Chao Garden yet. But how would I rank the Chao Gardens? Well, first up is definitely Mystic Ruin. I really like just being in Mystic Ruin. It's not the most practical, in fact it's probably the least practical, but I just love the vibes and the atmosphere there. Then right below that we've got the egg carrier. Shockingly, I genuinely am still in awe at the fact the egg carrier has not disappointed me here. And right below that we've got Station Square. It's just so basic and uninteresting. There really isn't a whole lot to say about it. So naturally, I did all of my Chao gardening in Station Square. I know, it sounds silly. I picked my least favourite Chao garden to do all of my Chao gardening. There is a reason for that. Remember when I said it being so basic can be a good thing? Well, I mostly just picked it so that I wouldn't have to spend ages looking around for my Chao. Like, look at how small, contained and flat this area is. You are not going to lose a Chao here. But how do you even get a Chao? Well, when you first unlock a Chao garden, there'll be a couple of eggs in there. You just walk up to the egg, shake it a little, put it back down, and after a few moments the egg will hatch into little baby Chao. They don't really do a whole lot at this point. They just kind of crawl around, sometimes get into the water, realise they can't swim. That's right, Chao can't swim, or at least baby Chao can't swim, which means that they can drown, which means that yes, your Chao can die. They can actually take damage from quite a few things. I think the thing that Chao most often get hurt by though is abuse. See, when you're holding a Chao, or any item for that matter, if you're moving and you press the button to put the Chao down, you won't just put it down gently like it's something you care for. No, you will just yeet that bastard as far as you can fucking throw it. Naturally, the Chao don't like this. This hurts them. They are in pain when you do this, so you should try to avoid doing it whenever you can. You will probably do it at least once. Being a parent is difficult, but if you do hurt your Chao, you can just shake the trees, they'll drop some fruit, assuming the fruit is growing on them at this point, and then you can just feed some of that fruit to the Chao, and that will restore some of your Chao's health. But you aren't just limited to the Chao inside of the garden. No, there are 3 secret Chao eggs that you can find in the adventure fields. The first of which is in Station Square. There's a gold Chao egg in the shop in the downtown area. Luckily we can just pick up the egg, walk out the shop, and the door's locked. The door is locked. Why is the door's security tied to having a Chao egg in the window? I've said this at several points throughout this game, but Sonic Adventure's security systems do not make any sense. So how do we get the Chao egg actually out of the store? Well, outside City Hall, there is a suspiciously Chao egg shaped rock. You just switch the 2 rocks around like it's Indiana Jones. Thankfully there aren't any boulders that come rolling out towards us. I think I spent already more than enough time talking about a boulder in this video. We don't need a second one. Once we've got the golden Chao egg, we can just take it to the Chao Garden and hatch it like any other egg. The second secret egg is in the Mystic Ruins. If you remember the pond towards the back of the cliffside area, there are some little ruins around it. I'm not really sure what to call them, and if we move over to this one near the side, it looks like it's something you'll be able to jump on, but you can't. Instead, when you approach it, it just moves into the wall, and a few moments later, a silver Chao egg will just come shooting out of the waterfall and floating towards the shore. For some reason, I don't know how the Chao egg would have gotten there. Once the Chao egg's washed up, we can pick it up, take it to the Chao Garden, hatch it like any other egg. Now the final secret egg is in the egg carrier, and this one can actually only be picked up by Amy and Gamma. The reason for this being, the egg is in jail, so we have to go to the brig, open up the prison cell with the black Chao egg in. What did this egg do to justify being in jail. There's gonna be a racial commentary joke here somewhere, but I'm not qualified to make that joke. So we just hit the switch to open the door, bring the egg back to the Chao Garden, and we hatch it like any other. I stuck with the gold Chao egg just because it was the first one I found, and I lovingly named my Chao Grungo. So how do we raise our darling Grungo into becoming the greatest racer known to all of Chao kind? Well, any parents will tell you that raising a child isn't just about feeding it. That's just keeping the child alive. No, raising our Chao is all about preparing them for the future, ensuring they're not just surviving, but also thriving. So how do we help our Chao to thrive in a Chao eat Chao world? We give him lots of pets. Whilst running through stages, whenever we defeat an Eggman robot, we may have noticed by now that a little animal pops out every time, and we can pick up these animals and we'll see them kind of stacking up in the corner. You can only be carrying up to 10 animals at a time. If you do pick up an 11th, it will just make the earliest one you picked up disappear and just keep scrolling down like that. So you should really take all of your animals to a Chao Garden whenever you get the opportunity, otherwise they're just gonna disappear into the ether. And when you do take them to a Chao Garden, they'll all just scatter. They'll just start wandering around, but you can pick the animals back up again and give them to your Chao. Why would you want to give your Chao an animal? Well, you might have noticed that all of the different animals have a different coloured border around them, each colour corresponding to a different one of your Chao's stats. Yellow is for swimming, purple is for flying, green is for running, red is for power, and blue is just any random stat. So when you give your Chao an animal with a yellow border, for instance, that will increase your Chao's swimming stat. When you give it a purple animal, flying stat. When you give it a red animal, strength stat. But the main one we're going to be wanting to upgrade is the run stat. But giving your Chao animals doesn't just increase their stats, it also affects their appearance. This doesn't have any impact on gameplay, this is just a fun little aesthetic thing. It also affects your Chao's behaviours. Each animal has a different sort of trait linked to them. It's nothing interesting. Your Chao might be able to now do a backflip or a little dance. Again, it doesn't add anything to the gameplay, but it adds so much to the atmosphere, and it's just another neat little addition that this game is just full of. Now, each animal you give to your Chao will only raise the Chao's stats by no more than 2 points at a time. Except for the random animals, they'll give your Chao an upgrade of plus 10 in whatever stats it decides to increase. But wait a minute, how do I actually view my Chao stats? On the DX version, we get this little pop-up on the HUD which just displays it all in full. Makes sense, very easy. The Dreamcast version is a little bit different. See, the DX version only displays the Chao stats on the HUD because it couldn't display your Chao stats the way it was originally intended. Not because they thought this was better, but because that's not what was originally the case. See, the GameCube was physically incapable of showing you your Chao stats the way originally intended, and that's because of the VMU. The VMU, or Visual Memory Unit, to say its full name, was the memory card for the Dreamcast. And as I'm saying this, I'm now realising I might have to explain what a memory card is to some people. So a memory card was basically a little stick that you put into your console back in the early 90s up to the mid 2000s, and you would need that to save your games. Before then, your games will just save to the cartridges, but you couldn't overwrite the data on a disc. So when games consoles moved to having discs, they needed memory cards to actually hold the save data. Now, normally you would get memory cards with your console themselves. I got one with my Dreamcast. It is also pink, translucent, it has the Hello Kitty logo on, because they really went all the way with this thing. I love it. So this is the Dreamcast's memory card. This is what a virtual memory unit looks like. So yeah, this is what we had to use before our games all just saved to our internal hard drives. We had to plug these into the consoles themselves by the little slots on the front. The VMU though was quite a bit different to every other memory card that's ever existed really. See, unlike every other memory card, the VMU slotted into the controller itself, and as you've probably already noticed, it also has a screen on it and some little buttons. Now this screen doesn't really do anything whilst you're playing Sonic Adventure. You can still see it on the controller, but you can't see the buttons. And the screen really just displays character portraits and the game's logo. There's not really anything going on down here. However, the main gimmick of the VMU was that you could download games onto it from your Dreamcast, take your VMU out of the controller, and play games on it. This makes the VMU genuinely probably the coolest memory card ever made, and one of the most interesting concepts I've just ever seen for any game console, period. The execution was a bit lacking, however. Having a game on the VMU takes up so much memory that you can't really do it if you have more than 2 or 3 games saved to your memory card. Not even like the games you download, I mean save data for a game. I had to delete all of the save data that originally came with this VMU just to fit my save data for Sonic Adventure and the Chao Garden on here. And whilst I could probably make a whole video about the VMU, several other people already have, let's not get into those details. All we really need to know is that you can download a game onto your VMU. This is still relevant to the Chao Garden, don't worry. See, in order to view your Chao stats on Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast, you can't do it whilst playing Sonic Adventure, but you can do it by downloading Chao Adventure onto the VMU. See, with our VMU plugged in, if we walk over to this little kiosk in the corner of every single one of the Chao Gardens, we can then download Chao Adventure onto our VMU, and from there we can download our Chao into Chao Adventure, and from there we can then interact with our Chao like it's some sort of Tamagotchi or virtual pet. I'm not explaining what a Tamagotchi or virtual pet is. If you don't know what they are, you're just going to have to bear with me on this. Hundreds of people will have made YouTube videos on what they are by now. Just go watch one of them. I promise you, they were all the rage in the early 2000s. Now, Chao Adventure isn't some super in-depth game that's worthy of its own several-hour video. It's very much designed as a companion piece. Not even to Sonic Adventure as a whole, but just to the Chao Garden. But Chao Adventure is still a game about sending your Chao on an adventure. It's not Sonic's adventure, this is your Chao's adventure. So let's take a look at what your Chao actually does in Chao Adventure. So first off, when you leave the game running, every now and then your Chao will just ask you a question. This can be asking you what your name is, what your birthday is, even your gender, which I was very pleasantly surprised to discover that Chao Adventure is gender neutral in the 1990s. That's right, your Chao is woke. Very based of you, Sega, please continue doing this. I did not expect Chao Garden and Chao Adventure to be gender inclusive, but it was a very nice surprise. This is also where you can assign the name for your Chao. I went with Grungo, as we know, but for the most part, whenever you leave the game running, your Chao will just be moving forwards along whatever area it's in. And at several different milestones, your Chao just automatically continues moving whenever the game's running. At several points, there'll be maybe a treasure chest for it to open that I can find like some fruit in. Eating the fruit will give your Chao some more stats. We can also view the Chao's stats here in Chao Adventure. Just whenever we want, we're not limited by anything, we can just open up the menu and see how their stats are, including their health. This is also the only way you can get an accurate view of your Chao's health points. But for the most part, you'll just be watching your Chao walk forward through whatever area it's in. Your Chao can also bump into enemy Chao, which triggers a battle. The battle isn't anything difficult, you just have to time your button press to either dodge or attack and just defeat the enemy Chao. It's really not too difficult, just dodge, punch, I don't think I lost a single battle against any enemy Chaos. So I'm not actually sure what happens when you lose. I don't know if your Chao just loses some stats, or your Chao goes back to the start, or your Chao dies. Your Chao very well could die. But your Chao will venture through 5 different areas on its adventure. Once you reach the end of one area, you'll get given 2 options on where to go next. Now, each area has the exact same options available to it, so the plains will always go to the city and the beach. At least I think that's how the layout was. The beach will always have the cliffs and something else, I think. There are maps online that show all this. I don't have them right now. But what's cool as well is some of the later areas, your Chao will also be able to bump into some of the playable characters. And those playable characters from Sonic Adventure will give your Chao items as well. It's really just finding a loot chest that's dressed up differently. But it's cool, it's fun to bump into Knuckles or Tails whilst just on a stroll through the ether. But eventually you'll reach the end of the Chao adventure, you'll get some more goodies, and then your Chao starts their adventure all over again. But the main reason you want to be playing Chao Adventure is to raise your Chao's stats. As mentioned, you can find some fruit or some nuts inside of the crates and off of Sonic Adventure's playable characters, and eating those fruits, feeding them to your Chao, will increase their stats. But just going on an adventure isn't the only way that you can obtain those fruit. The main way you'll get fruit is by playing this really basic mini-game. That's just this match the cards game on a 4x3 grid. Every time you win, you get a random fruit. Every time you lose, nothing happens, just play the game again. So just pick 2 tiles. If they're the same, you get to go again. If you complete the board, you get a piece of fruit. You get 3 lives. If you lose all your lives, just start again. There's really no penalty for losing. Just keep doing it. Keep getting lots and lots of fruit. Keep feeding your Chao those fruit, and your Chao will eventually get really high stats. The colours of the fruit are the same as the colours of the animals, which lines up with the stat they increase, except the screen on the VMU can't display colour, so just imagine the colours, I guess. So lemons increase swim, plums increase run, grapes increase fly, cherries increase power. Relatively straightforward. You can also get Chao nuts, which increase all of your Chao stats. You can also get items that will increase your Chao's health, items that will make battling other Chao on the Chao's adventure a bit easier, but honestly, whenever I get those, it's just kind of roll my eyes and play again. And that's really all there is to Chao Adventure. That's basically the whole game. What I did to increase my Chao stats was, from the moment I first got the Golden Chao, which was relatively early in my playthrough, I downloaded it onto my VMU, and whenever I was just sitting idle, I'd have Chao Adventure open on my VMU. If I was watching a YouTube video at my desk, I'd have Chao Adventure open, and I'd just be playing the card game with the YouTube on the background. If I was taking a shit, I'd be taking my VMU instead of my phone. If I was in a work meeting, I'd be on my VMU instead of paying attention. For like 2-3 weeks, if my hands were free, I was playing Chao Adventure. So you'd think by the end of it, my Chao would be this absolute beefcake. You'd think my Chao would be absolutely unstoppable. You'd think that. You'd think that, wouldn't you? But no, no, that was not the case. That could not have been further from the case, actually. No, I did not realise just how much I had left to do to prepare my Chao. But how much did I have left? I don't hear you asking, because this is pre-recorded. Well, when I took Grungo to their first Chao race, they came last. It wasn't even a close last. They were several seconds behind everyone else. And when the first Chao race is so short, several seconds is a very long time. So I took a look at Grungo's stats, thinking maybe they're just not high enough. I compared them to other people's stats online, stats that they'd used to beat the Chao races. Grungo's were like double that. So why was Grungo losing, especially by so much? Well, it turns out that if you put a baby in a fight against a bear, the baby is at a bit of a disadvantage. So I had to raise my baby into a not a baby. My Chao had to be big Chao. My Chao had to be a grown-up. Otherwise, they were just going to keep losing those races. Your Chao stats don't matter when they're a baby. They don't advance. They're just potential. You are basically enhancing your Chao's genetics for when they're an adult. There is a capitalism analogy in there somewhere. I just can't be bothered to find it. And much like raising anything from baby to grown-up, a lot of it is just waiting. So I did just that. I left the game running for a bit. I went and did a few runs of Speed Highway because I really like Speed Highway. And eventually, I noticed Grungo, when I left him in the Chao Garden, had entered some sort of cocoon. I think that's what it's called. So it turns out that Chao, instead of just growing up like most other creatures, they enter a sort of metamorphosis. They undergo some sort of chrysalis transformation like a butterfly or a Pokemon. And eventually, after a couple more runs of Speed Highway, I returned to the Chao Garden just in time to witness Grungo emerge from their cocoon to show to the world what they can really do. As adult Grungo, big man himself, adult Grungo is finally here. Grungo can finally live up to their potential. There's nothing you can really do to speed up the growth spurt of your Chao. You just kind of have to wait. I don't think your Chao actually ages whilst they're in the VMU, which in some ways could be considered a form of immortality, unless you accept the fact that the VMU does have a battery and it's not a rechargeable one. You do have to change it, and taking the battery out does reset the save data on your VMU. You won't lose your Chao, but you will lose any progress that your Chao has made towards increasing its stats since being entered into the VMU. Now, adult Chao aren't that much bigger than baby Chao. The biggest difference is just that they aren't crawling around everywhere, they can walk on two legs. And also they have more pronounced features than the baby Chao. These features do depend on what traits your Chao have as a baby, which is of course determined by the animals you give to your Chao. But perhaps most significantly, Grungo's stats actually matter now. They mean something, which means we can finally enter Grungo into a Chao race and hopefully, just hopefully, they're gonna win this time. Right? They're gonna win, right? Right? Let's take a look. So Chao races are pretty simple. They quite literally play themselves. There is nothing you can really do to influence how the race goes. As soon as that timer starts, your Chao goes running, zooming, flying, swimming, pushing balls, whatever the course involves. Your Chao will do everything automatically. Now, technically, there is a cheer function where you just spam any of the action buttons, and eventually whatever Chao you're viewing whilst cheering will get a speed boost, but I'm convinced that cheering doesn't actually do anything and all the speed boosts are random. What's also annoying is the camera will just cut to any Chao that randomly gets a speed boost, so you'll just be cheering your own Chao and then you'll have to switch all the way back to the Chao you want to be actually watching because you don't care that the Chao in last place has gotten a speed boost, which means it's still in last place but not doing as poorly. Why would I care about that? I just want to watch my own Chao. I just want to see Grungo. So yeah, I don't think cheering actually does anything, so we'll just watch Grungo and see if they make it to the end. So as mentioned earlier, there are 5 courses, the first one being the Pearl course. This is very straightforward. It's basically a 100-meter sprint, except for the first 50 meters of it. You just have to push a boulder towards the end of this little runway, and once the boulder's at the end, your Chao will just sprint towards the finish line. Pushing the boulder makes use of your Chao's power stat, and running towards the finish line makes use of, well, the run stat. The second course is the Amethyst course, which starts off exactly the same as the original Pearl course, except it goes on for a bit longer. There's also a shortcut that your Chao can take. The shortcuts are all random in whether or not your Chao decides to take them, which is very frustrating, but this shortcut will make use of your Chao's swim and flying stats, assuming the Chao actually decides to go that way. If not, they'll just continue running along the path using their run stat, and eventually you'll reach the finish line. The third course is the Sapphire course. This course actually starts where the Amethyst course ends, and involves your Chao starting off with these ramps. They just go up and down the ramps, just using their run stat. Then they climb up this wall. I don't actually know which stat that uses. I'm going to guess it uses power. And then they run around the cliffside. There's a little waterfall that they go behind. And then they jump off into this big pool. This uses their fly stats so that they will move faster in the air. And eventually they'll land in the water, which will make use of their swim stat. And then they just swim to the finish line. The fourth course is the Ruby course. This is pretty much just the swimming section from the Sapphire course. There's not really a whole lot to say here. And the final course is the Emerald course. The Emerald course is just a gauntlet of all the sections of track that we've seen so far. It is the entire track in one go. It's long, it uses up all of your Chao's stats, but it feels appropriately climactic. There's also more difficult versions of these tracks, but the tracks themselves aren't what's more difficult. It's the Chao that you'll be facing against, but we only need to win on the beginner courses. Now for the races themselves, the stat you want to be relying on the most is your Chao's run stat, because for the most part that's what they'll be doing. I guess you also want to be keeping an eye on swim and fly, as that's where you'll probably lose the most time if you've got those low. But your power stat doesn't really get used a whole lot. I think the only bit where I know for certain it's used is when pushing the ball at the very start. But even then, if your Chao's run stat is high enough, then you can just make up all that lost time anyway. Speaking of making up lost time, I know I said we don't have to do the more difficult tracks, but they're here. I wanted to give them a go. I wanted to see what was actually more difficult about them. So I took on the Pearl course. Easy. One with a little bit of difficulty, but we did it. We won. We beat the course. Then moved on to Amethyst. Same again. Little bit challenging. Chao had to fight a little bit more. Grungo had to earn this victory, but earn that victory he did. And then there's the Sapphire course. The Sapphire course technically wasn't a problem. What was the problem? This bitch. His name is Chakron. I hate him. He is a bell-end certified wanker. Fuck Chakron. I do not like Chakron. All my friends, we hate Chakron. I do not want to see any Chakron supporters in the comments. I do not want anyone to support Chakron. He is evil, he is bad, and he is unsportsmanlike. This dude just decided to show up and make my life hell. How did he do that? Like a bitch is how he did it. So, Chakron's gimmick is he has stupidly high stats. All of his stats are silly in how high they are. But at the start of every race, he's just fast asleep. And he remains this way up until people start reaching the halfway point. When all the other Chao start reaching the halfway point, Chakron will wake up like some sort of tortoise in the hare, except he actually wins every time. The only way to beat Chakron is to have a Chao with stats so absurdly high. It would take probably weeks for me to grind a Chao that powerful. And I've already spent weeks getting my Chao up to this point. So, yeah, I did not beat all of the courses on the harder difficulty. Luckily, we don't have to beat all of the courses on the harder difficulty. We just have to beat all of the courses. It doesn't matter what difficulty. So let's see how Grungo did. Grungo was strong enough. Grungo was fast enough. Grungo could swim. Grungo could fly. Grungo did it. He might not have beaten Chakron, but he didn't need to. All he had to do was win a race in each of the courses. It didn't matter who he won it against. He just had to win. And he did it for me. Every single course was beaten. And I cannot be more proud of him. So that's it. We got the medallion for each and every course. We got every single Sonic medallion in the game. That's Sonic Adventure with 100% completion. It's over. So let's wrap up some thoughts on the Chao Garden before we wrap up my thoughts with the rest of the game. What did I think of the Chao Garden? Again, I approached it in definitely the wrong way. And I think that really hindered my enjoyment of the experience. I missed out on so much of the Chao Garden, in fact. And if I'd been going through the Chao Garden several times throughout my playthrough, instead of just doing it all at the end, I would have discovered so much more about the Chao Garden. You can breed your Chao. Your Chao can die of old age. Your Chao can be reborn. There's a whole Chao life cycle. And I didn't really experience any of that because I just thought I'd do it all at the end, and I missed out on so much depth that there is here. I really don't think I've done the Chao Garden any justice in this video. Luckily, several people have made more videos about the Chao Garden. There are entire YouTube channels dedicated to just breaking down the Chao Garden, including websites that are just dedicated to teaching you about the Chao Garden. Chao Island is one that I used pretty much extensively whilst going through the Chao Garden because it's such a useful resource. People are passionate about the Chao Garden alone, not even just the rest of the game. People have more passion for the Chao Garden than the rest of Sonic Adventure, and I honestly don't blame them. I just really wish I'd have approached it properly, and I think in future playthroughs of Sonic Adventure that's exactly what I'm going to do. But as it is, I don't really feel like I can speak much about whether or not the Chao Garden is good or bad because I just didn't approach it properly. I missed out on so much. So I can see the potential, but I think I'm going to have to play with it a bit more to actually give a full opinion on the Chao Garden itself. There's a lot here, and it's promising, but in future playthroughs I'm going to have to really approach this very differently. It really feels like I missed out on so much, and I feel like giving the Chao Garden the second chance, it really deserves it. The rest of the game, though, now that I am qualified to speak on. But while we've done the rest of the game, there's just one question left. Look at that. They're all full. It's over. It's finally over! So that's it. I have finally achieved 100% completion in Sonic Adventure for the Sega Dreamcast. Now, Super Mario 64, when you get 100% completion, you get to meet Yoshi and you get an extra power up, you get to fly around the castle, you get loads of extra lives. It's great. It's a fun, fitting reward, and he even gives you this nice little message from the staff just to thank you for completing their game and having so much fun and exploring the whole place. For beating Spyro the Dragon, you get a whole other bonus level that's full of little treasure and goodies. And for beating Spyro 2 100%, you get a permanent Super Flame power-up. It is genuinely a very fitting reward that completely breaks the game, but you've earned the right to break the game. So what did Sonic Adventure give me for getting 100% completion? It told me to go fuck myself. There is no 100% reward. You do not get anything for getting full completion in Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Not a single crumb, a tiny morsel, not even that. You don't even get a little pop-up message that says, "Thank you for playing our game," assuming you're playing the Dreamcast version. See, the DX version does actually introduce a 100% completion reward. It lets you play as Metal Sonic during Sonic stages during time attack mode. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. It's Metal Sonic. It's just a cosmetic thing. It doesn't change how the game plays in the slightest. But it's a neat little reward. It could be better. You could be able to play as Metal Sonic through the whole of Sonic's story, or metal versions of any of the other characters, maybe like Tails Doll, Knuckles Doll, Amy Doll, from all those guys from Sonic R, an alternate skin for Big and Gamma or something, I don't know. Even if it was still just limited to Metal Sonic, it being limited just to the time attack versions of the stage, which it's the exact same version of the stage, it's just trying to get a certain high score or whatever. It just feels kind of underwhelming. But that's just for getting all of the medallions in Sonic Adventure DX. DX does also add a mission mode. Now, I tried one of the missions in DX on Steam. I can't say it really blew me away. I figured that one mission was enough. It was literally just pick up the Burger Man outside the burger shop and bring him back to the little square outside the train station. Maybe the missions get better. I don't really know. I'm just going to assume that they do. What is cool is for completing missions, you unlock Sonic Game Gear games. I don't think anyone's really clamoring to play Game Gear games, though. I guess it was kind of cool when DX first released in the mid-2000s. I don't think emulation of most consoles was at quite a sophisticated point, especially not as sophisticated as it is now, especially not for Game Gear games. So I guess this was kind of cool at the time. Not so much now, but I don't think Sonic Team were considering what some gender-confused weirdo was going to think of the game in 20 years. So yeah, I think I've had my fill. I think I'm done with Sonic Adventure for now. Yeah. Yeah, it's over. It's finally over. So, in case you haven't figured it out by now, I kinda like Sonic Adventure. Is it my absolute favourite game of all time? Not even close, no. Is Sonic Adventure even a good game? I don't know. But Sonic Adventure had such a profound impact on me when I played it. So much more than almost every single other game that I've played my entire life. And why is that? Well, there's... But there's also just something that's so captivating about the way the entire package comes together that enchants me, captivates me, draws in my attention and will not let it go. The way it tries to tell a relatively basic story in such an ambitious manner. The way the voice acting is so terrible it manages to be so wooden and stiff, yet at the same time needlessly over the top and cartoonish. The performances all feel like they came together out of an incompetent passion and not just because nobody really cared about what they were doing. In fact, the whole game feels like everybody working on it cared a ridiculous amount. Everything in Sonic Adventure feels like it was made out of passion, from a place of wanting to make the best game that they felt they could make at that point in time. The way it just throws so many new ideas at the wall and not all of them stick. It really feels like the developers, every time they had a new idea, they would try to fit it into the game, and if it didn't work, well, they kept it in the game anyway. And that's probably because they were just excited at the prospect of what they could do now that they were finally working within the third dimension. All of the positive elements in Sonic Adventure feel so positive because people cared so much about it. And all of the negatives of Sonic Adventure are negative in spite of the fact people cared about it. Sonic Adventure is a sincere and genuine effort to just having fun, be that if you're developing it or playing it. Sure, it doesn't always stick the landing, but you can feel that passion even at its lowest points. And there's a charm there, there's something there that just makes Sonic Adventure feel so much more different to everything else that's out there. The developers could try, they could experiment, they could get weird, and it didn't always work, but when you just try something new, it doesn't always work, no matter what you're doing in life. And that's okay sometimes. I wish more media, not just games, but media as a whole, had the freedom to explore and try new things, like Sonic Adventure clearly did. I don't want every game to try and be the next Sonic Adventure. I want every game to just try. Even when that trying doesn't work, at least then the game can say it's put itself out there, it's put something fresh, something new into the world. And if you try and it fails, well, you can learn from that. Of course, you could argue that Sonic Team have a mixed reputation with learning from their mistakes, but they're clearly trying. And if you look ahead at the rest of the Sonic franchise, it's clear that they did keep learning, not just from Adventure, but from every subsequent game in the series. And sure, sometimes they take the wrong lessons from it, sometimes they kind of take a step back or two, but sometimes you do. I just think there's something so charming about the way Sonic Adventure executes everything, even when it's floundering, even when it's failing. I wish more developers, more creators had the freedom that Sonic Team clearly had to be able to take creative risks, to be able to fail and pick themselves back up and try again. And sure, sometimes Sonic Adventure does fail. It fails quite a lot, but all of the problems that add up in Sonic Adventure, they help just make it stand out even more. I can't imagine a Sonic Adventure that works perfectly. I can't imagine a Sonic Adventure without the Amy story. I can't imagine a Sonic Adventure where Amy even controls well. Amy controlling terribly is, for better and worse, intrinsic to the Sonic Adventure experience. And when you fix Sonic Adventure, when you attempt to make it perfect, it just isn't Sonic Adventure anymore. I don't want more games to be like Sonic Adventure. I don't want a perfect Sonic Adventure. But I wish more games had the freedom to do what Sonic Adventure wants to do, and that's whatever the fuck it wants.
Oh my god. That took so long. I'll be honest, when I started making this video, I thought it was only going to be about 2, maybe 3 hours. I was not expecting 6. I've just finished doing the assembly cuts, and now, as soon as I finish recording this, I'm probably going to hit render. So yeah, I don't know what it is about Sonic, specifically Sonic Adventure. I've never really cared that much about Sonic before, but for some reason this game just triggered something in me, and I can't recommend it enough. You don't have to go through all the silly bullshit I went to get a pink Hello Kitty Sega Dreamcast. It's frankly not worth it. For most people, at least. For me, it was. But you can get the game on Steam for piss cheap, not even £10, and that's before you even factor in putting it on sale. You can probably get Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 for maybe a £5 every sale. That's just a guess though. But it's not expensive. And honestly, modding the game on PC to bring it closer in line with the Dreamcast version is probably the most... Yeah, I'd say it's the best way to play Sonic Adventure nowadays. So yeah, I recommend doing that. For now though, I think I'm going to take a break. Yeah, I think I've earned a break. So I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna stare out into the ocean for a bit. You guys can stick around if you want, but I won't be paying attention to you. I'm just gonna